drop your dictionary, you can't relate with me. So don't carry any idea that you related with me. You have relationship with me. Don't carry any idea that you are relating with me. If you think you are relating with me, you will only misunderstand. Understand? Don't think you are related with me. Don't think you have relationship with me. No. Whatever way you wanted, it just expressed. It just responded. This body is an empty vessel. Whatever way you want, you see it. You project and see it. Sometimes this body also lets you to project so that you will start feeling little comfortable. So that you will come near me. You will come near this. But the moment you come near this, you should start understanding the truth. This body acts as a screen, letting you project what you want to see for a few minutes. I also do all the drama. Vasudeva wants to see Krishna as a son. So Krishna carries the sandal of Vasudeva on his head. Yasoda wants to see him as a son. So he lets Yasoda to bind him in the stone. Gopis wants to see him as a beloved. So he lets them have relationship with him. Arjuna wants him as a master. So he lets him project master on him. But after a few minutes, he wants you to understand he is an empty screen. He is not the movie which you are seeing. He is beyond the movie, which sustains the movie, which sustains this Nama Rupa Prabanja, which is beyond what you are seeing. As long as you think he is also one figure in your movie, you miss him. You dangerously miss him. You dangerously miss him. Somebody asked Ramana Maharishi, how can you come out of this waking state by seeing Master in this waking state? You are supposed to go beyond the waking state, the Turiya. But you see the Master only in this waking state. How can seeing Master in the waking state will help you to go beyond the waking state, enlightened state? Ramana Maharishi says, seeing the lion in the dream will throw you out of dream. Simha Sopana will throw you out of dream. Seeing Master in the waking state will throw you out of this waking state. I let you see me in the waking state so that you will be thrown out of waking state. The moment you try to hold me as you are seeing me in the waking state, I just try to shake you. I just shake you from the root. I am letting you see me, relate with me in the waking state so that you will be thrown out of this waking state. Not to give you a comfortable, soothing waking state. No. I am letting you to see me, to relate with me in this waking state, to awaken you, not to let you be in this waking state. I am a Simha Swapna. Don't think I am a fantasy swapna. No. I am not a fantasy dream. Even though sometimes I look, I am as if I am the fulfillment of all your fantasies. Sometimes I do look, I am the total fulfillment of whatever you can imagine, and more than that. All your ultimate hero idea, you will see in the fulfilled form, in a full way, in Master. But I won't let that dream continue, because I am a Simha Swapna. I am not the dream which will fulfill your fantasies. I am the dream which will awaken you. The moment you try to hold me in the waking state, you are in a great danger of missing me. You are in a great danger of thinking that you know me without knowing me. The moment you come to the Anya, you start relating. Only dialogue happens. But still, you are apart from me. You are apart from the Master. If you are established in the Anya, you are attracted towards enlightened masters, because they are in egoless state. Only when you reach Sahasrara, the transcendental entity, the transcendental expression of divine, transcendental expression attracts you. The moment you are established in Sahasrara, means you go beyond everything. You start relating, experiencing God as a transcendental reality, the ultimate experience, what we call Shiva. That is why Shiva is always worshipped in the formless form. In the formless form, the Linga, transcendental reality. Only when you reach Sahasrara, you experience the Shiva. That is why I say Shiva is the ultimate expression, ultimate experience. That is why we call him Mahadeva. Mahadeva. Shiva is the ultimate experience. Shiva is the ultimate expression. The teachings of Shudra gods will be only all about fulfilling your dreams. If a Shudra god teaches you, he will teach you only the mantras and techniques to make more money, to fulfill your desires, because he wants only that. The man who is established in Swadhisthana, his God will give only techniques to come out of fear. The man who is established in Manipurara, his God will give only the teachings of peace, how to stop worrying and start living. And the man who has experienced Sahasrara, only his God can give you the sutras, techniques to reach the transcendental reality. That is why we call Shiva as Mahadeva, and the words from him as an ultimate technique to experience the reality. Experience the reality. He is ultimate reality. He is ultimate reality, and he gives the techniques to the ultimate reality. If you understand this one thing, you project God or Guru from your understanding. In Sahasrara, communion starts happening. There is no two persons. There is no two persons. Only in Anya, communication can happen. In Sahasrara, only communion will happen. Only the communion happens. There is no two persons. It is total transcendental reality as experienced by enlightened masters. The problem is the person who reaches there, because there is no two persons, he is just there. But the people who are in the lower levels, they do not know the technique to reach that level. What to do? So the part of that same consciousness, the transcendental reality, who has experienced that, is creating a situation, an atmosphere, by creating one or two questions in that ultimate energy to bring techniques out. It's like a big ocean of Amrita. A small wave is created in the Amrita so that the techniques will come out. The questions of Devi is the small wave created in Amrita Sahara. It's like a one bag of cotton is fallen into the ocean of honey, and it is just filled with honey. Practically, there is no difference between the cotton and the honey. It has just become one. Somehow, for some reason, the cotton just moved a little bit, and the honey, which is overflowing inside the cotton, has come out. It's like you press that cotton a little bit, the honey has oozed out. The oozed out honey is what I call Vijnana Vairava Tantra. The oozed out honey only is Vijnana Vairava Tantra. The oozed out Amrita is only Vijnana Vairava Tantra, which can again put you into the same Amrita state, Amritatva, Nithyananda state, eternal bliss state. In Sahasrara, there is no questioner, and the person who is questioned, there is nobody to ask the question, there is nobody to answer. Then how the world will have the techniques? So just out of compassion, he himself took his own form in the form of Anandeshwari. He himself speaks to himself. He speaks to himself. You can't even call this tantra as a discussion between two persons, because it is so intimate, so beautiful. You can't call this tantra as a discussion between two persons. No. No argument, no discussion, no logical answers. If you see any other scripture, whether it is Brahma Sutra or Upanishad or Gita, it is always question and answer. The more the questions, more the answers, the more the book is popular. If you see the Brahma Sutra, it is continuously filled with Kandana Mandana Vadas. Kandana and Mandana, nothing else. Goes on condemning everything. Questions after questions. answers after answers. Literally, you will have fever if you read Brahma Sutra for 1 hour. Just read that book for 1 hour, you will have fever. Your whole being will be drained. The whole being will be drained. So much of arguments. Literally, they just fall on you. It's like inserting a crowbar. Not even a crowbar, just drilling you. All the Shastras are given by gods to man, from enlightened to unenlightened. It's like a drilling. Question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. All the stotras are given by man to gods. Shastras are given by gods to man. Stotras are given by man to God. Tantra is given from God to God. From God to God. God to God. You can't even say God to God, God, God. You can't even say God to God, God. That's all. All these Shastras are misunderstood because the person who speaks has got the dictionary of existence. The person who hears has got the dictionary of society. Two dictionaries can never match. Understand, if I speak in English and you start referring the Hindi dictionary, for my sounds, if you refer Hindi dictionaries, how much of meaning you will get? It is very dangerous sometimes. It is really dangerous sometimes. In English, if you say bus, means what? Bus. In Hindi, what it means? Enough. If you refer Hindi dictionary for the sounds which I create in English, how much of misunderstanding will happen? Much more misunderstandings have happened with Shastras, because totally two different dictionaries. Dictionary of existence and dictionary of society. Same way with stotras. The dictionary of emotion, dictionary of poet and dictionary of prose. The person who sings is man, to whom it is addressed to God. But other fellow beings also heard. Of course, God is not going to make any meaning. He knows the meaning. He knows the emotion. But when you understand stotras, you are going to have your dictionary. Dictionary of poet and dictionary of prose. Dictionary which is used by a poet, dictionary which is used by a writer is totally different. A man who is a poet speaks from different dimension. The man who is a prose writer understands from the different dimension. But you are saved little bit. You don't misunderstand much. With Shastras, it is other language dictionary you refer. With Stotras, at least that same language but different dictionary. With Shastras, English and Hindi. With Stotras, same Hindi, but Mumbai Hindi and Tamil Nadu Hindi. You refer the same Hindi dictionary, but for Mumbai Hindi you refer Tamil Nadu Hindi dictionary. But nothing much as Nothing much wrong has happened. The level of Shastras, the level of Stotras. That is why the people who work the level of Stotras, they were never violent. They were never violent. Because nothing much wrong can happen. It is under the control, under the manageable limit. Next is Tantra. Here, because it is from God to God, never the humanities dictionary is used. Practically nobody commented on these books. Everybody commented on the Gita. Anybody, if you claim yourself as Acharya, if you claim yourself as a teacher, you must comment on these three books: Brahma Sutra, Upanishad and Gita. In India, it is a basic necessity. It is a basic requirement. If you have to be accepted as Acharya or a teacher, you have to comment on these three books. Means what? You have to supply your dictionary for these three books. If you create your own dictionary for these three books, only then you can be called as Acharya, teacher. This Tantra is such a pure scripture. It is delivered by God to God. So no text torture happened. Nobody spoke on it. It is given with such a standard. You can't do any text torture. You can't comment on it. No arguments are possible. No logic is possible. It is expressed in such pure form. Only a man who has reached the same state can speak to the disciples who have reached the same state. He can speak only to the disciples who have reached the same state. Only Anandeshwara can speak to Anandeshwari. Only Shiva can speak to Uma. So let you all become Uma to understand what is spoken here. To understand what I am speaking. The author, God, the Mahadeva, Shiva, is the ultimate expression of enlightenment, ultimate expression of the ultimate experience. So unless you become Uma, you can't hear, you can't understand, you can't experience Shiva. Unless you are also established in Sahasrara, you cannot understand the teachings of Sahasrara. You cannot relate with the teachings of Shiva. So now you need to become Uma for this alchemy to happen. You need to become Anandeshwari for Anandeshwara to descend. Otherwise, again, you will be using your dictionaries. You will be using your dictionaries and create a Shastra out of Tantra. You will create one more Shastra out of Tantra. Never do that mistake. don't become intellectual disciples. If you bring your dictionary, you will become representative of hell. Either you become Uma or you will become the representative of hell. Either you become Devi or you will be a devil. Please be very clear. If you become Devi, you will receive the divine, or you will be devil. You will make the Shastra out of this Tantra. Again, you will make Shastra out of this Tantra. So let you not be the representative of devils. Let you be the representative of Devi. Let you enter into the state of Sahasrara. Let you just sit like a Devi, passive, letting me to flow through you. In Sahasrara, teachings are given like a fragrance. In Mooladhara, teachings are given like a drill bit. You are drilled. The God or the Master who speaks to the people who are established in Mooladhara, he speaks like a drill bit. He is like a borewell. He just makes a borewell. That is why so much of boredom in Shastras. You feel bored because you are just bored. They are drilling you. They are crowbars. They are crowbars. In the little higher level, they are like knife. They try to penetrate you. In the ultimate level, the Master who is established in Sahasrara is like a fragrance. He never tries to do anything. If you want, if you are alert, if you are aware, you can catch his smell, which can transform your being. But the beauty is, if you are established in Mooladhara, you need to do a lot for the drill bit to happen, for the drilling to happen. You need to give space. You need to do a lot for the drilling to happen. If you are established in Anahata, again, you should allow the knife to penetrate. But in Sahasrara, if you are just be, you will feel the smell. You will feel the fragrance. The alchemy will happen. But you have to be just be. You have to be. You have to be. In Sahasrara, it's more like a smell, fragrance. I am like a fragrance. I am not going to give you any rules. I am not going to give you any revelations. I am not going to give you any restrictions. I am just going to ooze out the bliss. I am just going to radiate this ecstasy. I am just going to let the fragrance happen. If you are alert, aware, catch the smell and experience it. Still I am feeling. I have not said whatever I want to say. Still I am feeling. Something is not expressed. Something is not happened. Something is yet to come out. Something is there. Still it is not coming out. So let you become Devi. Let you all become Anandeshwara, Anandeshwari, so that Anandeshwara can happen. Let you become passive. Let you become a low pressure, so that the energy can flow towards you. Let you relax in the Sahasrara. Don't get stuck in Mooladhara or Swadhisthana or Anahata or Vishuddhi or Agnya. Just relax into Sahasrara. One more thing. Because these chakras are going up and up and up, you think going to the Sahasrara is very difficult. Because always in your dictionary you understood going up is difficult. But it is not. In my dictionary, when you relax, you fall into Sahasrara. Understand? When you relax, you fall into Sahasrara. In your dictionary, Sahasrara is up. In my dictionary also it is up. But you don't have to go up. Just relax. You will fall into Sahasrara. Even though your logic, your dictionary cannot give the same meaning, understand this much. Relax and be passive. Without having any dictionary, you will fall into Sahasrara. You will fall into Sahasrara. Understand? Word raising or word falling is not to be understood with your dictionary. It has to be understood with my dictionary. So when I say raise up to Sahasrara, I say fall into Sahasrara. Raising to Sahasrara and falling into Sahasrara is one and the same. Relax. You will fall into Sahasrara. You will fall into Sahasrara. The moment you fall into Sahasrara, you will be transformed. But as long as you are stuck in Mooladhara or Swadhisthana, not only you will not be able to relate with me, you will have a deep vengeance against me. So many masters are murdered, killed because of the disciples who are caught in Mooladhara. Why do you think so many masters have been murdered? So many masters have been made to carry the cross, because when a disciple is caught in Mooladhara, he tries to relate to the master in the same way. He uses his dictionary. So, with wrong disciples, when you speak right word, you are in danger. You are in danger. Shiva has to drink the poison. Why? Again and again, the masters are facing so many dangers because of the disciples who are caught in Mooladhara, the lower chakras. That is why this time I have learned the lesson. This time I have learned the lesson of not to speak to the people of Mooladhara the highest signs of Sahasrara. That is why my lectures, my discourses are totally different in public. They are totally different in meditation camps. They are much more different in the next level meditation camps. In the mass meditation, I address the people who are caught in Mooladhara. In ASPs, I address the people who are caught in little higher chakras, Swadhisthana and Manipura. In NSP and Atmaspurana, I address the people who are caught in Anahata and Vishuddhi. Now I am going to address the people who are staying in Anya and Sahasrara. So, if you can relax into Sahasrara, if you can become Anandeshwari, listen. Become Anandeshwari and listen. Then you will be really able to transform. If you are in Anya, you will be able to understand. If you are in Sahasrara, you will be able to experience. If you are in Anya, communication will happen. If you are in Sahasrara, communion will happen. If you are in lower level chakras, you are a danger around me. You are a danger around me. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. If you miss it, you will miss it. If you miss it, you will miss it. So be very clear. If you feel honestly, you will not be able to relate with me. You do not want, if you feel honestly, you will not be able to make sincere effort to relate with me from the level of Anya and Sahasrara. Better move out of this program. Better be a little away from me. It is good for you and for me. Of course, this time I have decided I am not going to carry cross. This time I have learned the lesson. I am not going to be stoned. I am not going to take poison. I am not going to do any of these things. This time I have come down with a lot more intelligence than you guys. This time I have come down with all the lessons. I have learnt a lot of lessons. I have learnt so many lessons. This time I have come down with all the intelligence, all the possible, and this time nothing can be done. Either you catch or you miss. Small story. One guy who sells the hat, he has to go from his village to the market to sell the hats. One day, on the way to the market, after his food, he was resting under a tree, keeping the basket full of hats. When he was sleeping, few monkeys which were playing on the tree, they came down and picked up one hat. They are all sitting with one hat on the top of the tree. This guy got the shock. Arey, what is this? Anyhow, he knows a technique. Whatever you do, monkeys will do. So he just danced. Monkeys also danced. He just threw the hat. All the monkeys threw the hats. He collected all the hats and went away. He is so happy that he got all his hats back. Anyhow, he went to the market and sold. You know the story. After some time, he had his son. Son was also doing the same business. He had his grandson. Grandson was also doing the same business. When the grandson was going to the market again, the same story happened once more. Again, he had his food. He was sleeping. All the monkeys came down. They picked up the hats and they went away. They are sitting on the tree. This guy now knows the technique now. After all, his grandfather had the experience. He has learned the lesson. He also danced. All the monkeys danced. He just threw the cat. Suddenly he saw one monkey came and picked up the cat and went away. He is just shocked. He said, what is this? My grandfather told me you will all throw the cats down, throw the cats, throw the hats. You will all throw the hats. And you guys have picked up this hat also. The monkeys told, you did not learn from your grandfather. We learned from our grandfather. You did not learn from your grandfather. We learned from our grandfathers. I learned from my forefathers. Properly. This time I am not going to do any mistake. Either you catch or you miss. This time I have learnt the lesson. So I am neither going to carry the cross nor going to take the poison or going to be stoned. This time I know whatever has to be done. So be very clear. When I am not going to carry the cross, if you miss or miss, the side effects will be too much on you. Please be very clear. When I decided I am not going to carry the cross, just because Shiva drank the poison, these guys, they escaped. Hear the whole story. If you understand the whole story, you will understand this lesson. These Devas and the Asuras, these guys, they want Amrita, which will give immortality. Out of their greed, the whole process started. Shiva never told, go and churn the Amrita Sagara, Kshira Sagara. These guys went and started. So many beautiful things have started coming out. First came the Kamadhenu, Indra took away. Then came the Kalpa Vriksha. Again, Devatas, they took away. Then came the Kamandalu Nakshamala, Brahma took away. Then came a beautiful girl, Mahalakshmi. Vishnu went and cut out of her. Then came the horse, the greatest horse, Ashwini, Ujjaisravas. Somebody went and took away. Then came the Airavata. Indra said, let him be in my court, my palace. So many beautiful things came. Then came the Shamandaka. Vishnu took it for his neck. All these beautiful things, these guys have taken it. The moment poison came, Indra runs to Brahma. Brahma runs to Vishnu. Vishnu runs to Shiva. Poor guy who did not take anything. Who did not take anything. He has to take the poison. If he has not taken the poison, what would have happened? Whole thing would have been destroyed. Side effect would have been too much. This time I have decided not to take the poison. Because these guys get so much of confidence. They think, anyhow, even if poison comes, what is there? He is there, he will drink. With that confidence, they go on producing poisons. They go on create poisons. This time, I am very clear, I am not going to take any poison. So, the responsibility is on you. Don't create. Either become Devi or disappear. Or disappear. So, understand these few things. Let you become Anandeshwari. For the Anandeshwara to happen here. Let ultimate auspiciousness. Shiva means the auspiciousness. Let the ultimate auspiciousness, Shiva, happen here and now. Thank you. If you have any questions, or if you want some more clarifications.
Everything you told from Muladhara to Shishta, there is quantity. But the same person's response.
Yes. If you have become Anandeshwari, you are here. If you have not become Anandeshwari, even if you are here, you are not here. There are so many people who are not here, but going to become Anandeshwaris. For them also I am speaking. I am speaking to my Anandeshwari. I am just speaking to my being. That's why I am enjoying. I am just enjoying every word. I am speaking to my Anandeshwari. If you become Anandeshwari, you will hear. You will be here and you will hear. Whomsoever is going to become Anandeshwari, for them also I am speaking. Yes, put your question.
So my question was that from Muladhara to Sanskara, there are different levels of states.
Loud.
State.
Volume.
But the same person, maybe same day even, they respond from different levels.
Yes. Beautiful question. Can same person relate to you in the same day from different levels? Even in the same hour, he can change. Even after every moment, even in the same moment, he may relate with me from different chakras, because you are split personalities. Because you are not integrated, you are not one person. You are not one person. You are the totality of so many personalities. Your own mind, your eyes are pulling you to see something. Your ears are pulling you to hear something. Your mouth is pulling you to eat something. Your body is pulling you to experience something. You are a split personality. Man as such is neurotic. So because you are a split personality, now what to say about in same day, in same moment, you will be relating with me from different chakras, from different levels. So now you understood the problems. Be little more intelligent. It's nothing wrong. Just be little more intelligent. You don't need to do anything. You need just little courage to let go. Be courageous. Because Tantra is for Devi, Anandeshwari. Uma is courageous. So be very clear. Let you become Uma. Let you become Devi. Shiva is the ultimate luxury, because the price is your ego. The more you pay, more you get the luxurious thing. The ultimate payment which you can give is ego. That is why I say I am the ultimate luxury. Shiva is the ultimate luxury. You can have him only when you pay the ultimate price, your ego, which is simply priceless, worthless, not even priceless, worthless, which is worthless. So beautifully Ramana Maharshi sings, Tandadu Yendanai Kondadu Undanai Sadurar Yargolu Arunachala. I have given me and got you who is intelligent. Tell me Arunachala. I have given me and had you who is intelligent. Tell me Arunachala. Tandadu Yendanai Kondadu Undanai Sadurar Yargolu Arunachala. He says, I have given me Sariram Rogamayam, Mana Sogamayam, Atma Dukkamayam. I have given these three and got you Sariram Deham Tejamayam, Manaha Jnanamayam, Atma Anandamayam. When you give the Sariram Rogamayam, Manam Dukkamayam, Anma Sogamayam, you receive Deham Dejamayam, Manam Jnanamayam, Anma Anandamayam. So, Ramana Maharshi asks Arunachala, who is intelligent? Tell me, Tandadu Yendanai Kondadu Undanai Sadurar Yargolu Arunachala. But I want only this business. I want only this transaction. I tell you, drop your head, drop your ego, drop your sufferings. I am here to digest. I am here to burn. I am here to do this exchange offer. I am here to do this exchange offer. Thank you. Please explain briefly what is meant by low esteem or self-low esteem. Low esteem and low self-esteem is one and the same. From whom? This question. Low esteem or low self-esteem is one and the same. Whatever esteem you have about yourself except you being God, it is low self-esteem. Because you are God. Whatever esteem you have about yourself, less than you being Shiva, you have low self-esteem. Because you are Shiva. Somebody asked me, how can you sing Shivoham, Shivoham? Is it not too egoistic? I told, no. Dasoham, Dasoham is the egoistic. Shivoham, Shivoham is reality. Dasoham, Dasoham only is the ego.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Welcome all the devotees, disciples, satsangis, Samajis who are sitting with us around the world at this moment in more than 270 places in 135 cities in 28 countries. And 15 places are in two-way. I am able to see Dubai, Ohio, Singapore, Los Angeles, Guadeloupe, Seattle, San Jose, Malaysia, Annanagar, Taramangalam, Phoenix, Hyderabad, Adayar Center, Mumbai, Germany, Morocco. 15 places I am able to see. I welcome all of you for being here for this great happening of Brahma Sutras. I respectfully remember the Brahma Vidya Sampradaya. Om Brahmadibhyo Brahma Vidya Sampradaya Kartrubhyo Vamsarshibhyo Namo Mahatbhyo Gurubhyah. Today we are entering into the third sutra. In the first chapter, third sutra, Shastrayo Shastra Yonitvat. Sutra is just this much. Shastra Yonitvat. That's all. Translation says Brahman is omniscient because of its being the source of the scriptures. Swami Veereshwarananda translates as the omniscient and omnipotence of Brahman being the source of scriptures. The meaning, translation of the sutra is Brahman is omniscient because of its being the source of scriptures. Brahma Shastra Yonitvat. Just two words. Source of the Shastras. This is the source of the Shastras. Understand? First, let us understand the word Shastra. Shastra means truth about reality is Shastra. In the commentary, each one says their Shastras are Shastras. The Vedikas are saying Brahman is great because it is the source of Rig Veda, Yajurveda, all Vedas. Naturally, the Vaishnavas say, no, because it is source of Bhagavata and all the Vaishnavite scriptures. Each one debates on the word Shastra. Almost all the religious fights happened in India is just because of this one book, Brahma Sutra. Now I have to tell the truth. Each one was claiming their own meaning for this book. Which created too much of division, disturbance, led to fights, wars. Sometimes even natural calamities, because the guys who are fighting on the meaning of the Brahma Sutras, unfortunately sometimes have extraordinary powers to create even natural calamities. So the Indian religious war was not stopped with weapons and attack on each other. It sometimes used even the inner energies. Once in a Vedantic bookstall, a customer went and asked, showing two books, the Brahma Sutra Sankara Bhashya and Ramanuja Bhashya. Asked the seller, what is the difference between these two? The bookseller said 45 rupee. Because these books are rarely read, very rarely studied, very rarely understood. Rarely read, very rarely studied, very rarely understood. You need to understand this word Shastra Yonitvat, because it being the origin of the Shastras, it is considered to be omniscient, omnipotent, ultimate. So the word Shastra need to be understood. Shastra means the truth about reality. Truth about reality. only the omnipotent, omniscient intelligence will have guts to reveal its quality. Please understand. Only the ultimate will have the strength to reveal its qualities to you, to reveal truths about itself to you. I wanted all of you to understand the word Shastra does not mean just some book. Shastra means truth about reality. Only truth has a capacity to reveal its truth. Nothing else can reveal about its truth. Please understand, leading somebody in the path of truth is very dangerous unless you are established in it. If you are not established and you are leading, a disciple will find out your falsehood. That's one of the important, very important truth you need to understand. What is enlightenment? If you ask me now, I will tell. Fan is moving. TVs are functioning. People are sitting. I am talking. This is enlightenment. That's all. If you ask me, Swamiji, please teach Brahma Sutra for this moment, I will say, I am sitting on a gold-plated throne. Brahmachari is using a camera and clicking me. Time is 6:55 as per this clock. People are sitting in front of me with a lot of anticipation. Many have gathered around the world to watch what I am talking. This is Brahma Sutra, that's all. Only truth as innate intelligence to reveal itself. Shastra means truth about reality. Existence is great because it reveals all the truths about its reality. All the psychodrama you add on the things and persons and situations, if they are detected, truth is revealed. The moment you start the psychodrama of me being guru, I start the psychodrama of you being a disciple. The moment you start the psychodrama of friendliness towards somebody, that person starts the psychodrama of friendliness to you. The moment you start the psychodrama of enmity towards somebody, the person starts the psychodrama of enmity towards you. Psychodrama of pain, pleasure, love, anger towards persons, object, or reality is corruption. Otherwise, in truth, in reality, Shastrayonitvat, if I have to translate this sutra, Shastrayonitvat, reality is the origin of the truths about reality. Because it is origin about the truths about the reality, because it has a capacity to reveal the truths about itself, it is great. I tell you, anybody who has a capacity to reveal the truths about himself will go to the deeper and deeper truths about himself. I really tell you, if you completely keep the truth about yourself open to the warm circle means people who experience your breathing space, whose breathing space every day you experience. You should learn this lesson. Today learn this lesson. Don't miss it. People whose breathing space you enjoy, who enjoys your breathing space, just completely reveal yourself to them. Even if the relationships are breaking, it's okay. What you are, what you feel as you are, the truths about you, reveal it to them. I can tell you, even if your relationships are breaking in your life, you will roll in the life so beautifully. You will attract the deeper and deeper personalities who are ready to radiate your reality. People who are ready to radiate your reality are eternal companions. You will attract eternal companions in your life. Not only that, you yourself will experience deeper and deeper realities about you. In West Bengal, there is a great spiritual tradition called Bauls. The word Baul means in Bengali, Pahul, mad. They stay usually as couples. Couple does not necessary to be one male or another one female. No. They stay as pairs. Sometimes both will be female or both will be male. Sometimes one will be male and another one will be female. The Bauls, they take a vow. We will share the deepest truths about ourselves to each other. And they take a vow, they will not allow anybody else to be in their breathing space, and they also will not enter anybody else's breathing space. It's a very beautiful tradition in West Bengal. They will have a long stick on which they will have a begging bowl. Even while they beg, they will stretch that stick and tell the person not to enter the breathing space. Put the food from there. Try this. It works actually. It works. Anybody who enters your breathing space, with whom you share your breathing space, means friend, family, first circle, the warm circle. Show utter naked truth about you to them. What is your feeling about life, about you, about them? You are afraid now, I know. So many people have to come back to the ashram to stay permanently. If you do this. I know. But sometime, as I said, Vyasa doesn't give any technique. He doesn't give any homework. He just takes away the home from you. So that there is no homework. Vyasa is dynamite diamond. That is why Vedantis have to always move out of the society, because it is high measure of truth. The other day I was reading a slogan in the t-shirt. Truth is a disease happens to you because of alcohol deficiency. Reality is an illusion created by alcohol deficiency. Reality is too much. For society. But I tell you, fruit is too much for the root. But the foolish root does not understand fruit is the life for the root. Enlightened master is too much for the society. But they don't understand it is for my sake they are still alive. It is the fruit which justifies the existence of the root. It is for fruit the root exists. Reality is too powerful for the society, but the groups, small groups, which holds this reality as a stream in their life are the juice of the earth. They are the salt of the earth. It is this kind of groups for which the humanity is still kept alive without being destroyed. You are like an ocean. All the rivers are entering into you. Every sound entering in your inner space is an ocean, is a river. Your inner space is an ocean. Every sound flowing into your inner space is a river. Just do not give meaning. Let that rivers flow into your ocean. Be that center of sounds. Suddenly you will see you are listening to the sound of sounds. Unbroken sound. Very powerful sound. You will be in a totally different frequency. This is the method to be practiced 24 hours for a particular time. For example, 10 or 20 minutes of your routine. Another one technique Mahadeva gives. Mahadeva is one of the beautiful name for Shiva. God of gods is Mahadeva. Means he is the God of Devatas, gods. He is beyond all the gods. He is giving one more beautiful technique. Put your fingers in the ears and visualize. You don't even have to visualize. There will be sound felt by you inside. If you put your fingers and lock the ears, there will be constant sound. Ooh. Feel. It's like a sound of the waterfall. As if the waterfall falling on you. Feel just like that. The flow of sound, the current of sound is falling and you are being bathed in that sound and just relax in that sound. This is a technique which you can do sitting. Suddenly you will see you are entering into such a deep silence which can never be shaken by any sound, not even by somebody shouting, not by any word. You can't be shaken at all. You are just completely relaxed and centered, and you are in that anahata dvani, as Mahadeva says, uncreated sound. You are experiencing the uncreated sound. The sahaja dhyan means that meditation which you can do always will help you to be in that mood 24 hours. This technique give you that solid experience just in 20 minutes. Try both. Sahaj you can do whole day, and this one thing at particular time, morning or evening, just for 20 days. You will see you achieve the state where no sound can disturb you from the outer world, where you experience the center of your being which can never be disturbed by anything. You will feel and experience a different frequency. As I was telling you, that sadhu, by and by, is so centered in his center, nothing was able to disturb him. Even the fear of death was not able to move him, disturb him. You will see that you get centered on deathlessness, on Mahadeva's silence, the intense silence. Let you all achieve, experience the intense silence, radiate, achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
The superficial seekers are the most dangerous people. They have everything. They have car, bungalow, bank balance. They have everything in their house. Their hall is filled with all the ivory items, all the showcase things. But they feel they are missing spirituality. So they want to have seeking also as one more item in their showcase. They say, I am also a seeker. I am also a seeker. I go to Nithyananda Swami and I have done a, see, I am a healer. Look at the badge. You wanted me just in your showcase, not in your heart. Lot of people, window shoppers. The window shoppers keep me also in the showcase glass so that they can show to the people, you see, Nithyananda Swami. As long as the urge has not become urgent, as long as the question has not become quest, you can't think yourself as a seeker. Enlightenment should become a basic necessity. Only then the real alchemy starts happening. As long as you can pull your life without enlightenment, as long as you think you can pull your life, you can run your life without enlightenment, Be happy, forget about the enlightenment, forget about the whole thing, go and carry your life happily. Ramakrishna says beautifully, if somebody's hair is burning, their head is, the fire is in their head, will they keep quiet? Will they say, oh, later on we can take care? Will they say, we have enough time, we have still many more years, later on we can take care? Will they think in that way? The moment fire happens in his head, he tries to quench it. He runs towards the water. If you have such a deep feeling, only then the sutras are for you. Only then the sutras are for you. Yesterday somebody asked me, Swamiji, how to become Anandeshwari? I was telling, unless you become Anandeshwari, you can't understand the Shiva Sutras. Unless you reach the same status, same state, unless you reach the same consciousness, you can't imbibe the sutras. Somebody asked me, please throw more light on what is Anandeshwari state, or what is the state of Devi. How can we achieve it? How can we achieve it? This question shows very clearly the mental state of Devi, or we can say no mind state of Devi. The sutras very clearly explain what is the state of Devi. I'll speak on this state, on these questions one by one. Anybody who enters into this state, they will be able to understand the sutras, whether today or tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Any moment anybody enters into this state, they will be able to understand the sutras. If you don't enter into this state, even if you are sitting here, you can't understand the sutras. That is why they say calf will go near the cow only half an hour per day. But in that half an hour it will drink the milk and come back. But the bee, fly, it will be sitting on the cow 24 hours. But it will drink only the blood, not the milk. So only when you enter into this state of Anandeshwari, Uma, Devi, you will be able to experience the Shiva Sutras. Beautiful word, let my doubts be cleared. She just opens herself and offers it to Shiva and requests Shiva with full surrender, please take care of me. She never instructs Shiva, answer my questions. Arjuna, poor guy, he says to Krishna, answer my questions. That is why Krishna gave only answers. As I was telling you, all answers will create more questions. If it has not created more questions, be very clear, you have not understood the answer. You have not understood the answer. You see, when you have problem, there are two kinds of mentality. One is the person who thinks he has got problem and he knows the solution. He only wants somebody to help him, support him to get the solution. This is one kind of mentality. Another kind of mentality, I have a problem, I don't know what is the solution, please help me. In the first thing, you think you have buddhi, only you don't have shakti. The second thing, you understand you neither have buddhi nor have shakti. The moment you think God has got Shakti, but He doesn't have Buddhi. Only when you think He has got Shakti but no Buddhi, you start guiding Him. Look at this. Arjuna also has got problem. Devi also has got problem. Arjuna goes and opens the whole thing and says, he says to Krishna, Krishna, I have all these problems. Answer my questions. Actually, he himself gives a solution also for Krishna. Arjuna himself says, answer my questions. Means what? If you answer my questions, my problem will be solved. So Arjuna's ego is not completely surrendered. Still he thinks he knows the solution for his problems. If he knows the solution for his problems, why he is still suffering? His ego has not ripe enough, it has not become matured enough to surrender. That is why he puts the problem and he gives the guidance for Krishna to solve his problem. I have seen people coming and telling me, Swamiji, put your hand on my head. I tell them, what do you want? No, I have a stomach problem, put your hand on my head and heal. I am surprised. How do they know where should I put my hand? And if they simply open up the problem and tell me, and if they request, Swamiji, please heal me, then things can happen. But what they say the problem and they give me the solution also. We know the solution, you just do what we say. We don't need to know anything else. We know the solution. You just do what I say. And I have seen few people just taking my hand by force and keeping it on their head. They think they will be healed. And I have seen people coming and explaining their problem. And finally they themselves will give the solution and they will tell, Swamiji, just do this much, that is enough. They come and tell the problem and the solution and they guide me how I should solve their problems. Then I ask them, why did you come to me? Why did you come to me? Either you have a problem or you don't have a problem, that's all. The moment you have a problem, be very clear, you are totally ignorant. The problem is, the moment you accept you are totally ignorant, you become enlightened. But you never agree, you never accept you are totally ignorant. That is too much. People always think, I am less than Swami, that I can understand, but I am surely more than all other people. I am less than Swami, okay, but I am surely more than all the other people who are here. I am less than Swami, somehow there, it's okay. It has to be accepted. Because it has to be accepted. No choice. But another statement is too much. I am less than Swami, okay, but surely more than all the people who are here. I am not so ignorant. I am not so ignorant. I have seen many people arguing me idiotic way. And they know that they have problem. They explain their problem. When I try to give their solution, they are not ready to take it. They are not ready to take it. They bring so many other arguments. So many other nonsensical arguments. And they think they know the solution. They want me to act according to their solution. Actually, Arjuna doesn't want anything else. Arjuna just wants the Krishna should act according to the instruction of Arjuna. I've seen many people coming and telling me. And they know there is some problem. They come and tell me their problem. And they give me the instruction also. The problem is because you are continuously firing me. Don't fire me. They give me the solution also and they want me to act according to their solution. According to their solution. Then who is the master? Then who is the master? Who is master? They are the master. The man, the person who thinks, even though I am not enlightened, I am something. I am somebody. Means what? Not even knowing they are ignorant. When you don't know, you don't know, you don't even know, you don't know. When you know, you don't know, at least you know you don't know. This is what I say. Thinking that you know without knowing is what I call intellect. Either you are a Buddha or Buddhu, that's all. Either you are Shiva or Shava, that's all. Either you are a Murga or Murga, that's all. Either you are Shakti or Sagadi, that's all. There is no bit in via media. There is no via media. People ask me, is there no via media solution, Swamiji? There is no via media. Either fall here or fall there. Anywhere if you fall, you will become enlightened. But as long as you play this middle game, you will never achieve. Arjuna is continuously trying to play the middle game. He says his problem because too much of suffering he can't bear, so he opens up. But he thinks he knows the solution also, and he instructs the master to act, to give the solution as he wants. I have seen some of the people coming and telling me their problems, but they want the solution as they want, the customized version. They want the solution as they want. They do not want my solution. They give me some suggestions, instructions, preferences. If solution is in this way, it will be really nice. Not only they give me the question, below that they give me a small bracket, few words in the bracket. If the answer is in this way, I will be very happy. Or if the answer is in this way, it is really nice. It is like an exam. In examinations, they give you the question and they give you the instruction also. Answer should be only in 15 lines. Answer should be only in 25 lines. Answer should be only in 1 page. Be very clear. If you give a bracket along with your question, you are doing examination. You are examining me. You are not asking for solution. You are only doing examination for me. Throughout my life, I have never done any examinations. And I know all techniques to escape from examinations. Be very clear. If you try to examine me, if you want the answers as you want, you will simply miss the whole thing. Living around me, you can understand all these things. Inch by inch, how you are doing, how you are missing. Actually, when I started this 1-year course, I made a statement. Being around me for 1 year is too much to become enlightened. Staying here is not being here. Staying here is not being here. waiting without knowing what is going to happen is what is passive surrender. That is what I call passive surrender. Total surrender. A deep waiting. Actually, the moment you decide I will wait forever, simply things starts happening. As long as you are in a hurry, you are agitated, you stop things happening in you. It's like you try your best the lotus to blossom. What will you do? You will open the petals by hand. Will it be a lotus flower? It will never be a lotus flower. Lotus flower can be called as lotus flower only it blossoms by itself. Give a little space. The moment you decide to wait, simply things starts happening. You don't have to wait anymore. You have to wait till you decide to wait. You have to wait till you decide to wait. The moment you decide to wait, you don't have to wait anymore. You don't have to wait anymore. Beautiful story told by Ramakrishna. Once the Narada is a joker actually in the Puranas. He is a comedian, a spiritual comedian. Narada is going towards Vaikuntha. On the way he saw one yogi sitting and meditating. The yogi asked Narada, "Oh Narada, please ask Vishnu how long I should wait. When will I become enlightened?" Narada said, "Surely I will ask." And he was going. Again on the way, one more person. He was just jumping and dancing under a tree. He asked Narada, "Oh Narada, please ask Vishnu when I will have his darshan." Please be very clear, he never asked when I will become enlightened. He asked when I will have his darshan. Tell him to grace me. How long should I wait for his grace? Narada says, "Surely I will ask. Don't worry." Then Narada goes to Vaikuntha, comes back with the replies. The yogi asked him, what God said? Narada says, "Vishnu told me you will have to wait for 4 more janmas to become enlightened." The guy simply fell into depression. "Oh, 4 janmas, what will I do?" He started weeping. And the other guy was dancing, jumping around. Must be our healer. The guy was jumping around. He asked, "What did Vishnu say? What did God say?" Narada said, "You see, God told me that how many leaves are there in this tree? That many janmas you have to wait. Only then you will become enlightened. Only then His grace will come on you." The moment this guy heard this, "Oh, anyhow, that is all right. But he told me that he will grace, that is enough. He told me that he will grace, that is enough. How long I have to wait, I don't bother. He gave me the assurance that he will grace. That is enough." He started jumping and dancing. The moment he uttered this word, he gave me the assurance, he will grace me. That is enough. How long I have to wait, I don't care. The moment lightning happened and divine descended, he became enlightened. So a deep patience, the decision to wait, is what I call surrender. A total patience and relaxed mood. In my own life, as long as I was doing meditation, I never became enlightened. As long as I was doing all the practices, tapas, so agitated. Nothing happened. Actually, only after becoming enlightened, I came to know, because of my tapas, I postponed my enlightenment. I postponed my enlightenment. At the age of 12, already I had enlightenment. The blueprint is already happened. To tell you honestly, at the age of 12, I became enlightened. Because I do not know that I became enlightened, I tried to catch that experience. I tried to possess the Nithyananda. The moment I tried to possess it, started slipping away from me like a soap. Try to catch the soap, what will happen? It will slip. Because I was trying to catch that experience was slipping from me. The day I decided, ultimately, no more catching, no more fishing, no more net, no more searching, no more seeking, enough. When I decided to relax, wait, simply it happened. The day you decide to wait, simply things will start happening. People ask me, Swamiji, I decided to wait, but it's not happening. It's a nice game. When you have decided to wait, how can you ask the second statement? People ask me, Swamiji, yesterday itself I decided to wait, but still enlightenment is not happening, what to do? How can you say you have decided to wait if you are still asking? The problem is the cognitive shift. The whole energy should turn towards the waiting, not cheating waiting. Have you seen the kids? They play hide and seek game. They cover their eyes with the hands, but you can always see that between the gaps they will be seeing. They will cover their eyes so that you think that they have covered their eyes, but they will be seeing through the hole. Even our guys at the time of meditation I have seen. They put a thin ribbon, and the Vishuddhi running time I have seen, they will run in a clear path properly without hitting anybody. From there to here they will run. Without touching anybody, they will run so carefully. How? They just put the blindfold so that others will think that they can't see, but they will be seeing. Hide and seek game. So when you ask, yesterday itself I decided to wait, still I have not become enlightened. You are again playing the same game. You wanted others to know you have covered your eyes, but you are not covered. Same thing. You wanted others to know, you wanted me to know that you have started waiting, but you have not really started waiting. You see, you can cheat me, but not you. You can't cheat yourself. Enlightenment happens from you, not from me. If it is from me, long before you would have cheated and taken from me. If it happens from me, if it can be taken away from me, long before either you would have bribed me or told something and would have taken it. It's very easy. But enlightenment happens from your being, not from me. So, if it is supposed to be from somebody else, we know the technique to take it from them. But it has to happen from us. So no other way. You have to have a complete understanding. Complete understanding. Otherwise you can always come and fight with me. I started doing what you said, but nothing happened. You can always come and shout. You can cry. You can weep. You can try to do everything. But it never happens from me. It happens from you. If I can give, long before I would have also given. but it is you who is supposed to receive. It is you who is supposed to receive. So you can't play this hide and seek game. You have to completely blindfold. You can't play the game of using the thin ribbon. You can't play the game of covering your eyes with your hands and looking through the gap. No. Here, no game is going to help. An utter, clear, total decision to wait is what is the basic necessity to become enlightened. That is why in Zen monasteries, when somebody enters, they say, wait, that's all. Nothing else, they don't say anything else. All the masters have used this technique, the waiting technique. Krishna says, again and again I will come. Means what? He is asking us to wait. He is asking us to practice waiting. If it is just a fact, then 5,000 years over, still he has not come back. At least he could have sent some representative saying, I'll be back, I'm getting a little delayed, my car is repaired. Or some message. Tell the people, my car is getting repaired, soon I will start. No message. Gone forever. When they say I'll come back, they mean learn the technique of waiting. The moment you learn the technique of waiting, they will be back in you. They will be back in you. In every religion, they are waiting. Waiting is an ultimate technique. So in this question, Devi is beautifully expressing her deep surrender. Not even question. She just says, let my doubts be cleared. Let my doubts be cleared. She never gives any bracket. After giving her problems, she never gives any bracket. No suggestions. No priorities. No preferences. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I have a heart problem. And next statement, naturally I will say, please be here, I will heal. But they do not want that solution. They say, I have a heart problem. Can you heal me from the house itself? Can you heal me from the house itself? They have priorities. Means what? They do not want to solve the problem. They do not want to dissolve the problem. They just want to have a mental support. Anyhow, we have come all the way. We were going through this Mysore-Bangalore road. Just we saw the board. All right, let us go and have a darshan. So we came. The casual window shopping. Casual visit. Casual window shopping. So be very clear. Either have the urgency or forget the urge itself. Don't play the game which is in between. The guys who are playing the between game, they end in the worst depression. Because they think they are seekers, but never they start seeking. As long as the blood is hot, there will be no problem. You will have a good health, everything will go well. After the middle age, I have seen so many spiritual seekers, thousands of seekers, the so-called seekers, the moment blood becomes a little cool after the middle age, around 40 to 45, they fall into the worst depression. Because they have not done, they have not achieved what they are supposed to achieve in the young age. Young age, all they did was playing in the name of seeking. getting into the mud horse and entering into the river. You can sit on the mud horse and have a photograph, that's okay. For photograph, it is okay, you can keep it in your showcase, but not for traveling, not for entering into the river. Just saying, I am also a seeker. You can have a photograph next, you can stand next to me, have a photograph and have it in your house, perfectly alright. For that's okay. But don't play this game of mud horse after coming here. After coming here. Here, the mud horse game is not going to work. You are entering into a new life. You are entering into the river. So please be very clear. Now just bend and see whether you are sitting on a mud horse or real horse. Check once, not once, twice. Whether you are sitting on a mud horse or real horse. Don't believe the mud horse. Don't believe the mud horse and enter into the seeking. The moment you cross the age of 40 or 45, you will come to know whether you traveled on the mud horse or the real horse. Don't take the risk. You are entering into the river. Let you be very clear about the risk which you are taking. At least the people who are becoming ashramites, be very clear. Don't travel in the mud horse. The people who are staying outside, who are having their house and everything, they can always have a photograph of me. It's just like sitting on the mud horse and taking a photograph. You can have it in the showcase, okay. No problem. They can stand next to me and have a photograph and keep it in their showcase. You see, Nithyananda Swami came to our house. Look at this. Nithyananda Swami, he came to our house. He's eating with me, you see. He's sitting with me, you see. Okay. For that, perfectly alright. But don't come and start staying inside the ashram. If you have not really felt the urgency, better you also have a showcase and a photograph. Sit quietly, happily with it. If you don't have urgency, don't enter into the river. If you have superficial seeking, if you don't have the patience to wait, if you don't have the courage to surrender, don't take this risk, because after 45, you will enter into the worst depression. I have seen the people who are so-called seekers falling into the worst depression, even committing suicide after the 45. Because once the blood becomes a little cool, what happens? You have nothing else to hold on. Then you understand even your seeking is just a cover. Even your seeking is just a cover. Then there is nothing else to seek. Understand. Be very clear whether you are seeking or doing the game of hide and seeking. Whether you are really seeking or doing the game of hide and seeking. Find out. Find out from you. It is a warning for you all. It's not advice. It's not a discourse. It is a warning. Don't miss.
இன்றைய சத்சங்கத்தின் தலைப்பு ஒருமை தவம் ஒரே தவம். இந்த வார்த்தையை ஆழ்ந்து உள்வாங்கிக் கொள்ளுங்கள். ஒருமை தவம், ஒரே தவம். தவம் அப்படின்னாலே நம்மை ஒருமையாக்குதல், ஒன்றாக மாற்றுதல். நீங்களாம் கேட்கலாம், அப்ப நாமெல்லாம் எப்படி சாமி இருக்கிறோம்? உண்மையில் நாம் ஒன்றை தவிர வேறு பலவேறு விதமாக எல்லா விதத்திலும் இருக்கிறோம். ஆனா ஒன்றாகத்தான் இல்லை. நல்லா ஆழ்ந்து நம்ம பார்த்தோமானால் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். ஒருமையை தவிர மற்ற எல்லாமே நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையிலே இருக்கிறது. நாம் ஒன்றாக இருப்பதில்லை, ஒருமையாக இருப்பதில்லை. ஆழமா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. உங்களை அப்படியே உள்ளாழ்ந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும், பல்வேறு குரல்கள் உங்களுக்குள்ள ஓடிக்கிட்டே இருக்கு. ஒருமையோடு நாம் இருப்பதில்லை. உன்னை செய்யலாம்னு சொன்ன உடனே அடுத்த வினாடியே மனசுக்குள்ள இருந்து என்ன வரும்? செய்ய வேண்டாம்னு வரும். அதோட சைடு எஃபெக்ட், ஆஃப்டர் எஃபெக்ட் பத்தி எல்லாம் யோசிக்கிறது. மனம் அலைய துவங்கிவிடும். பல்வேறு விதமாக சிதைந்து கிடக்கின்ற மனத்தை ஒன்றாக்குவது, ஆங்கிலத்தில் அருமையான வார்த்தை இன்டெகிரிட்டின்னு சொல்வோம். இன்டெகிரேட் பண்றது, ஒன்றாக்குவது, அதுதான் வாழ்க்கையோட சாரம். ஒருமை தவம். உணர்வையும் மனதையும் ஒன்றாக்குவது. இதை வெறும் வார்த்தைகளால கூட விளக்க முடியாது. பல்வேறு ஞானிகளுடைய வாழ்க்கையை பார்த்தோமானால் மட்டும்தான் ஒருமை தவம்னா என்னன்னு புரியும். நம் உணர்வை ஒருமிக்க வைத்தலைத்தான் ஒருமை தவம்னு சொல்றேன். ரொம்ப அழகா ராமகிருஷ்ணர் சொல்வாரு, மன்முக் ஏக்கரோ. இந்த உலகத்திலே, இந்த கலியுகத்திலே தவம்னா என்னன்னா, சாதனைனா என்னன்னா, மனதையும் முகத்தையும் ஒன்றாக்குவது. மன்முக் ஏக்கரோன் பெங்காலில சொல்வாரு. அப்படின்னா உங்களுடைய உணர்வையும் வார்த்தைகளையும் ஒன்றாக்குங்கள். ஒருமைத்தன்மையாக்குதல், ஒருங்கிணைத்தல், ஒற்றுமைமயமாக்குதல், இன்டெகிரிட்டின்னு சொல்றது. அப்படியே கொஞ்சம் ஆழ்ந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பல்வேறு ஞானிகளுடைய வாழ்க்கை வரலாற்றை புரட்டி பார்த்தோம்னா, திருப்பி பார்த்தோம்னா, எல்லா ஞானிகளுடைய வாழ்க்கை வரலாறோட சாரமாகவும் இருக்கிற அடிப்படை கருத்து என்னன்னு ஆராய்ஞ்சு பாருங்க. பக்தியா சொல்ல முடியாது. ஏன்னா பல ஞானிகளுடைய வாழ்க்கையில பக்தியே இல்லை. வெறும் ஞானம்னு கூட சொல்ல முடியாது. ஏன்னா பல உயர்ந்த நிலை அடைந்த பக்தர்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையில ஞானம் இல்லை. இல்ல பக்தியும் ஞானமும் தாண்டின வேற ஏதாவது ஒரு உணர்வா யோசிச்சு 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 பாத்தீங்கன்னாலும் எந்த கருத்தையுமே நம்மளால கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது. எந்த கருத்தையுமே நம்மளால பின் பாயிண்ட் பண்ண முடியாது. 63 நாயன்மார்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையும் ஆழ்ந்து பார்த்தோமானால், எரிபத்த நாயனார்னு ஒருத்தர் இருந்தாரு. அவர் வேலையே என்னன்னா, சிவனை யாராவது அவதூறு பண்ண அவன் நாக்க வெட்டிடுறது. இந்த காலத்துல என்ன பண்ணியிருப்பார்கள்? பிடிச்சி உள்ள போட்டிருப்பார்கள். எத்தனையோ நாயன்மார்கள். ஒருத்தர் மூர்க்க நாயனார்னு ஒருத்தர், இன்னொருத்தர் சாக்கிய நாயனார்னு சிவலிங்கத்து மேல கல்லெறிந்து வழிபடுவார். அவருடைய வாழ்க்கை வரலாறுலாம் ஆழ்ந்து பார்க்கும் பொழுது ஏன் அவர்கள் நாயன்மார்களாக வழிபடப்படுகிறார்கள்? ஏன் அவர்கள் ஞானிகளுக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்ட ஸ்தானத்திலே வைக்கப்படுகிறார்கள்? இவங்க வாழ்க்கையில காமன் தீம் ஏதாவது ஒண்ணு இருக்கான்னு கடைஞ்சி கடைஞ்சி ஆராய்ஞ்சு பாத்தீங்கன்னாலும் எதுவுமே சிக்காது. ஒன்னே ஒண்ணுதான் சிக்கும். அது இந்த இன்டெகிரிட்டி, ஒருமைத்தவம். எதை நம்பினார்களோ அதற்காகவே தன்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையை தியாகம் செய்தார்கள். எதை உணர்ந்தார்களோ அதையே வாழ்ந்தார்கள். இந்த ஒரு லைன் மட்டும்தான் எல்லா ஞானிகளுடைய வாழ்க்கை வரலாறுக்கும் முன்னுரையாக இருக்க முடியும். எல்லா ஞானிகளுடைய வாழ்க்கை வரலாறுக்கும் ஒரே ஒரு லைன்ல முன்னுரை எழுதணும் சாமி அப்படின்னு யாராவது கேட்டீங்கன்னா, ஒரு லைன் முன்னுரை கொடுங்க, அறிமுக உரை கொடுங்கன்னு சொன்னா இந்த ஒரு வார்த்தை தான் சொல்ல முடியும். உணர்ந்ததை வாழ்ந்தார்கள். இன்டெகிரிட்டி இல்லைன்னா எப்படி நீங்க திருக்கோயிலூரை ஆண்ட நாயனார் ஒருத்தர், திருக்கோயிலூரை ஆண்ட அரசன், பஞ்சாட்சரம் அதாவது சிவாய நம என்கிற மந்திரத்தை ஜபித்து விபூதி பூசி யார் வந்தாலும் அவனை சிவனடியாராக கருதி பார்த்துக் கொள்பவர், கருதி மதிக்கின்றவர். அவனுடைய எதிரி ஒருவன் சிவனடியாரை போட வேடமிட்டு வந்து இவரை சாகடித்து விடுகிறான், குத்தி கொன்று விடுகிறான். அப்போ அந்த குத்தி சாகும் தருவாயில் கூட சொல்றாரு, இவர் திருநீறு பூசியவர் என்பதனாலே, சிவனடியார் என்பதனாலே இவருக்கு ஊர் விளைவிக்க கூடாது, ஊர் எல்லை வரை அவர் பத்திரமாக சென்று சேர்வதை நீ பார்த்துக்கொள்னு பக்கத்தில் இருந்த பாதுகாவல் என்று சொல்லிட்டு விழுந்து சாகிறார் அந்த நாயன்மார். நாம என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? இதை முட்டாள்தனம் சொல்லுவோம். முட்டாள்தனமோ புத்திசாலித்தனமோ நாமளா தான் என்ன பண்ணிருப்போம், அட என்னையே குத்திப்பிட்டு இவனை வெட்டுறா, முதல்ல இவனை சாவடினா அங்கேயே சாகடிச்சிருப்போம், சாகடிச்சு நாமளும் சுத்தம் அவனும் சாகடிச்சிருப்போம். அதனாலதான் நம்ம பேரெல்லாம் வாழ்க்கையில் இடம்பெறல, வரலாறு இடம்பெறல. அதனால்தான் நம்ம பேரெல்லாம் வரலாற்றில் இல்லை. ஆனா இவருடைய பெயர் வரலாற்றில் இடம்பெற்றிருக்கிறது. அந்த நாயனார் இன்றும் வழிபடப்படுகிறார். திருக்கோயிலூரை ஆண்ட நாயனார், மூர்த்தி நாயனார்னு பேரு. இன்னமும் அவர் வரலாறு, உடலாலே அவர் இறந்தாலும் உணர்வாலே உயிராலே வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார். பெயராலே இன்னமும் அவர் பெயர் நிலை நின்று இருக்கிறது. காரணம் இன்டெகிரிட்டி. அவர் நம்பின ஒரு கருத்துக்காக வாழ்க்கையே இழந்தாலும் அந்த உணர்வை வாழ்ந்து பார்த்தார். அந்த உணர்வை இழக்கல. வாழ்க்கையே இழக்கும் போது கூட என்ன ஆகல, அவரு அந்த உணர்வை இழக்கல. அந்த டெப்த், இன்டெகிரிட்டி, அந்த உணர்வோடையே வாழ்ந்தார். அந்த உணர்வோடையே வாழுதல், அதுதான் ஒருமைத்தவம்னு சொல்றேன். எல்லா ஞானிகளுடைய வாழ்க்கை வரலாற்றுக்கும் அறிமுகம் கொடுக்கணும், இந்த வார்த்தை தான் சரியான அறிமுகம். வேற எந்த காமன் தீமும் உங்களால கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது. ஏன்னா ஒருத்தர் விட்டலான்னு பாடுறாரு, இன்னொருத்தர் பாண்டுரங்கான்னு பாடுறாரு, இன்னொருத்தர் சைத்தன்யர். எல்லாத்தையும் விட்டுட்டு எங்க வேணாலும் கீர்த்தனம் பண்ணி ஆடிக்கிட்டே இருந்தாரு. கீர்த்தனம் செய்வதற்கான மனம் இருக்கு பாருங்க, சாதாரண மனம் இல்ல அது. எல்லாவற்றையும் துறந்து மான வெட்கத்தை எல்லாம் விட்டு எல்லாவற்றையும் இறைவனுக்காக தியாகம் செய்வதால் மட்டும் எங்க வேணாலும் ஆட முடியும். ஒரு பெரிய துறவு, உணர்வோட உயர்ந்த உச்ச நிலை. இல்லைன்னா என்ன பண்ணுவோம், அவன் பார்த்தா என்ன நினைப்பான், இவன் பார்த்தா என்ன நினைப்பான், அவங்க பார்த்தா என்ன நினைப்பாங்க. ஆனா இவங்க என்ன, கீர்த்தனத்திற்கு பெரிய சக்தி உண்டு. அதை செய்யறதுக்கும் ஒரு பெரிய இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் இருக்கிறவங்களால தான் முடியும். அந்த அளவுக்கு தியாகம் இருக்கிறவங்களால தான் முடியும். ஒருத்தரும் ஒரு விதத்தில் இருப்பாங்க. சைத்தன்யருக்கு வராத சோதனை கிடையாது. கடலிலே தூக்கி எறியப்பட்டார் இந்த மாதிரி கீர்த்தனம் பண்றாருன்றதுக்காக. ஆனா அந்த இன்டெகிரிட்டி, ஒருமைத்தன்மை, ஒருங்கிணைந்த தன்மை, அதற்கும் மசியல்ல. நாமளா தான் என்ன பண்ணி இருந்திருப்போம், ஆஹா ரூமுக்குள்ள ஆடிக்கிட்டா போச்சு, அதுக்கு போய் ஏன்பா கடவுள்னா எங்க எல்லா இடத்துலையும் தானே இருக்காரு, ரூமுக்குள்ள மட்டும் இல்லையா, இதுக்காக கடலுக்கெல்லாம் ஏன் போயிட்டு வருவானே அப்படின்னு விட்டுருவோம். அப்படி இல்லை. அவர் நம்பியதற்காக, உணர்வை எதை உணர்ந்தாரோ அதற்காக எதையும் தியாகம் செய்ய தயாராக இருக்கின்ற துணிவு, உணர்வை ஒருங்கிணைத்த வாழ்க்கை முறை. மீரா எவ்வளவு சோதனைகள், மீராவுக்கு வராத சோதனைகளே இல்லை. விஷம் கொடுக்கப்பட்டது, அவளை கற்பழிக்க முயற்சி செய்தார்கள், என்னென்னவோ செய்தார்கள். ஆனா எதுக்கும் கலங்கல, எதுக்கும் அசையல. ஆண்டாள் எவ்வளவு பாடுபட்டாள் சோதனைகளுக்கு நடுவில். அவனுடைய சொந்த தந்தையே ஒரு காலத்திலே ஒதுக்கி வைத்து விடுகிறார். ஆண்டாள் நம்மாழ்வார் தினந்தோறும் தொடுத்து வைக்கின்ற மாலையை அணிந்து பார்க்கிறாள்னு தெரிஞ்ச அன்னைக்கு நம்மாழ்வாரே நடுநடுங்கி விட்டார். ஐயோ, ஆண்டாளுக்கு பைத்தியம் முற்றித்தான் போய்விட்டது போல, பைத்தியம் கொஞ்சம் ஜாஸ்தியாத்தான் ஆயிடுச்சு போல. தான் அணிந்து பார்த்து அழகு பார்த்து ஈஸ்வரன் அவது பெருமாளுக்காக வைத்து விடுவது. பக்தர்கள் வாழ்க்கையிலே வருகிற நிகழ்ச்சிகள் அத்தனையுமே தன்னை ஒருமைப்படுத்திக் கொள்வதற்கான தவமாகத்தான் அவர்கள் ஏற்றுக்கொள்கிறார்கள். அதனாலதான் அது எல்லாமே மங்களமாகவே முடிகின்றது. அது மங்களத்தன்மைக்கே அழைத்துச் செல்லுகின்றது. பிரகலாதனுடைய வாழ்க்கை, பிரகலாதன் படாத கஷ்டமா? அப்பருடைய வாழ்க்கை, அப்பர் படாத பாடா? சுண்ணாம்பு காலவாயில் இடப்பட்டார். எத்தனை எத்தனை கொடுமைகள்! ஆனா அத்தனை கொடுமைகளாலும் அசையாத, அசைக்க முடியாத ஆழமான ஆணித்தரமான உணர்வோடு இருந்தார்கள். அந்த இன்டெகிரிட்டி, ஒருமைத்தன்மை அவர்களுக்குள்ளே மலர்ந்து விட்டிருந்தது. ஒருமைத்தன்மை அவர்களுக்குள்ளே நிகழ்ந்து விட்டிருந்தது. இந்த ஒருமைத்தன்மையை உருவாக்குகின்ற செயல்களைத்தான் தவம்னு சொல்றேன். உங்க வாழ்க்கையில திரும்ப திரும்ப பல்வேறு நிகழ்ச்சிகள் வந்துகிட்டே இருக்கும். அந்த நிகழ்ச்சிகள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையினுடைய ஒருமைத்தன்மையை ஆழமாக்கினால் அது தவமாக முடியும். உங்களை அசைத்து விடுமானால் அது அவமாக முடியும். தவமா அவமான நாம தான் முடிவு பண்ணணும். என்ன வந்தாலும் என்ன எதிர்கொண்டாலும் அந்த இன்டெகிரிட்டி மாறாம இருக்கிறது. உணர்ந்ததை உணர்வாக்குதல், உணர்ந்ததை வாழ்வாக்குதல், உணர்ந்ததை நிஜமாக்குதல், உணர்ந்ததற்காக வாழுதல். தமிழ்ல ரொம்ப அழகான 3 வார்த்தைகள் உண்டு. சத்தியத்துக்கு 3 வார்த்தை உண்டு. உண்மை, மெய்மை, வாய்மைன்னு தமிழ்ல மட்டும்தான் 3 வார்த்தை உண்டு. உள்ளத்தாலே சத்தியத்தோடு வாழ்தல், உள்ளத்தாலே சத்தியத்தையே உண்ணுதல் உண்மை. உண்ணுதல்னா நினைத்தல் அர்த்தம், சாப்பிடுறது இல்லை, நினைத்தல். வாயாலே சத்தியத்தையே பேசுதல் வாய்மை. மெய்யாலே சத்தியத்தையே வாழ்தல் மெய்மை. நல்லா ஆழ்ந்து புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. மெய்யாலே சத்தியத்தையே வாழ்தல் மெய்மை, வாயாலே சத்தியத்தையே பேசுதல் வாய்மை, உள்ளத்தாலே சத்தியத்தையே உண்ணுதல் உண்மை. நம்ம உண்மையை பற்றியும் வாய்மையை பற்றியும் பல நேரத்தில் படிச்சிருக்கிறோம். ஆனா மெய்மையை பற்றி தெரிந்து கொள்வதே இல்லை. மெய்மைனா என்னன்னா, எதை நம்முடைய சத்தியம் என்று நாம் நினைக்கிறோமோ அதை தைரியமாக வாழுதல் மெய்மை. நம்ம எல்லாரும் உண்மைக்கும் வாய்மைக்கும் ரொம்ப முக்கியத்துவம் கொடுக்கிறோம். வாயால சத்தியத்தை பேசுறத மட்டும்தான் சத்தியம் நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். கிடையாது. உடலாலும் சத்தியம் என்று உணர்வதை தைரியமாக வாழுதல், ஸ்திரமாக வாழுதல், அதுதான் என்ன? மெய்மை. மெய்யாலே சத்தியத்தை வாழ்தல் மெய்மை. நம்முடைய ஒவ்வொரு சத்தியத்தையும் உணர்ந்து உணர்ந்து வாழுதல், உயிர்மயமாக அதை மாற்றுதல், இன்டெகிரிட்டின்னு சொல்வோம். இந்த சூத்திரத்திலே ஈஸ்வரன் அந்த இன்டெகிரிட்டிக்கான தியான நுட்பத்தை அளிக்கின்றார். வேற எது கெட்டாலும் தவறில்லை, ஆனா இன்டெகிரிட்டி கெடக்கூடாது. எதை நம்புகின்றோமோ அதுவாகவே வாழுதல். ஞான கருத்துக்களை, சத்தியங்களை உணர்வது, நம்புவது மாத்திரம் போதாது, அதுவாகவே தன்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையை மாத்திக்கிறது. அதுக்கான தைரியம் நல்லா தெரிஞ்சுங்க. உணர்வதை நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்தீர்களானால் உங்கள் மீதே உங்களுக்கு மரியாதை வரும். கேட்கும்போது என்ன சொல்லுவேன், இல்ல அந்த ப்ராப்ளத்தை செட்டில் பண்ணிட்டு வாழுங்கன்னு சொல்லுவேன். காரணம் என்னன்னா, நீங்க கேட்கறீங்கனாலே அந்த ப்ராப்ளத்தை உங்களால தாங்க முடியல, அந்த அளவுக்கு கூட இன்டெகிரிட்டி இல்ல. அப்ப என்ன பண்றது, நீங்க வசவசன்னு இந்த ராமகிருஷ்ணன் ரொம்ப அழகா சொல்லுவாரு, தண்ணியில ஊற வச்ச பொரின்னு. தண்ணியில ஊற வச்ச பொரிக்கு என்ன ஸ்ட்ரென்த் இருக்கும், வளன்னு இருக்கும். அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கிற ஜீவன் என்ன பண்ணலாம், அப்படியே இருந்துடலாம். அதனாலதான் என்ன பண்றது, அப்படியே இருந்துருங்கன்னு சொல்லிடுறது. தண்ணியில ஊற வச்ச பொரி மாதிரி ஆகாம, அதுதான் மெய்மை. மெய்மை இல்லாத ஜீவன்கள். நல்லா தெரிஞ்சுக்குங்க, நீங்கள் எதை நம்புகிறீர்களோ அதை வாழும் பொழுது உங்களை பற்றி உங்களுக்கே இருக்கின்ற மதிப்பு ஜாஸ்தியாகும். உங்க மேல உங்களுக்கு நம்பிக்கை வர்றது, உங்களுடைய அன்கான்சியஸ் உங்களை நம்ப துவங்குவது, மதிக்க துவங்குவது உங்க வாழ்க்கையிலேயே நடக்கிற மிகப்பெரிய நல்ல விஷயம். சொர்க்கத்தின் வாசல் திறந்து விட்டது. எப்போ உங்க மேல உங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற நம்பிக்கை ஜாஸ்தியாக ஆரம்பிக்குதோ அன்னைக்கே சொர்க்கத்தின் வாசல் திறந்து விடுகிறது. ஒருத்தர் கேட்டாரு, இந்த கேள்வி இங்கேயும் இருக்கு, சாமி பிரம்மச்சரிய ஞானத்துக்கு நேரடியா உதவி பண்ணுமா அப்படின்னு. அது நேரடியா உதவும் உதவாதுங்கிறது ரெண்டாவது பட்சம். ஆனா ஒரு மாசம் எல்லாம் பிரம்மச்சரிய விரதம் எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, அதை சாதிச்சிங்கன்னா உங்க மேல உங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற மரியாதை ஜாஸ்தி ஆயிடும். அதுக்காக தான் இந்த தீ மிதிக்கிறது, அசாத்திய சாதனைன்னு சொல்றது. உங்களால் செய்ய முடியாதுன்னு உங்கள் மனம் சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற செயல்களை உங்களையே செய்ய வைப்பது அசாத்திய சாதனைன்னு சொல்றது. 15 நாளைக்கு ஒரு தடவை அந்த பிரதோஷ விரதம் இருக்கிறது. ஏன்னா ஒரு நாள் சாப்பிடாம இருக்க முடியாதுன்னு நீங்க நினைச்சிட்டு இருப்பீங்க. ஆனா ஒரு பிரதோஷம் இருந்து பார்த்துட்டீங்கன்னா உங்க மேலேயே உங்களுக்கு மரியாதை வந்துடும். அடுத்த பிரதோஷத்துல செய்யறது கஷ்டமா இருக்காது. அசாத்திய சாதனை, செய்ய முடியாதுன்னு நினைக்கிற சில விஷயங்களை ஸ்திரமாக செய்து விடுதல். அப்போ உங்க மேலேயே உங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற மரியாதையும் மதிப்பும் கூடும். உங்களுடைய இன்டெகிரிட்டி அருமையா நடக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். ஒருமைத்தன்மைக்குள் வருவீர்கள். இந்த ஒருமைத்தன்மைக்குள் வர்றதுங்கிறத 2 விதமா புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். நாம இந்த 2 விளக்கத்தையும் நாம் உணர வேண்டும். ஒண்ணு, இன்டகிரேட் பண்றது. உங்களுக்குள்ள 2 எண்ண ஓட்டம் இல்லாமல், சண்டை போட்டுக்கிட்டே இருக்கிற எண்ண ஓட்டம் இல்லாமல் ஒரு எண்ண ஓட்டத்தை நோக்கி மனசை ஒருங்காக்குறது. இதுவா அதுவா, அதுவா இதுவா, அதுவா இதுவான்னு மனசு அலைஞ்சுக்கிட்டே இருக்கு பாத்தீங்களா? அதுலதான் வாழ்க்கையை வீணா போகுது. ஏதாவது ஒரு பாதை எடுத்தீங்கன்னா கூட ஞானத்தை போய் அடைஞ்சிருவீங்க. இப்போ இங்க இருந்து இந்த பக்கம் போனா பெங்களூருக்கு 30 கிலோமீட்டர், இந்த பக்கமா போனா 30,000 கிலோமீட்டர், சுத்தி பூமியே சுத்தி பெங்களூர் வருவீங்க, அவ்வளவுதான். ஆனா அப்படின்னா கூட பரவாயில்ல, நீங்க இதுவா அதுவா இதுவா அதுவா இங்க இந்த பக்கமா ஒரு 1/2 மணி நேரம் போறது, அதுக்கப்புறம் இந்த பக்கமா ஒரு 1/2 மணி நேரம் போறது, அப்புறம் இந்த பக்கமா ஒரு 1/2 மணி நேரம் போறது, இப்படி போயிட்டு இருந்தீங்கன்னா என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? என்னவும் பண்ண மாட்டீங்க. ஏதோ ஒரு பாதையை சூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு 30,000 கிலோமீட்டர் பாதையில கிளம்பி இருந்தீங்கன்னா கூட அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு வருஷத்துல பெங்களூர் வந்து சேர்ந்துருப்பீங்க. ஆனா இப்படியே போயிட்டு இருந்தீங்கன்னா இதுவா அதுவா இதுவா அதுவான்னு 30 வருஷம் ஆனாலும் போய் சேர்ந்திருக்க மாட்டீங்க. தவறான பாதையானாலும் இன்டெகிரிட்டி இருக்கவங்க தானாகவே சரியான பாதைக்கு வந்து விடுகிறார்கள். அடைய வேண்டிய குறிக்கோளை அடைந்து விடுகிறார்கள். உலகத்துல 2 மனிதர்கள் தான் இருக்காங்க. தவறிய பாதையில் சென்றவர்கள், சரியான பாதையில் சென்றவர்கள் நினைக்காதீங்க. இன்டெகிரிட்டியோட இருந்தவர்கள், இன்டெகிரிட்டி இல்லாமல் இருந்தவர்கள், அவ்வளவுதான். இன்டெகிரிட்டியோட இருந்தவர்களும் கூட கெட்ட பாதையில போனாங்கன்னு நம்மளால சொல்ல முடியும். இன்டெகிரிட்டி இல்லாதவர்களும் நல்ல பாதையில போனாங்கன்னு நம்மளால சொல்ல முடியும். அது ஸ்ட்ரென்த் கிடையாது. ஒருவர் நல்லவர் அல்லது கெட்டவர் என்பதற்கான பலம், ஸ்ட்ரென்த் இல்ல ஸ்கேல், அதை கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கான ஸ்கேலு சரியான பாதையில் சென்றவர் தவறான பாதையில் சென்றவர் கிடையாது. ஏன்னா அந்த மாதிரி ஒன்று கிடையவே கிடையாது, சரியான பாதை தவறான பாதைன்னு. இன்டெகிரிட்டியோட வாழ்ந்தாரா இல்ல இன்டெகிரிட்டி இல்லாமல் வாழ்ந்தாரா, அதுதான் இந்த ஸ்கேலே. ஒருமைத்தவம், தம்மை ஒருங்கிணைக்கின்ற அந்த இன்டெகிரிட்டி, உள்ள வேற வேற எண்ண ஓட்டம் ஓடாமல் ஏதாவது ஒரு பாதையை ஸ்ட்ராங்கா டிசைட் பண்றது, டிசைட் பண்ண பிறகு அதுலயே ஸ்ட்ராங்கா நிக்கிறது, அதையே வாழ்க்கையோட பாகமா எடுத்துக்கிட்டு எந்த சோதனை வந்தாலும் எந்த முறையில் வந்தாலும் எப்படி இருந்தாலும் அதிலிருந்து அழிவதில்லை, அதிலிருந்து பிரிவதில்லை, அதிலிருந்து ஒதுங்குவதில்லை அப்படின்ற ஸ்ட்ரென்த், அந்த ஸ்ட்ரென்த்தோட வாழறது, அததான் இன்டெகிரிட்டின்னு சொல்றோம், ஒருமை தவம்னு சொல்றோம். இது முதல் நாம் புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டியது. இரண்டாவது முக்கியமான ஒரு விஷயம், வெளியிலிருந்து வருகின்ற எந்த சோதனையினாலும் எந்த கருத்துக்களாலும் பிரிந்து விடாமல், டைல்யூட் ஆகாம இருக்கிறது, நீர்த்து போய்விடாமல் இருத்தல், அதையும் ஒருமைத்தன்மைன்னு சொல்லலாம். உள்ளிருந்து வருகின்ற குழப்பத்தாலோ அல்லது வெளியிலிருந்து வருகின்ற காரணங்களாலோ தன்னுடைய ஒருமைத்தன்மை மாறாமல், நீர்த்து போகாமல் ஸ்திரமாக இருத்தல். உள்ளிருந்து வர்ற காரணங்கள் தான் சொன்னது மனம் அலையிறது, அது ஒரு முக்கியமான விஷயம், புரிஞ்சுக்க வேண்டிய விஷயம். அப்புறம் வெளியிலிருந்து வர்ற காரணங்கள், சமூக காரணங்கள் பலசு இருக்கும். ஆனா எதற்கும் அசையாமல் ஒரு நிலையில், ஒருமை நிலையில் நிற்பதைத்தான் ஒருமை தவம்னு சாமி சொல்றேன். ஒருமை தவத்தோடு வாழ்ந்தவன் நடு ரோட்ல பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்ல செத்தாலும் வாழ்ந்து முடிச்சோங்கிற திருப்தியோட சாவாங்க. அந்த ஒருமைத்தன்மை இல்லாம இருக்குங்க, ஸ்டார் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ல செத்தாலும் வாழ்ந்தோம் அப்படிங்கிற திருப்தி இல்லாமல் தான் மரணத்தை அடைய வேண்டி இருக்கும். வாழ்க்கையோட டெப்தே என்னன்னா, வாழ்க்கை ஒருத்தர் வாழ்ந்தாரா இல்லையாங்கிறதுக்கான அளவுகோல் என்னன்னா, எந்த அளவுக்கு அவர் உணர்ந்த உணர்விலே அவர் வாழ்க்கைன்னு எதை உணர்ந்தாரோ அதன் மீது ஒருமையோடு இருந்தார், அவ்வளவுதான். இப்போ நாத்திகம் தான் தன்னுடைய அனுபவம் யாராவது ஒருத்தர் உணர்ந்திருந்தா அதுலயே ஸ்திரமா இன்டகிரேட்டடா இருந்தா கூட தப்பு இல்லை. அப்ப என்ன, அவங்க போன ஞான நிலையை அடைஞ்சிருவாங்க. ஏன்னா அந்த ஸ்திரம் அதை ஆழமா தேடி 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 என்ன பண்ணும், அவங்களுக்குள்ளேயே சத்தியத்தை காட்டிடும். எதை உணர்வாக உணர்ந்தீர்களோ அதை ஸ்திரமாக வாழ்தல், அதத்தான் ஒருமை தவம்னு சொல்றது. உணர்வை ஒன்றாக்குகின்ற ஒருமை தவம் வாழ்க்கையினுடைய சாரம். ஈஸ்வரன் ரொம்ப அழகா இந்த சூத்திரத்திலே இந்த ஒருமைத்தன்மையை உணர்வுக்குள்ள எடுத்துட்டு வர்றதுக்கான தியானத்தை நமக்கு அளிக்கின்றார். இன்றைய சூத்திரத்திற்குள் நுழைவோம். அநாகதே பாத்திரகர்ணே பக்ன சப்தே சரித்ருதே சப்த பிரம்மணி நிஷ்ணாதஹ பரம் பிரம்மாதிகச்சதி. அநாகதே பாத்திரகரணே பக்ன சப்தே சரித்ருதே சப்த பிரம்மணி நிஷ்ணாதஹ பரம் பிரம்மாதிகச்சதி. எழுப்பப்படாததும் நதியின் பிரவாகத்தை போன்று இடைவிடாது ஒலித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் ஒலியினுள் ஆழ்ந்திருப்பவர் பரபிரம்ம நிலையை அடைகின்றார். ரொம்ப அருமையான சூத்திரம். எழுப்பப்படாத ஒலி அல்லது நதியின் பிரவாகத்தை போன்று இடைவிடாது ஒலித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் ஒலி. அந்த காலத்துல நதிகள்லாம் இடைவிடாம ஓடி இருக்கு போல. அப்கோர்ஸ் ஈஸ்வரன் பார்த்த நதி கங்கை தான். கங்கை இடைவிடாமல் ஓடிக்கொண்டிருக்கும். அந்த ஒலியிலே ஆழ்ந்து இருப்போமானால் இருப்பவர் பரபிரம்ம நிலையிலே கரைகின்றார். அதாவது ஒருமுகப்படுத்துவதற்கான, ஒருமைப்படுத்துவதற்கான தியான நுட்பம் இது. நல்லா ஆழ்ந்து கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். இந்த தியானத்தை சாமி 9 மாசம் கடைபிடித்தோம். 9 மாசம் காலையில கங்கை கரையில எந்திரிச்சு உட்காந்து மாலை வரைக்கும் உட்கார்ந்துருப்போம். 9 மாதம் முழுவதுமாக கங்கை கரையிலேயே உட்காரல. ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட அளவு கங்கை கரையிலையும் இன்னொரு குறிப்பிட்ட அளவு நர்மதை கரையிலையும் உட்கார்ந்துருந்தோம். ஆனா 9 மாதங்கள் இந்த தியானத்தையே கடைபிடித்தோம், செய்தோம். சாமியே பர்சனலா பிராக்டிஸ் பண்ண தியானத்துல இது ஒண்ணு. அதனால இந்த தியானத்தை ஆழ்ந்து சாமியால விளக்க முடியும். இதெல்லாம் உணர்வு, சாமியோட உணர்வுக்குள்ள மிகப்பெரிய மாற்றத்தை கொண்டு வந்தது. அவ்வளவு அருமையான தியான நுட்பம். சாமி எப்படியெல்லாம் இதை பிராக்டிஸ் பண்ணன்னு சொல்றேன், புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. அதுக்கு மேல இந்த நுட்பத்தை எப்படி பிராக்டிஸ் பண்ணலாம், நீங்க பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். கல்கத்தாவில் கங்கை கரையில் சாமி தங்கி இருந்தோம் ஒரு இடத்துல. தேல்காட்டுன்னு அந்த இடத்துக்கு பேரு. சின்ன இடம். காலையில் எந்திரிச்சு ஒரு 5 மணி அளவில் சின்ன கோவில் இருக்கும், அங்கே மணி அடிப்பார்கள். எந்திரிச்சுப்போம். எந்திரிச்ச உடனே கங்கையில் குளிச்சுட்டு, காலை கடன்கள்லாம் முடிச்சுட்டு கங்கையில் குளிச்சுட்டு ஒரு 7 மணி ஆகிடும். கங்கை பக்கத்தில் உட்காந்துட்டோன்னா சூரியன் வர நேரம் 7 மணி ஆகிடும். சூரியன் வர நேரத்தில் கங்கை கரையில் உட்காந்தா அப்படியே அந்த கங்கை ஓடுறதோடையே அமைதியாக உட்காந்து பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிறது. பார்க்க 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 என்ன ஆகும், கங்கையில் தண்ணியில் சில இலைகள் மிதந்து போகும், தழைகள் மிதந்து போகும், பூ மிதந்து போகும், சில நேரத்தில் புணமும் மிதந்து போகும். யாராவது சூசைட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டங்களோ இல்லை அடிச்சுட்டு போகிறவங்களோ, அந்த மிதந்து போற பொருட்கள் எல்லாம் எப்படி கங்கையை அசுத்தம் செய்யாமல் மிதந்து செல்கிறதோ, அந்த மாதிரி நம்முடைய உணர்வுக்குள்ளே ஓடுகின்ற மனங்களும் நம்மை அசுத்தம் செய்யாமல் மாறிவிடுகின்றது. அந்த கங்கை மாதிரியே நம்ம உணர்வாயிடும். our inner space will become just like that Ganges. கங்கையில் அப்படியே எல்லாம் ஓடிக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. யாராவது ஞானமே தான் வாழ்க்கையின் குறிக்கோள்னா இந்த தியானம் பண்ணி பாருங்க. உங்க வீட்டு பக்கத்துல, ஊர் பக்கத்துல ஆறு ஏதாவது இருந்ததுன்னா, ஓடிக்கிட்டே இருக்கிற ஆறு, உட்கார்ந்துட்டு இருக்கிற ஆறு இல்லை, நின்றுட்டு இருக்கிற ஆறு இல்லை, ஓடிக்கிட்டே இருக்கிற ஆறு இருந்ததுன்னா போய் உட்காந்து அப்படியே அது ஓடட்டும். ஓட ஓட அமைதியா இருந்து பார்த்துட்டுருங்க. அந்த ஓட 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 என்ன ஆகும், ஓரிரு நாட்களிலே உங்கள் மனத்துக்கும் அந்த ஆற்றுக்கும் இருக்கிற வித்தியாசம் உங்க லாஜிக்ல மறைஞ்சு போயிடும். உங்க உணர்வுக்குள்ளே அந்த மனத்துக்கும் உங்களுடைய மனத்துக்கும் அந்த ஆற்றுக்கும் இருக்கிற வித்தியாசம் இருக்காது. எப்படி ஆத்துல செடி போகும், கொடி போகும், மரம் போகும், சில நேரத்துல மிருகங்கள் போகும், சில நேரத்துல உடல்கள் போகும். கங்கை கல்கத்தாவில் ரொம்ப அகலமான பெரிய நதி, கடலுக்குள்ள கலக்க போற நதினால ஏகப்பட்ட நீரோடு ஓடும். ரொம்ப ஆழமாகவும் ரொம்ப வேகமாகவும் ஓடும். அப்படியே எல்லாம் அடிச்சுட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கும். உங்க மனமும் அதே மாதிரி ஆயிடும். உங்க மனசுக்குள்ள எண்ணம் வந்தாலும் கங்கையில ஓடுற மாதிரியே ஓடிட்டே இருக்கும். அந்த பொருட்களாலே கங்கை மாசுபடுவதில்லை போல இந்த எண்ணங்களாலும் உங்க மனசுக்குள்ள ஓடிட்டே இருக்கிற அந்த எண்ணங்களாலே உங்களுடைய உணர்வு மாசுபடாத நிலையை அடைந்து விடும். இந்த தியானத்தை இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு விதத்துல செய்யலாம். இன்னொன்னு, அந்த சப்தத்திலே உங்க உணர்வை ஒன்றாக்குறது. கண்களை மூடி, அது அருவியா இருந்தா ரொம்ப ஈஸியா இருக்கும். அந்த ஓன்னு கொட்டி கொண்டிருக்கிற அந்த நீர் சப்தத்திலே உங்கள் உணர்வை ஒன்றாக்கி விடுவது. அதனாலதான் இந்த ரிஷிகள் முனிகள் தவம் செய்வதற்கு அருவி இருக்கின்ற இடங்களை தேர்ந்தெடுப்பார்கள். உணர்வை வேற எங்கேயும் எடுத்துட்டு போகாம உள்ள இருக்கிற மனசை மொத்தமா அந்த அருவி சப்தத்திலேயே ஒன்றாக்கி விடுவது. அப்ப என்ன, எண்ணங்கள் எழாது. இந்த தியானத்தை 2 விதத்துல செய்யலாம். ஒன்னு, விஷுவலைசேஷனை அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணிடுறது மூலமா மனசை ஒன்றாக்கிறது, உணர்வை ஒன்றாக்கிறது. இல்ல வெர்பலைசேஷனை அரெஸ்ட் பண்றது மூலமா உணர்வை ஒன்றாக்கிறது. கண்களை மூடி அந்த கொற்ற சப்தத்துல உங்க உணர்வை ஒன்றாக்கினீங்கன்னா வெர்பலைசேஷனை அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணிடுவீங்க. கண்களை திறந்து ஓடுற அந்த நதி மேல உங்க உணர்வை ஒன்றாக்கினீங்கன்னா விஷுவலைசேஷனை அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணிடுவீங்க. ஏதாவது ஒன்ன நிறுத்தினீங்கன்னா கூட உங்கள் மனதை ஒருமைப்படுத்தி விடுவீர்கள், ஒருங்காக்கி விடுவீர்கள், ஒன்றாக்கி விடுவீர்கள். இந்த ஒருமைப்படுத்துறதுக்கு மிக பலம் வேண்டும். அதனாலதான் ஈஸ்வரன் இந்த இடத்துல முதல் முறையாக ஒரு வார்த்தை யூஸ் பண்றாரு, தகுதி உடையவர்கள், பாத்திரகரணேன்னு சொல்றாரு. இதுவரைக்கும் 15 தியான முறைகளை ஈஸ்வரன் அளித்திருக்கின்றார். ஒரே ஒரு தியான முறைக்கு கூட தகுதி உடையவர்கள் என்ற வார்த்தை யூஸ் பண்ணவே இல்லை, இதுக்கு மட்டும் யூஸ் பண்றாரு. காரணம், இது ரொம்ப பலமான தியான முறை. இதை செய்யறதுக்கு பயங்கரமான ஸ்ரத்தை வேணும், இன்டெகிரிட்டி வேணும். நீங்க நினைக்கலாம் இது ரொம்ப சிம்பிளான தியானம் தான், அதுக்கு என்ன சாமி அப்படின்னு. அப்படி கிடையாது. அரை மணி நேரம் உட்காந்தீங்கன்னா போதும், உடம்பெல்லாம் வலிக்க ஆரம்பிக்கும், மனசு இல்லாத பிரச்சனைலாம் கிளப்போம். ஏன்பா இதெல்லாம் உட்காந்து பார்த்துட்டு போன, போய் வேலையை கவனிக்கலாம்பா, உருப்படியா ஒரு கோயில் கட்டலாம்பா. நல்ல வேலை செய்கிறேன் பேர் வழிங்கிற அந்த பேர்லயாவது உங்களை மனசு என்ன பண்ணும், விலக்கி விடும். இதை செய்யறதுக்கு ஒரு ஆழமான பலமும் ஸ்ட்ரென்த் வேணும். எல்லாராலையும் செய்ய முடியாது. அதனாலதான் ஈஸ்வரன் சொல்றாரு, பாத்திரகரணேன்னு சொல்றாரு. இந்த தியானத்துல மட்டும் முழுகுவதற்கு முடிந்தால் உங்களுடைய உணர்வை எந்த துக்கத்தாலும் சீரழிக்க முடியாது. உங்க மரணமே என்ன ஆகும், அந்த கங்கையில ஓடுற இன்னொரு ஒரு சாமான் மாதிரி தான் ஆயிடும், இன்னொரு பொருளை போலதான் ஆயிடும். அழகான ஒரு கதை. கங்கையில ஒரு நாள் விடிய காலையில ஒரு சாது குளிச்சிட்டு இருந்தாராம். சாதுனா சன்னியாசி ஆகாரத்துக்கு முயற்சி பண்றவர், ஞானமடைய முயற்சி பண்றவர். ஒரு கம்பளி மூட்டை மிதந்து வந்துதான். இவர் ஆஹா கம்பளி மூட்டையடா அப்படின்னு, இவருக்கு தேவையில்லை, சிவனே இருந்திருக்கலாம். ஆனா போய் என்ன பண்ணாரு, அதை பிடிச்சி கரைக்கு எடுத்துட்டு வரலான்னு போய் அதை பிடிச்சி இழுத்துட்டு இருந்தாரு. கொஞ்ச நேரம் கழிச்சு இவர் அதை விட்டுட்டாரு. ஐயோ 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 என்ன விட்டுரு. ஆனா அது இவரை விடலையாம். அப்பதான் தெரிஞ்சது அது கம்பளி மூட்டையில மிதந்து போயிட்டு இருந்த கரடி அப்படின்னு. அந்த மாதிரிதான் நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கை. மிதந்து போயிட்டு இருக்கிற கரடி எல்லாம் கம்பளி மூட்டை நினைச்சு என்ன பண்றோம், போய் அதை பிடிச்சு கரை தூக்கிட்டு வர பாக்குறோம். என்ன பண்றது? முதல்ல நாம அதை பிடிக்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் அது என்ன பண்ணுது, அது நம்மளையே பிடிக்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் நாம அதை விட முயற்சி பண்ணாலும் அது நம்மளையே விடுறதில்லை, அது நம்மளைய விடுறதில்லை. அதுதான் இப்ப நம்முடைய மனம் அப்படிதான் நம்மளை பிடிச்சிருக்கு. நாம் முயற்சி செய்தாலும் அதை நம்மால் பிடிக்க முடிவதில்லை, அதை நம்மால் விட முடிவதில்லை. ஏன்னா பிடிச்சிட்டோம், விடுறது கஷ்டமா இருக்கு, விட முடியறதில்லை. ஆழ்ந்து புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டிய சத்தியம் இது. கங்கை மாதிரி, கங்கை ஓடுற மாதிரி நம்முடைய உணர்வு நம்ம முன்னால ஓட விட்டுட்டே இருந்தோம்னா இல்ல இந்த பொங்குகின்ற அருவி சப்தத்திலே நம்முடைய உணர்வை ஒன்றாக்கிட்டோம்னா அதற்கு மேல் அடைவதற்கு ஒன்று இல்லை, அதற்கு மேல் அடைவதற்கு என்று ஒன்று இல்லை, அதற்கு மேல் தேடுவதற்கு என்று ஒன்று இல்லை. அவன் பிரம்ம நிலையை அடைகிறான் ஈஸ்வரன் சொல்றாரு. ஒண்ணுல ஒரு 5 நிமிஷம் இந்த தியானத்தை முயற்சி செய்து பாருங்கள். எப்படி முயற்சி செய்யறதுன்னா, நீங்க கேட்கலாம், இப்போ ஆறு நதியோ இல்ல சாமி, எப்படி சாமி முயற்சி பண்றது? அதனால ஈஸ்வரன் அழகா சொல்றாரு, எழுப்பப்படாததும் அநாகதே பாத்திரே கரணே. எழுப்பப்படாத ஒலியின் மீது உணர்வை ஒன்றாக்கினாலும் இந்த நிலையை அடைந்து விடுவீர்கள்னு சொல்றாரு. நம்ம எல்லாருடைய உணர்வுக்குள்ளேயுமே எழுப்பப்படாத ஒலி ஒன்று இயங்கிக்கிட்டே இருக்குது. எப்படி தெரியுமா? காதை கப்புன்னு வச்சு அடைச்சிருங்க. அடைச்சிட்டிங்கன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? அந்த உள்ள எழுப்பப்படாத ஒலி ஓடிட்டே இருக்கும். ஆகதம் அப்படின்னா எழுப்பப்படுவது. இப்ப ரெண்டு பொருளும் இடிச்சுக்கிட்டா வர்றது பேர் தான் என்ன? ஆகத ஒலின்னு பேரு. காதை நீங்க அடைச்சிட்டீங்கன்னா உள்ள ஏதாவது இடிச்சுக்குதா? அந்த ஒலிக்கு அநாகத ஒலின்னு பேரு. இந்த அநாகத சக்கரத்துல இருந்து பொங்கும். நம்ம மானச பூஜை, குரு பூஜையில இந்த அநாகத ஒலியை தான் கண்டாவாக மணியாக அடித்து பூஜை செய்கின்றோம். அப்படின்னு அநாகத ஒலியை கேட்டிருக்க வேண்டும். கேட்டிருந்தாதான் என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? குரு பூஜை பண்றதுக்கு தகுதி. நீங்க ஒரு 5 நிமிடம் உள்ள திரும்பி அந்த அநாகத ஒலியை கேட்பதற்கான முயற்சி செய்வோம். அதுக்கு பிறகு எப்படி இந்த தியானத்துல ஆழ்ந்து போறதுன்னு பார்க்கலாம். கண்களை மூடி நிமிர்ந்து அமருங்கள். 2 கைகளின் மூலமாகவும் காதுகளை முழுமையாக அடைத்து விடுங்கள். இந்த அடைக்கிறது முன்னாடி சொல்றத ஆழ்ந்து கேட்டுட்டு அடைச்சுக்கோங்க. காதுகளை அடைத்து விட்டு உள்ள அந்த சப்தம் எப்படி வருதுன்னு பாருங்க. எங்கிருந்து சப்தம் வருதுன்னு பாருங்க. அந்த சப்தத்திலேயே உங்களுடைய உணர்வை ஒன்றாக்குங்கள். அந்த சப்தத்திலேயே கரைந்து விடுங்கள். அருவி மாதிரி அந்த சப்தம் கொற்றதை உணருங்க. அந்த சப்தத்துக்குள்ளேயே கரையுங்க. கண்களை மூடி காதுகளை மூடி நிமிர்ந்து அமரலாம். இப்ப நீங்க 2 வேலை செய்யணும். காலையிலிருந்து இரவு வரை உணர்வதையே பேசுவது வாழ்வதுன்னு அந்த நிலைக்கு உங்களை ஒருமைப்படுத்த வேண்டும். அது 24 மணி நேரம் செய்ய வேண்டிய தவம். அரை மணி நேரம் செய்ய வேண்டிய தியானம். இந்த காதுகளை அடைப்பதன் மூலமாக பொங்குகின்ற அந்த அநாகத துவனியை ஆழ்ந்து கேட்டு அதற்குள்ளேயே மனதை ஒன்றாக்குதல். இந்த சூத்திரத்திலே தவம் தியானம் 2ஐயும் ஈஸ்வரன் அளிக்கின்றான். தவம் என்னன்னா உணர்வதையே வாக்காகவும் வாழ்க்கையாகவும் மாற்றுதல். தியானம் என்னன்னா காதுகளை அடைத்து பொங்குகின்ற அந்த அநாகத துவனியை, நீரோடையை போல பொங்குகிற அநாகத துவனியை ஆழ்ந்து கேட்டு அதற்குள்ளேயே கரைந்து விடுதல். இந்த 2ஐயும் தான் இந்த சூத்திரம் நமக்கு மிக தெளிவாக விளக்குகின்றது. இந்த தியானத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நான் இந்த ஒருமைன்ற கருத்தை தாண்டி வேற எதையும் சொல்ல விரும்பல. 2-3 விஷயத்தை கேட்டீங்கன்னா மனசு வேற எங்கேயாவது போனாலும் போயிடும். அதனால இதற்குள்ளேயே ஆழ்ந்து முழுகுங்கள், இதற்குள்ளேயே நிறையுங்கள். இது உங்களுக்குள் நிறையட்டும். இந்த சத்தியம் உங்களுக்குள் நிறைந்து, இந்த நித்தியம் உங்களுக்குள் மலர்ந்து, இந்த தியானம் உங்களுக்குள் மலர்ந்து ஆனந்தமாக நிறையட்டும். நீங்கள் நித்யானந்தத்தில் நிறைந்து, நித்யானந்தத்தில் மலர்ந்து, நித்யானந்தமாகிட ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றோம். Tomorrow, Mahadeva talks about that technique only. Tomorrow he is giving you very powerful technique on inner healing. Anybody who carries so many wounds inside, don't miss tomorrow's discourse. He is giving you the technique to heal all problems which you carry from your childhood. People come and complain to me. I had very abusive childhood, disturbed childhood, disturbed past. Here Mahadeva is giving you the technique to heal the disturbed past. Let us see how he is helping us to fall into that 4th state, samadhi, from these 3 states. When you want to do this technique, actually every night you can do this technique. It does not need a separate time. All of you are going to fall asleep every day. Every day you are going to fall asleep. It means every day you are going to jump from waking state to dream state or deep sleep state. Every day. That jumping movement itself, you can use it for enlightenment. If you try just for 1 month, I can promise at least one day you will have that click. It doesn't take more than 20-30 days. Maximum 20-30 days only. Every possibility, you can have that glimpse within 20 days. Within 20 days. First thing, switch off the light and get ready. Lie down completely. Rest in a complete relaxed way. Wait in a very passive way. Don't try to sleep. You can't actually try to sleep. Anyway, if you try to sleep, you will only postpone sleeping. You will only postpone sleeping. People come and tell me, Swamiji, I have sleeping disorder, I can't sleep. See, this country, so much of exploitation goes on in the name of sleeping disorder. No, really. No, really. Understand, first thing, if you are not falling asleep, your body does not need. That is why you are not falling asleep. You being taught that you need 8 hours sleep as a compulsory or 6 hours sleep, that's a first crime. Your body is much more intelligent than your doctors. Understand? No, really. Really. If your body does not fall asleep at particular time, it does not need. Then you may ask, no, working hours, it tries to fall asleep. Just take vacation for a few months, nothing wrong. Your body is much more important than your job. Now really I tell you, the best way to come out of sleeping disorders, don't decide to have continuously go on pills, no. Sleeping pills won't help you. Take 1 week or 1 month vacation, sleep whenever you feel like, wake up when you feel like. Within 20-30 days your body will fall in rhythm. That's the best way. I have healed thousands of people. Understand? When I talk, when I say all these things, I mean and I am responsible. And I am responsible. Understand? Your body is not income source for me. I have no vested interest. That is why I am telling you the truth as it is. You can't expect truth from the people for whom your body is an income source. Your body or mind is an income source for them. How can you expect truth from them? Forget about it. Let me be very clear. When I make these statements, I am responsible. In last 4 years of my public life, I have touched personally 1.2 million seekers. People who are initiated. If you see the people who are wearing the mala, if you are wearing the mala, you are among that 1.2 million. 1.2 million people around the world have been initiated. And at least 100,000 I have personally healed. With my experience, let me tell you, just decide, if you have a sleeping disorder, decide to have 1 month vacation. Don't even bother to cook. Just get your food from somewhere. Eat when you feel like eating. Sleep completely when you feel like sleeping. Your body will come back to its natural rhythm. You have disturbed your body's rhythm. That is why you are suffering with sleeping disorders. Sleeping pills won't cure you. That will only create one more addiction. One more addiction. If you don't feel like falling asleep, don't sleep, over. When you feel like sleeping, just sleep, over. If you are sleeping only 4 hours per day, be happy. Be happy, nothing wrong. But you are made to believe, if you don't sleep this many hours, you will have this problem, this and that. I tell you, it's a lie taught to you. Your unconscious is programmed. Let me tell you some basic business secrets. No, I'm really giving you some basic business secrets. In the religion, before making you as a disciple, the so-called religious system first makes you feel guilty for something. Only if you feel guilty, you will obey. No, that is the basic truth. You will be made to feel guilt for something for which you are not responsible. Once you feel the guilt, you can be exploited. All system which exploits you teaches you something which is not natural to you. First thing, they will put that thought or the belief into your head. Into your head. Once you believe that logically, now you are ready to be exploited. Basic thing, you need this many hours of sleep is a lie taught to you. Your body is intelligent enough to decide how many hours sleep it needs and when it wants to sleep. In traditional yogic system, we have two things called Chandramana and Sauramana. Chandramana means people who will feel alive late night and who can't remain awake in the early morning. All modern day young kids. They are all Chandramanis. And another one thing, Sauramana. Sauramanis will sleep early. But after 8 o'clock in the night, they can't. They will say bye, goodbye. But early morning, 3 o'clock, they will be out. But these fools always, they force the kids also to do the same thing. They put little guilt also. Don't remain awake too late and don't sleep in the early morning. Nothing wrong. I tell you, Chandramani means people who remain late night, jumping and singing and dancing, who sleep early morning will be very intelligent. They will be very intelligent. Chandramanis will be very sharp. Shiva is basically Chandramani. Shiva is basically Chandramani. See, be very clear. Don't have guilt about your sleeping time and all those things. You having a guilt about your sleeping time is the first problem. Then you start believing you have a sleeping disorder. You are now ready to be exploited by the sleep number. I was shocked. What all nonsense goes on? No, really. Some sleep number, some this bed, that bed, this pill, that pill, and so many nonsense. Now, in my whole life, I never had a problem. See, when I stretch my hand, eating. When I stretch my leg, sleeping. Over. Now, that is what I know as life. When you stretch your hand, sleeping, eating. When you stretch your leg, sleeping. Over. Instead of making the whole thing such a simple, you are taught to believe you have some disorder, only then you will be ready to be exploited. Understand? If you don't fall asleep, perfectly all right, just remain awake, lie down. Don't try to sleep. You trying to sleep will never help you. That's the first mistake. That is the first mistake. Never believe you have some disorder. Let you save yourself. Let you save yourself. These are all few basic important truths. How to protect yourself. No, really. How to protect yourself? Consciously, so much of damage is done to people by teaching lies, by teaching wrong things, by forcing the idea that you are abnormal. That is the first sin. When you start believing unconsciously you have a sleeping disorder, then you will connect all your problems with that. All your problems with that. And anything, you will start connecting to that. See, once you believe that you have some Ragu dosha, Kedu dosha or Sanigraha, even your small accident or somebody coming and hitting your car, you will blame that Shani, poor fellow. He did not pay to that the other person and tell, hey, go and hit his car. Some accident also, you will blame that poor guy who is sitting somewhere who is not even aware of what is happening with you. The God becomes a dustbin for you. Anything which you don't want, dump it on his head. That's a problem. Anyhow, use this technique. This will be a very powerful technique. Not only to heal your sleeping disorders, it can take you beyond sleep. It can take you beyond sleep. Let me tell you, from my experience, hardly I sleep 2 to 3 hours. If you come and live around me, you will understand. I rest my body 2 to 3 hours. Not only just me, 150 of my swamis don't sleep more than 4 hours per day. I have 150 of my swamis who are from 14 to 80. From 14 to 80, I have swamis, 88, sorry, not even 80, 88. They don't sleep more than 4 hours. And it is just because I give them the clear understanding whether they are Chandramani or Sauramani, whether they are sun oriented or moon oriented. All you need to understand is which one makes you feel comfortable, sun oriented or moon oriented. Just adjust your routine. Over. Learning from master will be very sweet experience, very joyful experience, because he first puts you in his lap and his love is the anesthesia. Before he starts his operation, he showers his love, that is anesthesia. So you will not even know the pain of going through the transformation, that operation. You will not even be aware that you went through chemotherapy and surgery. But when the life teaches, life does not have anesthesia. That is the difference between learning from master and life. If time teaches you, if life teaches you, it will be very strong because it doesn't have the great anesthesia love. He can't make you forget the pain. He has to teach only through pain. But master can teach with a great energy and love. When Kala Bhairava teaches, it will be very powerful, very strong. I always tell people, better learn from the master, otherwise life will teach. Vivekananda says, learning from master will be graceful. Learning from life will be very painful. Master is intense life. Not only he can teach, he can see that you go through the whole operation beautifully and joyfully. If you want, if you are adamant, you will learn only from life, time, then up to you. Then up to you. Anybody who decides to learn from Kala Bhairava, from the life, from time, naturally has to go through this same process. When you are caught just with an intellectual understanding and start thinking, you know it, now you got it. We are also in the same position of Brahma. We are also in the same space of Brahma. Intellectual understanding should become an inspiration to enlightenment. Intellectual understanding should become an inspiration towards the depth. In your life, so many precious moments you take a jump, the unclutching happens, which you can use to center yourself. From intellectual understanding, you can take a jump to an experience. So many moments, very precious moments. When you take jump from greed to fear, means Muladhara Chakra to Swadhisthana Chakra. Muladhara is greed, lust. Swadhisthana is fear. And from fear to Ori, means Swadhisthana to Manipuraga. From Manipuraga to Anahata, Ori to the low energy, asking for attention, love from others. And from Anahata to Vishuddhi, instead of asking love from others, radiating enmity towards others, jealous. And from jealousy comes ego, means that from Vishuddhi, jump to Anya, next chakra. From Anya to Sahasrara, from ego comes discontentment. In every jump from one chakra to other chakra, in every shift, you unclutch. Every shift, every moment can be used to get centered in your center. It can be used for enlightenment. Mahadeva is giving you so many techniques, so many methods to center yourself during every shift. See, during every shift, you go to the high energy, the intense, highest frequency of your being. Only then you settle down. It will be like a big peak before you touch the valley. From lust to fear, even that experience will be peak. You will reach the peak of that lust, that ecstasy, the peak. Only then you will fall to a valley of fear or guilt. Then from that valley, again you will reach the peak of fear. Only then you will fall into the worrying, bothering about the future. It will be like always a peak intense experience before you shift to the other emotion, to the other chakra. Here Mahadeva is giving you beautiful technique to use all those moments, all those unclutching moments, all those shifting moments, to take a quantum jump into the center, into the Atman. See, when you change from first gear to second gear, you unclutch. Unclutching means that you have to pass through the neutral zone. The neutral zone is your consciousness, your spiritual center, your enlightenment. Here, you can use that opportunity of shifting to center yourself. It will be very micro million second. You can say microsecond or whatever word you want to use. It will be very short moment in which you can take the jump. Let's enter into the sutra. How Shiva is sharpening our awareness and helping us to take that jump. Actually, the enlightenment itself happens only in a fraction of a second. Training you to take that jump only takes years. Training you to catch that moment, be aware of that moment, only takes years. That very jump happens only in a fraction of a second. There is a beautiful Zen story. One Zen nun, she was fetching water from monastery well to her room in a bamboo stick. 2 pots have been put, 2 sides, and she was carrying water from the well. When she was walking, it was night. She saw the reflection of the moon in that pot. The front side pot, in that water, the reflection of the moon was there. She was just so feeling in tune or connected with that reflection, the beautiful nature. She was just completely connected to that beautiful scene and walking. She was just gazing at that moon's reflection in that water. She was walking. Suddenly, that bamboo broke. Pot fell and broke. The story says she became enlightened. She says, I was so completely connected to that picture, to that beautiful reflection of the moon, there was nothing else in my mind. When the bamboo broke and the pot broke, fell and broke, when that reflection disappeared, something in me broke and I have disappeared. You see, we can also fetch water from well, carry in the bamboo, and if you want you can break also, but nothing else will happen except wasting a bamboo and 2 pots. It's not that everybody will have the same experience. How it happened for her? Because she was ready. Her consciousness was in such high, intense frequency. She was able to catch that shift. When that shift happened, she was able to be aware and catch that precious moment and center herself. She was able to catch that neutral space when that unclutching happened. All our tapas, our training is nothing but preparing ourselves to catch when that shifting, unclutching happens. Because that unclutching, that conscious shift happens in our life many times again and again. If you are not aware, you will miss it. For example, if that same scene happens in our life, you are carrying 2 parts with a bamboo. If it breaks, first thing, oh God, 2 parts gone. Either worry or fear or suffering. That will be the first thing you will experience. But if you are aware, if you are conscious enough, you can catch yourself before the suffering starts in your inner space. Before any suffering starts in your inner space, you are centered in your consciousness. You are centered in your Atman. Before every thought raises in you, you come back to your center. Do not think in your inner space thoughts are connected in a linear way. No. You can't jump from one thought to other thought. No. From one thought, you go back to your center, then next thought. So, no 2 thoughts in you is directly connected. The connection is only to your center. Each thought is directly connected to your center. Because there are too many thoughts, you think the thoughts are directly connected to each other. No. Thought is matter, dead. Dead things cannot connect with each other. I always tell people, 2 disciples connecting with each other only will create more nuisance. As long as you are directly connected to Master, you are safe. If you are connected to each other, you will vomit your unconscious poison upon each other, and both will go down. I have seen disciples, when they talk to each other, when they try to develop some relationship, gone. Both of them have lost. Because with your unconscious, what you judge about you, master and other things will be naturally unconscious, will be poisonous. Because you are putting your unconscious on him and the other person is also in tune with you. See, disciple falling in tune with the master only will be very difficult, because I am talking in totally different language, different space. But you falling in tune with the disciple, other disciple is easy, because both of you are in the same space. Both of you are in same, talking in same language. So you feel connecting with your brother disciple is lot more easy than connecting with the master. You always choose easy path. You always choose easy path. I have seen people connecting with the brother disciples. When you connect with other disciples, you are gone. I always tell people, if your connection enriches your devotion or the respect to the master, then it is connection with the master, through the master. Without that, if you directly connect, you are in trouble. You will create trouble for yourself and for the other person. All failures, when I say all, I mean capital ALL. All failures are because disciples relating with the disciples without having direct connection with the master. When you directly relate with the master, the relationship will be strong, and every connection you will create a chance, opportunity for you to take a quantum jump into the enlightenment. But when connection is between the disciple and disciple, it's like a connection between dead matter and the dead matter. When two dead things connect with each other, it will create only more poison. It will vomit only more poison. The more poison means more trouble. Let's enter into the sutra and see the Shiva's method, technique to achieve the consciousness, the inner space. When you shift from one space to the other space, one mood to other mood, when you take a jump, when that shift happens, how to use those precious moments to center yourself, to enter into enlightenment. Let me read the sutra, the translation. At the point of sleep, when the sleep has not yet come, and external wakefulness means Jagrat state, the waking state, vanishes. At this point, be centered, let your being be revealed. When I read every sutra in this great book, in these great teachings, I feel you can't even call Shiva as a Jagat Guru. It is a too small word. Each technique he gives is complete enough to liberate the whole humanity. It is complete to liberate the whole humanity, not only to liberate, to solve all the questions. Just one sutra from Shiva's book can create one religion. According to me, all major religions happened on the planet Earth. When I say religion, the systems which leads to enlightenment, not just the social norms and codes. How many times you should marry and how many times you should bow down and bend down and up and down. All these things are just social norms. There are some religions which has not done any research and development in the consciousness, which has not worked even 1 inch towards enlightenment. Those systems can't be called as religions. They can be called as social or political codes. Social or political codes. They have not done any research and development in the inner field. All they did is they created an ideology. Only in the outer world, what should be done and what should not be done. Do's and don'ts, over. But any religion which has done research and development in the inner science is one branch of this one sutra. This is like a complete unabridged dictionary of inner science, the world philosophies, the inner science. Let me read the sutra once more. At the point of sleep, when the sleep has not yet come, an external wakefulness vanishes. At this point, being is revealed. Let you be centered and be enlightened. Sada Shiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryandam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and blessings and respects. Today's subject is tune into bliss. Before entering into the sutra, just few words. In the first part of the book, Shiva was teaching meditation techniques related to different senses, like how to become enlightened through listening. If you are a music-oriented person, if you are a musician, poet, how to take the jump, how to become enlightened. If you are visualization-oriented, a painter, photographer, for this kind of people, he was giving technique. How to take a jump. If you are taste-oriented, tongue-based, understand? Taste-oriented does not mean people who are eating too much. No. You eat too much because you are not able to taste. You become insensitive to food and the body. If you are eating too much, you become insensitive. You started abusing your body. That's the truth. People who can be very sensitive with the taste, for them he gave the techniques. Then he gave meditation techniques for the people who are more touch-oriented, who experience deeper pleasure by touch, people who are lust-based. For all kinds of human beings, he was giving techniques. One beauty with Shiva's teachings, he is not rejecting any human being. He doesn't say no to anybody. That is the beauty. Patanjali will straight away cut off of the humanity. Straight away he says, you see, there are some people who are moral based, there are some people who are energy based. The energy based people will not fit with the social morality. And the moral based people will not directly experience the energy. For each kind of human beings, different path, different way is necessary. Patanjali addresses only the moral based people, do's and don'ts. Patanjali can't work with artists who are energy based. Usually the artists, spontaneous people, the energy based people will not fit with so-called social moral standards. They will be little crazy. They will not fit with the standards. They won't bother about the regular so-called social things. Patanjali can't work with them. But Shiva can work with everybody. That is why Shiva is considered as a Jagat Guru. He is the master of all human beings. He knows what all the movements you change gear, you shift the gear, what all the movements, the unclutching happens inside you, and how to use all possible movements to push you to your center. Whether you believe it or not, inside your center you are enlightened. All of you are enlightened. All you need to do is be completely centered in all your actions. That's all. Somebody asked me the other day in one program, the same photograph was there in that program. One person asked me, what is this? You are blessing in that photograph. But usually when you walk into the room, you do namaskar. I bow down. In photograph it shows as if you are blessing. In reality you are doing namaskar. I said, in both the activity, I do the same. When I bow down or bless, for me it is one and the same. I don't feel I am big when I bless. I don't feel I am small when I bow down. I neither feel I am superior when I bless, nor feel inferior when I bow down. Both moments I am completely centered on me. Just by being centered, even if you bow down, you will awaken the sense of respect and feeling connected in the other person. If you bless, again you will invoke the same presence or energy into that other being. If you are not centered, the blessing will look very egoistic. I always tell people, if you are not centered inside, never allow people to touch your feet. Because if people start touching your feet continuously, it's like an addiction. It feels so good. Ego is so cunning. I have seen these off-gurus. Off-gurus does not need any other punishment because they will create their own hell. All they need is little time, that's all. They don't need any other punishment. They can't be without their hell. They will feel that they are missing something if they don't create their hell. Off-gurus are the most dangerous people for themselves and for others. If you are not danger for yourself, you will not be danger for others. If you are not danger for others, you will not be danger for yourself. Being danger is, whether for you or for others, is one and the same. All masochists will be sadists, all sadists will be masochists. If you are torturing yourself, you will be torturing others. If you are torturing others, you will be torturing yourself. Torturing is a quality. With you or with others, you will be same. Accepting will be quality. With you or others, it will be same. I always tell people, accepting others without judging is not morality. It's a spiritual technique for peace, for bliss. Person who can accept others without judgment will have that same compassionate, beautiful words and inner chattering towards themselves. Towards themselves also. Because you don't use two kinds of inner chattering. Even though inside your mind you believe, for others I will show different face and for myself I will be different. I will forgive all my mistakes. I will judge only others' mistake. No, you can't. You can't. You are not that intelligent. You are not that intelligent. Intellectually, maybe you will be thinking, others I will have a different rule and torture and rule and judge and keep them all in track. For myself, I will be different. No. Judge will be the prisoner. All judges will be with the internal prison. Inside, they will be constantly judging them also, themselves. They will be constantly judging themselves. You may think, no, I know, I can be a little intelligent. I judge others, but when it comes to me, I have my own game. No. Maybe superficially you are believing. If you have the attitude of judging, condemning others, you will be doing that unconsciously, continuously towards you also. It's a basic mental setup, the quality. It is not just with somebody you will be different and with you will be different. No. These half-gurus are dangerous people. When they raise their hand, they feel that they are superior, that they are blessing the others. When they bow down, they feel that they are inferior. They are lower than others. It means they are not balanced in all their actions. If you are centered, your very bowing down will be so graceful. It will create so much respect in others' mind. Being centered is the base of spirituality. Mahadeva knows all the movements in our life when we unclutch, when we go through that shift. All those precious moments can be used. All those precious moments can be used to jump into the center, to fall in tune with the bliss consciousness. He knows how to use all those moments, precious moments. That is why he is creating 112 meditation techniques. In your life, whenever you jump from one chakra to other chakra, you unclutch, you shift the gear. See, whether you want to change from first gear to second gear or second gear to third gear or third gear to fourth gear or fourth to first, you have to completely unclutch. The unclutching has to happen. Only then you can shift. You can't jump from straight away from 1 to 2. No. The unclutching has to happen. Same way, Shiva knows all the moments we unclutch in our inner space. If you have to jump from lust to fear, greed to fear, you have to completely unclutch. That small precious moment you experience, you are Shiva, you are Vishnu. Shiva means the most auspiciousness. Vishnu means all-pervading consciousness. That one moment you experience, you fall in your center, you get centered. He knows what all the moments you go through that shift, how you can use that moment to take the jump or to center yourself. There is a beautiful story. Let me tell the story, then we will understand the meaning. before entering into the today's sutra. Brahma is a representative of intellectual understanding. Vishnu is the representation of devotion. People who are centered on intellect. For them, Brahma is the ideal. That is why Veda, intellectual knowledge, Brahma is the God for that. People who are heart-oriented, emotional, sensitive, for them Vishnu is the ideal. Filled with love, always in bliss, great joy, radiating the love. Basically, the followers of Vishnu will be bhaktas. And if you are being oriented, strong, energetic, introvert, centered, you will be Shiva's follower. Even the ideals are created in that way only. Shiva's followers will be more people who are working towards enlightenment, meditative, yogis. Vishnu's followers will be more devotees, flowing with the devotion, ecstatic, joyful. And Brahma's followers are the people who feel connected to Brahma, will be more intellectual, analyzing. This Brahma is described with 5 heads. It seems initially he had 5 heads, but slowly he became arrogant, started thinking. Shiva is also described with 5 heads. He started thinking, Shiva is also having 5 heads and I am also having 5 heads. I think I am equal to Shiva. I am equal to Shiva. He started thinking he is equal to Shiva. Even if you think it's okay, sometimes they start behaving. That's where the problem starts. That's where the problem starts. He started behaving, he is equal to Shiva, and he started expressing everything just like that he is Shiva. Shiva is a cosmic energy, cosmic consciousness. He started behaving or expressing himself like a Shiva. Then story says, from Shiva's being, the Kalabhairava means the Lord of time. That energy came out and cut one head of Brahma to teach him that he is not equal to Shiva. This is the story, mythological story. If you just ordinary way approach this story, you will think, oh, then Shiva is also jealous like us. Why did he send somebody to cut the Brahma's head? It is not just mythological. It is not supposed to be taken as a fact. It is a truth. Understand? There is a difference between fact and truth. Fact is what you understand with your logic, with your intellect, with your understanding of time and space. Truth is a great ideology expressed in metaphysical terms. This story is not directly fact, but it expresses a great truth. The meaning of the story is, anybody who gets deep intellectual understanding but still not yet experienced, they also start behaving like a Brahma. They start thinking, I think I have got it. I think I have got it. I have seen many people, they will come and spend some time around me for 6 months or 1 year. By that time, their intellect feels convinced. Actually, if you are constantly listening to these ideas, even if you don't meditate, at one point your intellect will feel completely satisfied and convinced. That is a beautiful point if you continue to work with the master. That's a dangerous point if you stop connecting with the master. That's the most dangerous point, because you will start thinking that now you have it everything. I have seen these people, after a year or something, once they know all the ways of intellect, they think that they know the business secret now. They think they know the business secret. They think I am an insider now. I know all the business secret, and they really start thinking they got it. They have become enlightened. They start thinking they have become Shiva. Being in the state of a Brahma, they start thinking they have become Shiva. Being just in the state of that intellectual understanding, they start thinking they have become Brahma. Same problem with 5 head, the Brahma's 5 head, Shiva's 5 head. Both may have 5 head, but it's not that both heads are working in the same way. Just because Shiva is also having 5 head and Brahma is also having 5 head, you can't say both are same. Because how things happen inside the head matters, not just the head. I've seen these people, by the time they spend 1 year and learn some basic ways of teaching, expressing and telling, giving little guidance, counseling, if they can give some counseling to few people and help them to get healed, they think now they have become Shiva. They don't need anything else now except one throne. Now all they need is one throne to sit. Most dangerous moment in the life. Then naturally the Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, will appear and remove at one point the 5 head which you think you have. 1 head will be removed. Then suddenly you realize you have not yet become Shiva. You have only 4 head. You are missing something. But learning from Kala Bhairava will be too strong. If life teaches, if time teaches, Kala Bhairava means time. Kal means time. Lord of time. If time teaches, it is very dangerous. Learning from master will be very sweet experience. You have 4 states of consciousness. Understand, first, the state in which you are there now, wakeful state. We call that as a Jakrat. I think most of you are in the Jakrat state. Hope. Now whoever has smiled, you are all in Jakrat state. If you are still waiting to smile, then don't bother yourself too much, relax. At least be in the state in which you are. Waking state, the wakeful state, we call that as a Jakrat. In Jakrat state, in wakeful state, you will have the feeling I, means the identity, and flowing thoughts. You will have thoughts also. You will have I and thoughts. Second thing, second state is dream state. Understand? In dream state, your thoughts frequency will be much more stronger than the identity I. That is why in the dream state you can't control your thoughts. That is why you can't have your own dreams. If you have the freedom to choose your own dreams, you know what kind of dreams you will always choose. It is not in your control because the identity I, the I's frequency will be lesser than the thought's frequency. That's a dream state. I'll show you a small chart and explain. Third state is deep sleep. In the deep sleep state, you will neither have the identity I nor have thoughts. The fourth state is Turyavastha, Samadhi, enlightenment. That is the state you have never experienced. In that state, you will have a strong, clear feeling that you exist, but there won't be any thought. This is very difficult to comprehend. You existing without any thoughts is very difficult for you to comprehend or understand because you never experienced that moment. You never experienced you without any thoughts or ubadhi, identities, any association. You always experienced you only with some thoughts. The moment you say, I am, already your mind has started thinking, you are a male or female or doctor or engineer or liar, you are intelligent or fool. Usually we don't believe we are intelligent. We may tell others, but we ourselves don't believe. We ourselves don't believe. What we tell others, never think you believe. You don't believe that. You may tell something to others about you, but what you believe will be totally different. Already you associated yourself with some ubadhi, with some identity, with some idea. You never experience that you exist without having any thoughts. If you experience that precious moment, you existing without any thought, you are enlightened. You don't need body and mind. Then suddenly you realize you exist even when you don't have body and mind. When you experience, you exist even when you don't have body and mind. The death fear disappears. See, fear of death is nothing but what will I do without this body and mind? Where will I be? How will I be? The fear of unknown is the fear of death. When you are clear that you exist even while you don't have body and mind, you become enlightened. That is what happened to Ramana Maharshi. Bhagavan says, in that intense fear of death happening, he had the death experience at the age of 16 in Madurai, in one of his uncle's house. When he had that intense experience, fear of death came, he just centered himself and he just witnessed. He was not shaken by that fear. And he says, suddenly I realized, even while I don't have body and mind, as part of me, associated with me, I realized I exist. That consciousness, pure me, without any attachment or conditioning or association, exists. When I realized that, the fear of death disappeared. I became enlightened. You can also experience that during your jump between one state to other state. When you jump from waking to dream state, means jagrats to swapna. When you jump from swapna to sushupti, dream state to deep sleep, in all jumps, and same way from deep sleep to waking state, during all these jumps, small, 1 microsecond, at one moment, the door for enlightenment, the door for Turyavastha is available to you. Whenever you unclutch, possibility to get centered exists. So now Shiva is giving you the technique to center yourself, to take the quantum jump into enlightenment during the shift of this consciousness. During the shift. Let me explain how you move from one space to other space. This understanding is called traditionally Avastatraya. Avastha means states of consciousness or spaces which you experience in your day-to-day life. If you analyze and understand the Avastatraya, the very understanding can lead to experience, to enlightenment, to the center of consciousness. See, you have two states of mind and two states of consciousness. One with thoughts and without thoughts. All of you know, with thoughts means now, present state. All of you have thoughts now? You know. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No. So with thoughts is one space and no thoughts in the second space, second state. And same way you go through two different spaces, with the I idea and without the I idea. Now all of you have that feeling I. Understand? With I. Now you are all with the idea I. You know that you exist. But in the deep sleep, you don't know or you don't have that idea, that I. So now you have two levels of mind, with thought and without thought, two spaces of inner space, two levels of inner space, with I, without I. When all these two crisscrosses with each other, you experience four states. Please understand very clearly. With thought, with the idea I, this is called waking state. Now the state in which you are. You have thoughts and the I consciousness. The dream state is you will have thoughts, but you will not have I, because thoughts frequency will be more powerful. Understand? The frequency of thoughts will be more powerful than the I. That is why you can't control your dreams. If you can choose your own dreams, then you know what kind of dreams you will choose. In dream state, you can't do that. You will have thoughts, but you won't have the controlling I, the clear identity. That is why each day you will have a different identity in your dreams. Someday you will be like a college student. Someday you will be like a married person. Sometimes both these few identities will mix and you will be confused. You will see, sometime you will have dreams that you are going to the college and writing exams with your wife in USA. You would have gone to college in India, you would have got married in USA, and you are working here, maybe whatever it may be, but you will suddenly see all mixing and appearing. Means no I, only thoughts. That is dream state. And the second thing, the third thing, deep sleep state. There is neither thoughts nor I. This is called Sushupti. This is Jakrat. This is Swapna. This is Sushupti, deep sleep state. Neither thoughts exist nor that idea I exist. And the fourth state, there will be no thought, but that idea I exist will be there. That is what is called Samadhi state. Understand? You live in your day-to-day life in all these three states, but you don't experience this in your life every day. But whenever you take jump from this state to this state, you will come only through this way. This is the gate. This is the gate. That is why Jesus says, I am the way. When he says, I am the way, he does not mean the person who took birth in Jerusalem and was hanged in the cross is the way. When he says, I am the way, pure I is the way. We have to understand it, the truth. We have to understand the truth. When he says, I am the way, he means the pure I without thought is the way. Whenever you move from waking state to dream state, don't think you can take direct jump. No. You have to only go through this way. Means coming to superconscious, samadhi state. Same way, from dream to deep sleep, again, you have to only come through this way. Same way, from deep sleep, whether you jump to dream or waking state, no direct road. You have to go through only samadhi state. Every time you take a jump from one state to other state, one space to other space, you go through only samadhi, super consciousness. The Western psychology would have done great service to humanity if these guys understood little bit of the samadhi or super conscious. These fools have stopped just with these 3 steps, and they were afraid to work on the 4th step. Literally afraid. This young fellow, the Freud's disciple, goes all the way to my native place. He went all the way to my native place. He got frightened to see Ramana Maharshi and came back. He writes in his reminiscence, I am afraid if I see him, I may be completely taken away by his presence. All my vested interests, my business, research and development, everything will be proved as lie. Simple fool, not scientific. If he was a scientific person, if he was a person for knowledge, research and development, he would have had the courage, but he became a politician. Vested interests. Now really, if you stop doing research and development for your vested interests, you are a politician or a businessman. Person who is courageous enough to go behind the research and development, wherever it leads, I am decided to go behind. He is seeker. This Jung, if you would have done that one step of going and meeting Ramana Maharshi and touching that 4th step, superconscious or samadhi, the whole Western psychology would have been totally different. And the West would have been helped immensely, especially with this infrastructure. If that 4th state, truth about the 4th state has been told to the West, such an immense benefit or such immense things can happen to whole humanity. These guys have stopped with this conscious, subconscious and unconscious. That is why this fellow Freud is telling that human beings are such sick, they can't be helped. Because he has never experienced a person who has touched the 4th state. He never had an enlightened specimen. He had only all passions. All his normal people are the whom he says as his scale, all are abnormal people. See, the specimen with which he was working is all the people who are caught in sub or unconscious. Never the superconscious. They were either in the subway or in unconscious way. Never in the super highway. They were never experienced the superconscious state. That is why so much of suffering. That is why neither the psychology nor the psychiatry or anything related to the mind created in the West is not able to solve the problems of humanity. The problems of humanity can be solved only by the knowledge and science of the superconsciousness. The 4th state, Turiya. In India, The masters have not only achieved this state, they created techniques and methods to reproduce the same state in every being. They have created methods, techniques to reproduce the same experience in every being. Little bit of research on this fourth state would have really illumined or enlightened the whole West, because there are many amazing things the Western psychology has discovered and presented to the world. Many beautiful things. I used to wonder, how could these guys know so much about mind? Being inside the mind, usually, if you want to know about anything, you have to be a witness, you have to be away from it. If you are caught in it, you can't know the complete truth or secret. If you are away from it, you will be able to know the truth of the whole thing. But these guys, somehow they caught so much about mind without knowing about mind, without being away from the mind. I was really surprised, but they missed essential points, essential truth about this fourth state, about this, the state of enlightened one, the state of samadhi. That is why they could not accept, they could not relate with the experiences of the mystics, saints, enlightened masters. They have brushed the whole thing aside as some mental disorder. That is what they say. Many of the psychological studies or books say that there are some illusions. Some illusions. Actually, we are in illusion, not they. They are in much stronger and clear state. Vivekananda asks Ramakrishna, have you seen God? Ramakrishna says, yes. And he adds one important line, I am seeing God much more clearly, deeply than I am seeing you. Understand, that is a very important line. That's a very important truth. Experience of the mystics or sages is much more clear, deep and detailed than you experiencing me or me experiencing you. Then the ordinary wakeful state experiences, samadhi state experiences, the fourth state, turiya anubhavas, turiya experiences are very, very strong than Jagrat experiences, waking state experiences. Here, Shiva is giving us the technique to experience the fourth state. You see, one more thing, whenever you shift from one space to other, you go through the fourth state, means Turiya, Samadhi, but you don't stay in it, you don't experience it, you are not aware of it. It is just a microsecond. You are too busy in jumping into other. One more thing, without thought, you feel you are missing something. Without worrying, you feel you are lonely. That is the problem. If you lived with migraine for quite a long time, if you don't have migraine for one day, you will feel lonely. You are missing something. You can see in your life, if you don't have anything to worry early in the morning, you will feel, what is this? I think I should take up some work. I am wasting my life. Actually, if you don't have worries, you will have guilt that you are wasting your life. You can see in your life, and especially in the West, you are taught constantly, you should be productive, you should be constantly useful to the society. Being productive is nothing wrong. I am not saying don't be productive, but constantly worrying about being productive is something completely wrong. Completely wrong. And that is like walking inside the boat. One guy wanted to cross a river, entered the boat, and the boatman started rowing. This guy started walking to and fro, front and back and forth inside the boat. The boatman said, "Please be seated. Why are you walking back and forth?" "No, I don't have time to sit. I am in too hurry." Whether you walk back and forth or sit, you are going to reach only in the same time. Going back and forth inside the boat is what is worrying too much about being productive. Worrying too much about being productive. It may only reduce your speed. If you are walking back and forth, you will be shaking the boat and disturbing the boatman. When you are worrying too much about being productive, you are doing the same nonsense, disturbing your body and mind and reducing the productivity. I always tell people, once in a while, you should come and live in India where people don't bother about productivity. Now, I am not talking about Indian cities, they have gone to dogs. Villages, till morning 10 o'clock, they will be sitting and sipping that chai. Happily. Now, once in a while, you should experience that consciousness to get purified from this nonsense of running. Ramakrishna says, if you are staying inside a charcoal godown, how much you protect yourself, the darkness or dust will settle on you. Same way, if you are surrounded by people who are constantly running, something will settle on you, on your inner space. You should come once in a while to stay in the place where people don't much bother about things and where they are just relaxed and enjoying that, sipping the chai early morning. They won't even have money to pay for that chai. After that, and once in a while, staying a few days in that kind of space, not too much organized and living with a little more spontaneity and down to earth will do a lot, will teach you a lot. Every year I go to Himalayas and take big group also with us. People ask me, why every year you take that arduous journey so much? Just to tell that whole life is not under your control. It should not be completely under your logical control. Living in the cities, by living in that same clear, planned diagram, you know from your bedroom which way you will come down to your sofa. If you look, you will not even sit in the other sofas. No, in your living room, you will sit in the same sofa. And you will walk in the same way to your kitchen. Sit in the same place and eat. And how you will come out to your garage and take the car and go to your office. You will live in the same planned way. By and by, unconsciously, you start believing your whole life is under your logic. And even if there are small accidents, you know there is an insurance. Nothing much needs to be done. So by and by you start believing your whole life is under your logic. That is why if something beyond your logic happens, you are completely shaken, devastated. You are devastated. And the possibility for spontaneity was lost. Possibility for spontaneity was lost. Any small thing can completely imbalance you. Any small thing can completely imbalance you. let me be very honest, really. I had been to many places where the natural calamities have happened for relief work. Relief work. I had been to the relief work in the developed countries and in the very, the undeveloped countries like India. People in India, the undeveloped countries, come back and catch up, get balanced, get to the normal space, come back within 20 hours, 30 hours. Within 1 or 2 days, they are done. They just come back. Emotionally, in the conscious way, they are just out of the whole thing so quickly. But in the developed countries, they are completely devastated. They can't miss even their cup or the table or the place. Even if they get the home to stay in the developed countries, they need the same teacup. They need the same table. They need in the same distance. Otherwise, they are completely disturbed, imbalanced. But in the undeveloped countries, where people are more spontaneous, where people are living more with the simple things, they just get back to their state, get back to their balanced state more quickly, very easily. Because if your life is clearly sketched, the instinct or the intelligence connected to spontaneity is lost. It is not used at all. When you don't use, it loses the power or ability to be alive or to help you. It's like a fire station which was not used is out. It can't be immediately put to use. Just like that. The army which was never used will be dead. Same way, there are some energies in you, the spontaneity which was never used will be dead. Going to Himalayas and all, once in a while, living in the ambience where the life is not under your control, will teach you the truth. Life is not under your control. Life is not under your control. That is the truth. In cities, you are living in illusion, Maya. The life is under your logic's control. No. That's what Maya means, which is not there, but which gives you the feeling as if it is there. Life is not under your logic's control, but gives you the feeling by and by living in that same routine or rut, that life is under your logic's control. You start thinking, by now you know everything, from morning till night what will happen to you. But actually you don't know. Having that clarity you don't know will happen to you if you live in that kind of a place like Himalayas, or a place where things are not logically under your control, and you will be reminded about it. It will be real fun to learn the truth once in a while, so that you will not be imbalanced, you will not be devastated, you will not be disturbed when something beyond logic happens in your life. Here, Mahadeva is giving us the technique to be in the state of samadhi, to catch the glimpse of the state of samadhi when you go through the shift from waking to dream, from dream to deep sleep, or from deep sleep to the waking state, or the other states. Jakrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Turiya. Turiya means fourth state. We don't have name for that state. Turiya word means fourth, that's all. Means beyond all these three, that's all. We don't have name. There is no name for that. Let me read the sutra once more. At the point of sleep, when the sleep has not yet come, an external wakefulness vanishes. At this point, being is revealed. Beautiful sutra. Just look back and try to see in your memory, have you experienced the early morning, any day, a kind of a mood, you will not be completely sleeping. The sleep would have left you. You will be aware that you exist, but you will not be able to completely take possession of your body. You will try to move your right hand or left leg or right leg, you can't move it. Neither you are completely aware of the body, nor you are completely asleep. You will be aware, but you can't move your body or you can't do what you want. How many of you experienced this state? At least that is the mood, that is the state Shiva is speaking now. From that state you can take a jump to pure awareness without body consciousness, without getting associated with upadhis. You can experience the Siddha, enlightened state. Siddha means completely enlightened. Completely enlightened. Understand? At that state where you are aware, you exist, but you are not caught by body or mind. At that pure consciousness, you can easily realize the world which you are seeing now is made out of the same stuff in which your dreams are made. Understand? As on now, whenever you go through the moment of feeling awake but no body consciousness, you will feel only get frightened. You will only try to come back to body quickly. What happens usually when you go through that mood? First thing what you do? You somehow want to get rid of that moment. You will feel only frightened. You understand what I am saying? As on now, how many of you experience this state? Raise your hand. Let me guide you from that step. What exactly happens to you when you feel that mood? First thing you do is you try to come back to body. You try to take possession of your whole body. Means you want only to come back to waking state. You don't want to fall into samadhi state, where you will exist but you will not feel associated with your body. You are afraid to fall into that state. If you fall into that state where you exist but you are not connected to your body, you will realize the world which you are seeing now is made of the same stuff in which your dreams are made. That is why the enlightened ones will have two things. One, they will have power to change, power to make their dreams into reality. And they will have intelligence. Your reality itself is nothing but one more dream. Siddhi and Buddhi. Siddhi means power to realize, power to make your dreams into reality, because they know the stuff in which your dreams are made, in the same stuff only this waking state is also made. The matter just obeys them. That's a beautiful story of a great Siddha, enlightened master in South India, Madurai. He lived in Madurai. Beautiful story. Somebody challenges him. Can the stone elephant obey your orders? He goes to that stone elephant and gives the sugar can, and just that stone elephant obeys him. The stone elephant becomes like a living elephant and just picks up that sugar can and eats it. Matter can obey you. He knows the same stuff out of which dreams are made With that same stuff only the waking state is also made. He can make anything possible in the waking state. That is called Siddhi. Next thing, Buddhi. The same state, same stuff in which the dreams, the reality is made. That's the same stuff in which dreams are made. Means, why to change? Forget about it. Understand? It's a very subtle science. When you realize that fourth state, Samadhi state, where you have pure awareness but not the body consciousness, you will realize waking state, dream state, deep sleep state, all are made out of same stuff. You can do anything which you can do in dream state in other states also. So you will have two things. One, power to make your dreams into reality. Intelligence to realize your reality itself is one more dream. Siddhi and Buddhi. Power, Siddhi and Jnana. That's what we call enlightenment. Experiencing the fourth state. Realizing the fourth state. Having the power to bend the matter as you want, or having the intelligence to realize the matter is nothing but one more dream. When you realize whatever you are seeing is nothing but one more dream, you will just relax completely. You will feel so relaxed. All your sufferings inside will be healed. I call that as a best inner healing. With my love and respects. This great book, Shiva Sutras, this book is the essence of the great research and development done by the Vedic seers for thousands of years. This book is the essence of research and development done by at least 1 million inner scientists who worked in the consciousness, who are constantly doing research with various techniques, with different meditations, in different kind of lifestyle. At least 1 million inner science laboratories exist in India, which is alive, used every day. Please understand, 1 million inner science laboratories. When I say used every day, which receives worship, which is visited by people, at least 1 million. If I say which exists, which is not used by people, we have more than 10 million inner science laboratories. Means temples and ashrams and mutts where this inner science is practiced, where this inner science research happens, the temples, mutts, ashrams, which is frequented by people, which is used by people every day, is more than 1 million. 1 million inner science laboratories, 1 million inner scientists. One more thing, when I say 1 million inner scientists, I mean the people who have given full time. Full time. I am not counting the people who are voluntarily doing on their own. I am counting the people who are registered, organized. At least 1 million inner scientists. Full time who are in this same field of working in inner consciousness or in the inner space. This book is the essence of that technology. This book is the essence of that great science. And at least 1 billion people practice this technology all over the world. This technology of the inner science, inner space, at least 5,000 years of research and development, at least 1 million inner scientists, 1 million inner science laboratories, and 1 billion people practicing this technology. This book is the essence of that technology. This book is the essence which gives those techniques. Here, Shiva is using every opportunity which raises in our life to give you the glimpse of the Atman or the higher consciousness. You may call with any word, Nirvana, Atmajnana, Brahmajnana, God, whatever word you may call, the experience beyond mind, the experience beyond your intellect. That is what we call the experience of consciousness, which gives you the deep feeling of fulfillment, which makes you feel enough. Really it is, the life is worthy. Yes, I have lived. I have taken this body really for some purpose, which gives you the feeling that you are needed, which gives you the feeling of fulfillment. Shiva is using every opportunity, everything, every inch in the life to give you that ultimate experience, to give you the great knowledge, to give you the glimpse of this wisdom, this experience. Today we will enter into the 55th Sutra. Shiva has spoken 112 meditation techniques. It is around 200 sutras. Today we are entering into the 55th Sutra, maybe 29th meditation technique. In that 112 meditation technique, 29th technique in the 200 Sutra, 55th Sutra. Every day we are working on one sutra and one meditation technique. Today we will be working on this sutra, this technique. Before entering into the technique, I will read the original words from Mahadeva, Shiva himself, in Sanskrit. Then we will see the translation. Then we will enter into the technique. We will enter into the understanding of the technique. Let me read the Sanskrit words from the Mahadeva, Shiva himself. Pinancha durbalam shaktim dhyatva Dvadasha gochare. Sanskrit is not just linguistic, it is phonetic also. Even the pronunciation plays a big role. It is not a linguistic. Sanskrit is not the language of prose. It is a language of poetry. That is why it is not used for ordinary purposes. This is the language used only for inner science. It is used to express the technology of the consciousness and used for worship. This is the language in which practically all the research and development about the inner consciousness happened. That is why even the pronunciation has got something great in this language. Sanskrit means highly, intensely developed, I can say nicely developed, cultured and developed. This language is cultured and developed by great enlightened masters. That is why even the sound, phonetic importance is something which we need to understand. Pinan chadurbalam shaktim dhyatva dvadasha gochare bhavishya hridaye dhyayan mukta svadantriyam apnuyat. Let me read the literal translation. Having meditated on the gross and weak Shakti in the Dvadasha Indriyas, thus making it subtle, one who enters the heart space and attains mukti, becomes liberated, takes the jump into ultimate consciousness. This is a literal translation. There is a great commentator called Abhinava Gupta, who is called Bhashyakara of this book. In his commentary, he gives few tips for us to understand this technique. Here, if you read straight away only the sutra, you may not be able to get a complete view, an overall view. The commentator gives a few more tips to understand this technique in a very deeper way. Let me read the translation of the commentator's commentary, then we will enter into the sutra itself. Nowadays I feel, let the original also be preserved, just to preserve these originals. Recently I started repeating even the original sutras and the commentaries also. Let the people understand the source, especially in the West. Slowly, people have forgotten the roots of the yoga, the source of the yoga. Nowadays I am listening many names like a super deluxe yoga. And what all yogas I am listening, I was shocked. I can never think all these names. All these names I don't know from where they originated. And so many names for yoga, but they forgot the roots of the yoga is in Yoga Sutras, a great book written by a father of yoga science. People who are teaching yoga for 10 years, even they don't know who is the father of yoga. If you ask them who is the father of yoga, I don't know, Swamiji. I learnt only from this person. They lost the roots. They lost from where it originates. For the sake of convenience and comforts, they took only the few portions. But when you lose the roots, the essence is lost. I always tell people, when somebody doesn't know Sanskrit, they cannot teach authentic yoga. Please don't think I am fanatic. I am not fanatic. I am not making any fanatic statement. But I tell you, when somebody doesn't know English, can he talk about Shakespeare? Can somebody understand Shakespeare without knowing English? No, never. Shakespeare has to be read in that language only. You cannot understand him by reading the translation. You may understand what he said, but not what he is. Understanding what he said is too superficial. You cannot have a complete view. Understanding what he is, only that can give a real vision. You need to understand the very roots of the culture from where the science originated. Only then you will be able to have the maximum benefit. That is why in India, teaching is always done orally. We call the ultimate teachings as Shruti. Shruti means heard. What is heard? Not read. Please be very clear. Not read. We have a beautiful word for ultimate teachings, the Vedas. Shruti means what is heard, not what is read or what is memorized. Memorized is Smriti. Memorized and remembered, recalled is Smriti. What is heard is Shruti. That's the ultimate teaching. Means we believe in teaching through the oral traditions. We believe in teaching, we believe in learning directly from the person who is living that culture, who is living that tradition, who is living in his life, not who learnt from books, not who learnt from videographs, not who learnt from some media, who learnt from the authentic source, from the oral traditions. That is why we always say the ultimate teachings as Shruti means which is heard. Understand, if at all you wanted to have the maximum benefit from the great truths and knowledge of Eastern culture, go into the roots of the culture. If you are learning yoga or teaching yoga, learn little bit of Sanskrit. Learn to understand the meaning of the original words. You will see a totally different dimension, transformation, not only in your profession, even in your personality. The very word yoga is defined by the yoga master, the father of the yoga. Yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. Yoga is cessation of mind, not directly connected to physical health or good looking. Please understand, yoga is reduced just for physical health or looking good. But the original root, the word itself means cessation of mind. Actually, when you go beyond mind, you will have the health and you will have something beyond beauty, what we call grace. Beyond beauty, grace, both will happen to you as a side effect, as a byproduct, when you understand what is really meant by the word yoga. Same way, if you go into the roots, only then you will understand what is exactly taught. Even if you miss one or two small things, you will miss the essence of the technique. the whole thing will be lost. One essence missing is enough to lose the whole truth. That is why I am taking you to the root from where the whole Jnana Ganga, or the river of wisdom, originates. One essence missing is enough to lose the whole truth. That is why I am taking you to the root from where the whole Jnana Ganga, or the river of wisdom, originates. Pinam chadurbalam shaktim dhyatva dvadashagochare pavishya hridaye dhyayan mukta svadantriyam apnuyat. Having meditated on the grass and weak Shakti in Dvadasha Indriyas, 12 Indriyas, thus making it subtle, one who enters the heart space and meditates there attains mukti, becomes liberated, and takes a quantum jump into ultimate consciousness. Let me read the translation of the commentary also, the Bhashya by Abhinavagupta, a great saint, great enlightened master who lived around 10th century. Suppose you are gradually being deprived of strength or of knowledge. At the instant of deprivation, transcend, free yourself from anxiety and ultimately from the disease of bondage. Let's enter into the sutra and understand. I can say this aphorism is an important aphorism. If you understand this single sutra, you will understand the great difference, big difference between Western psychology and Vedic psychology. You will understand how the Western psychology is missing something essential. The essence of the Vedic psychology, the yogic psychology. According to the Vedic psychology, you are not disturbed, you are disturbance. Understand? You are not tensed, you are tension. There is a big difference. According to the Vedic psychology, you are not disturbed, you are disturbance. There is a big difference. Let us look deeply into it, then you will understand. You are not in tension, you are tension. There is a very big difference between you are disturbed and you are a disturbance. In the field of psychology, they go on giving you the hope. You can be corrected little bit, this side, that side, and you can come back to normalcy. They have a standard idea of normalcy, and anybody who is above or below is again and again trained or sometimes tortured. Yes, you see, training means going to psychiatric doctors. Torturing means in prisons. Both are two different methods to bring you back to normalcy. Understand the vision in a deeper way. If you are considered above or below the normalcy, you are either sent to psychiatric doctor or to prison so that you can be brought to the level of so-called normalcy. Recently, the other day I was reading a journal, Scientific American Mind. There was a beautiful research, but too shocking. Scientists are now courageously coming out and saying, we cannot make man responsible for his actions unless we teach him how to balance the chemical reactions which is happening, the hormonal reactions, hormonal imbalances which is happening in his system. It's very shocking revelation. Scientists are going a step further and saying, our whole legal system around the world is designed based on one fact: man is responsible for his action. Now, when that fact itself is getting disproved, we need to do a big work on the whole legal system. It is like shaking the root of the legal system. But it is not said by a rishi or a mystic. If a rishi or a mystic or a religious person says, we will say, oh, forget about it. We'll brush it aside. But a group of solid, authentic scientists who are doing research for many years, they are coming up and saying, we cannot make man responsible for his actions unless we teach him how to balance his emotions, or how to balance the hormonal changes, how to balance the chemical reactions happening in his being. What yoga is saying 5,000 years ago, the same thing the modern day scientists are saying. This sutra, this is the base. This sutra is a solution, an answer for this great problem, for this big problem. This sutra can bridge the gap between this Western psychology and Vedic psychology. According to Western psychology, they go on giving you the hope you can be brought back to normal, retaining you as you. Means something like, if you are feeling hot in this room, you can fix air conditioning and make it cool, start living. But they forget an important factor. The moment you bring air conditioning, now you need to maintain that. That brings its own tensions. That brings its own problems. Now you need electricity. You need to pay the bills. And for all these problems you need money. Then you go out to work, forget to enjoy this room. AC and the room both are lying. But you are again in the sky, working to pay the bill for the AC. We forget an important factor. You as you are is a disease. The concept of mind, according to the Western psychology, is a thing. According to the Vedic psychology, is a process. Mind is not a thing, it is a process. It is constantly happening. The word manas means a constant happening. something is constantly happening. Please understand, these words of Shiva, you don't even have to practice. The very understanding can transform you. The very understanding. You don't have to practice. If you practice, the transformation will be totally different. That is secondary. That's a straight way to enlightenment. That's secondary. But the very understanding can do a lot to you. Even a simple understanding can do a lot to you. That's the reason. That's why we say in Sanskrit, the first step for enlightenment is Shravana, right listening. Right listening and understanding. Shravana. Then Manana means contemplation or working with the truth internally. Internalizing the truth, Manana. Then Nididhyasana, living it, expressing it in the life. So the first step is Shravana, the right intense listening. That's the reason I insist on sharp listening. This one idea, according to the Western understanding, psychology, mind is a thing. You all believe unconsciously, mind is a thing. That is why constantly you connect all the past happenings of your mind as a chain and start believing your mind is a solid thing. If I have to give an example, the low mood which you experienced 10 years ago, the low mood which you experienced 8 years ago, the low mood which you experienced 7 years ago, the low mood which you experienced yesterday are completely unconnected, independent incidents, different purpose, different reason, different situation. You would have experienced a low mood, but you connect all of them and say, my life itself is a depression. Understand? The low mood which you experienced years ago, months ago, weeks ago, days ago are unconnected, independent incidents. 10 years ago, you would have felt low mood, you would have felt depressed because your toys are lost. 9 years ago, you would have felt depressed or low mood because your girlfriend is lost. Few years ago, you would have felt depressed or disturbed because your son is not listening to you. The reasons may be different. Situations are different. The cause is totally different. But when you connect all these low moods and decide, my life is a depression, what happens? You created hell for you. You created hell for you. Now, the moment you start believing your life was depressed, your life was depression, you will strongly believe your life will be depression. Please understand, whatever you believe as your past, only that you will reproduce in your future. You all know you can't fly in the past. Will you believe tomorrow onwards you can start flying? No, you won't. What you think as your past, what you believed as your past, only that you will believe as your future. So once you start believing the past was filled with depression, now you created unconscious faith that your future also will be depression. Over, done. You destroyed your future. When you believe mind is a thing, according to Western psychology, you have created hell for you. You have no hope. Over. But mind is not a thing. God saves you. There is a hope. The truth is, mind is not a thing. As you are taught, mind is a process. It is not noun. It is a verb. Manas. The word mind is a process. A constant happening is mind. It is not a thing. When you believe it is a thing, be very clear. You create the problems which does not exist. Which does not exist. You can see in your life. Why you were depressed 10 years ago and why you were depressed 9 years ago, why you were depressed 8 years ago, why you were depressed yesterday are different reason, different situation. But when you connect all those experience and decide, I am depressed, now you are ready to get depressed tomorrow. You created enough of trouble for your life. You created an enemy who doesn't exist and start fighting with him. Now you have given life to an enemy who doesn't exist and start fighting with them. According to the psychology, mind is a thing. Please be very clear. Mind is not a thing. Small story. A guy goes to psychiatric doctor, says, doctor, my life is full of problems. Doctor says, everybody's life is a problem, don't worry. We will start working. Every week we will have 3 sessions. $100 you will be charged. Then the patient asks, doctor, this will solve your problem, but what about my problem? 3 sessions per week, $100 will solve your problem. What about my problem? Understand, the moment you start believing mind is a thing, you cannot be helped. No psychiatrist can help. No psychoanalysis can help. No other method can help. Because the basic belief is wrong. The moment you bring a wrong belief, whatever is built on that has to go wrong. It cannot be the truth. You need to understand the basic truth. You are not in tension, you are tension. You are not disturbed, you are disturbance. What you think as you is not a thing. What you think as your mind is a process. This is the major difference between the Western psychology and Vedic psychology. This is the root cause for all problems. This one idea, believing the identity which you project to the outer world, the identity which you believe as you, as a thing, is the root cause for all your problems. The basic truth of the Vedic psychology is the identity which you project to the outer world and the identity which you project as you are beyond these two. You are not just these two. The identity which you project to the outer world is called ahankar. The identity which you believe as you is called mamakar. In Sanskrit we have 2 words, ahankar, mamakar. Again and again Vedic psychology says, you are beyond these two. You are not just these two. According to the Western psychology, you are these two. That is why so much of work is done to protect your identity. So much of attention and energy is given to hold on to your identity. When I say you are beyond these two identities, people get the shock because according to them their life is nothing but their identity. They can give up anything but not the identity. They can do anything to hold on to their identity. But when I say the identity which you are carrying is not the reality, the reality, the real you is something much more than these two identities. You are beyond these two identities. People get the shock. They are not able to digest. Not just Westerners, even the Easterners who had the Western education. Please be very clear. Just because you are born in India, never think you are an Easterner. Never think you are an Easterner. Same way, just because you are born in the West, never think you are a Westerner. People who work in the inner consciousness, who understand the logics of reality, who understand the truth, are Easterners. People who don't work on that, people who are working just on the outer world, even you are born in India, you are not an Easterner. I always tell people, we do so much to care about the hardware. We forget an important thing which is software. We forget. Your life is not just hardware. Your life is not related to software. Means the thing which you are carrying in you as you, or the idea, experience which you are having as you in you. The same machine, if the software is updated, the purpose, utility, everything becomes totally different. Same way, the body can be same. You need to update. You need to just update. Here is the latest research and development in the inner world, in the line of your inner software, from Mahadeva, from the first teacher, Shiva. Update yourself and understand the basic truth. You are not just the two identities, the identity which you project to the outer world and the identity which you project to the inner world. You are something more than that. You are not just thoughts. You are not just mind. You are not just the totality of your thoughts. You are something more than that. Above all, which you need to understand, your mind is not a thing. It is not connected as you think. Because you do not experience the gap between two thoughts, you start believing it is connected. Because you believe it is connected, you start believing it has got diseases. Because you start believing it has got diseases, you start going for the solutions. A small example. The depression which you had years ago, months ago, days ago, weeks ago, are unconnected, independent, unclutched experiences. When you connect all of them and see your mind as a whole, you created a shaft. You created a thought shaft, and you start believing now you have a big enemy in front of you. Now you will start fighting with that enemy. You will start trying to break that shaft. Sometimes you create even a positive shaft, so-called positive shaft. Means your life is nothing but a joy. Whenever you are in a high mood, you start creating a positive shaft. If you create a positive shaft, you will try to elongate it. You will try to hold on to that shaft. If you create a negative shaft, your life is a hell, you will try to break it as early as possible. But the big problem, you can neither elongate the shaft nor break the shaft because the shaft does not exist. You forget an important fact, that shaft doesn't exist. The shaft is just a process, not a thing. By and by, because you never experienced a space where thoughts are not existing, you started believing your life is totality of your thoughts. All your schools, colleges, universities taught you only to increase more and more number of thoughts. You are constantly taught to doubt everybody else except your mind. People come and ask me. They don't even ask, they just sit with their head. And what this guy is talking? What for he must be talking? What he wants to convey? Is he going to brainwash us? Is he going to convince me? People come with all ideas. Who is interested in washing your brain? And so much of dirt. I have enough of work. Nobody is interested. When you think yourself too much, actually whenever we think ourselves too much, we go on doubting everybody. But we forget an important thing of doubting what we think as we. Whenever people come to me with their great doubts and they think they are too much, actually it is nothing but they think they know everything. That is where the problem starts. At least if you know you don't know, at least you know you don't know. If you don't know that you don't know, you don't even know you don't know. They come to me and stand, and in a very judging way. I tell them, you don't need a separate hell. You don't need a separate punishment. Our people who are around me, they tell me, Swamiji, I think this guy is judging you. Why don't you tell him something? I said, no, why should we? There is no need. People who judge others forget an important thing. They go on doubting others, but they never learned to doubt themselves, what they think as they are. They never doubt. From the young age, you are taught only to think more and more thoughts, only to create more and more thoughts, and direct the doubt towards everybody. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, whoever goes to him and asks any question, he will just say one word. Who is that person who is questioning? Find out that. And he will put everybody to their place just by this one question. Ask the person who is questioning as who is the questioner. No answer. First find out that and come with your questions. We never question a person who is questioning us, who is creating questions in us. That is why we go on doubting everything and everybody. I always insist, try to question, try to doubt your very existence, about which you are never taught. Your schools, universities, colleges constantly are teaching you only to create more and more thoughts. They do not teach you the basic truth. Your mind is a process. It is not a thing. The moment you start thinking your mind is a thing, you start running for knowledge. That is why knowledge becomes wealth in the Western psychology, in the Western countries. Knowledge becomes wealth. The more thoughts you accumulate, the more thoughts you create, the more wealthy you become. But you forget an important thing. The more thoughts you create, more you are in tension. You are more disturbed. That is why wealth and tension both go hand in hand. Because both needs same basic qualities. If you have to be disturbed, you need to have more thoughts. If you need to become wealthy, you need to have more thoughts. You forget an important thing. You go on saying, I am disturbed, I am disturbed, I am tensed, I am tensed. No. You are not disturbed. You are a disturbance. You need to understand the basic root where the problem starts, where the problem is created. The first basic root is you believing you as a shaft or as a thing. You are not a thing. Because of that belief, your idea about pleasure, your idea about pain, your idea about life, everything is built on that one lie. You are a thing. If you understand this one truth, you are a process. By your very nature, you are unconnected, independent, unclutched thoughts. Now a big shock comes to you. If I am unclutched and independent thoughts, how can I run my life? A big question. Then what is my identity? How can I run my life? Vedic psychology comes with an answer. You do not need what you think as you to run your life. Please understand, you do not need what you think as you to run your life. It's a very bold statement. It's a very bold statement and very strong truth. It cannot be understood just by a normal person. You need to be a little more attentive. Very bold statement. There is a beautiful statement by a rishi. Shrunmand vishve amritasya putraha vedaha meham purusham mahantam. He says, O sons of immortality, I have seen the truth. I am expressing it to you. Let you all realize it. Let you be very clear. You are never given a confidence. You have innate intelligence to live your life, because if you start believing in you, you cannot be exploited. If you have the confidence, you cannot be exploited. If you have the confidence, you will not be a slave. You cannot be slave. When you cannot be slave, naturally you become useless. Here, Vedic seers are giving you a strong, clear truth as it is. They give you the tremendous confidence. Not only confidence, the truth. You have an automatic biointelligence to run your life. You have tremendous intelligence in you. What you think as ordinary identity, which you are using every day for your planning, which you think as protecting shield for you. Whenever I say your identity is unconnected, relax. Don't bother too much about thinking of the future. Immediately they get the fear. Oh, then how can I finish my project? How can I submit the project in the deadline, according to deadline? I have so many things to be done. How will I survive? Understand, your fear is infused taught to you again and again. You are conditioned to believe you can survive only with your identity, which is the basic lie. This is what I call original sin. Original sin is believing that your identity is a thing, believing you have a shaft. That is the original sin. Understand, if you have done that original sin, then you created hell for you. By creating the shaft, by creating that concept, only disturbs your being. Only that is a first and foremost problem which you created for yourself. Let you understand and trust. Please be very clear. There are so many things, all major things of your life is not done by the identity which you are carrying, including your breathing. Are you breathing by planning? In that case, when you are sleeping, when your identity is not there, the deep sleep, who is breathing? All major things of your life is run by your prarabdha, run by your biointelligence, run by the automatic intelligence which keeps you alive. If so much can be done by that intelligence, can't it run your life? Digesting your food, converting bread into blood is such a big work. If that can be done by your intelligence, can't it just find way for your bread? It can. But you are taught not to trust your intelligence. You are constantly trained not to trust yourself. By now, you yourself believe you can run only based on fear and greed. You do not trust yourself, you can run out of freedom. You do not have faith on you, you can live out of freedom. You strongly believe you can run only based on fear and greed. You can run only based on your deadline and salary. You think life is a deadline and paycheck. No. You can run, your life can happen what you think without what you think as your identity. Be very clear. You can live your life without the constant irritation which you are carrying, the constant tension which you are carrying. That is what I call Jivan Mukti, liberated while living in the body. There is a beautiful statement by a rishi. Shrunmand vishve amritasya putraha vedaha meham purusham mahantam. He says, O sons of immortality, I have seen the truth, I am expressing it to you, let you all realize it. Understand a basic thing. This one example. When you are driving, do you plan every step? How much you need to press the accelerator, when you need to press the brake, when you need to turn, when you need to turn right, turn left. Do you plan? No. In the initial level, when you get trained, you may plan. But once you learn driving, just you sit. Many times, you don't even remember. When you get into the car, the next thought will be when you get down in your office. Am I right? You don't even remember you are driving. Either you are listening to the music, or talking in cell phone, or eating in the West especially. That is the restaurant. That is the restaurant, that is the STD booth, that is the music bar, everything. Everything is going on. Sometimes all three goes on. And you are driving. Only when you park in front of your office, suddenly you remember, you finished your driving. You finished your journey. How is this happening? This is what we call prarabdha, bio-memory. You have an intelligence, an automatic intelligence to run, to maintain, to live and expand your life. Please understand, what I am speaking is a very basic truth. Only if you have suffered in your life enough by your mind, you can understand what I am saying. Only if you have come to the verge of suspecting your own identity, you can understand. If you are still suspecting me about my identity, you cannot understand. If you are ready to doubt your identity, only then you will be able to understand what I am speaking, what I am expressing. Understand, the identity which you are carrying, or what you think as you, what you possess or believe will protect you in your life, is not necessary to live your life. In Sanskrit we have a beautiful word, prarabdha karma. Means the intelligence or the energy based on which you created this body, what we call bio-memory. You designed your body when you took birth. You designed your body to enjoy particular enjoyments, to live for a particular number of years. Your life, your enjoyments, whatever you want to do, you decide when you take birth, based on your prarabdha, based on what you think as the juice of the life. If you think only eating is the life, you will take pig janma. Pig body is the right body, because pig doesn't have to go for a job. Whole day you can eat. If you think the best thing in the life is sleeping, naturally you will create a buffalo body, because buffaloes doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to waste 10 years of his life by going to school. He doesn't have to waste 1/3 of his life by working in the office. So many things he doesn't have to do. All he needs to do is just chew and lie down. What you believe as the essence of life, what you believe is the greatest joy of the life, based on that you design your body. You design your system. That's what we call prarabdha. You came with a prarabdha. You decided, you designed your system. That designing, that memory has got enough of intelligence to live, run and expand your life. Trusting that intelligence and relaxing is what I call devotion, bhakti, sharanagati. Understand? The intelligence which is living in your life, which is running your life, trusting that and relaxing is what I call sharanagati, surrender. In our life, we are neither taught nor allowed to have the confidence you have an intelligence in you. Always you are given only guilt. Only if you live with the guilt, you can be easily exploited. The society which is created based on power and politics, the social systems which is created by Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas means business people and politicians naturally will have techniques only to keep people in guilt. But the social system created by rishis, enlightened masters, Vedic seers, that system naturally helps people to liberate people towards more and more expression of freedom, more and more towards the freedom. Understand the big difference. The society created by Vedic system are the rishis, enlightened masters, and the social structure created by politician and businessmen. There is a big difference between these two systems. Be very clear. If your body is an income source for somebody, naturally you will invent more and more diseases and medicines. Am I right? Because it is an income source. Understand? If your body is an income source for somebody, naturally he will be happy when you fall sick. What he will be praying? For example, you and your doctor, both of you come here and both of you pray to God. What you will be praying? You will pray for your business and he will pray for his business. Be very clear. Naturally, each one has to bother about their survival, bother about their life and their expansion. The lifestyle of the East, the Vedic system, the yogic lifestyle is created by enlightened masters. That is why constantly they give you the confidence. Even when you fail, they say, no, don't worry. Jivan Mukta means a man who lives without carrying the constant irritation which all of us carry. Constant irritation, you can understand. The moment you get out from your bed, come out of your sleep, till you fall asleep, you carry a constant tension and irritation. That is why you are waiting to vomit that on others. You are practically a volcano, waiting to jump on people. All you need is a small reason, that's all. You are waiting for reasons. If you don't get, you create it, that's all. Constantly, you are waiting to vomit. The constant irritation which you are carrying, the tension which you are carrying is happening in you because you believe mind is a thing. If you believe mind is a being, it is not a thing, it is a process. Then suddenly you will see that there is no need for the so much of things which you are creating in you. There is no need to defend yourself so much because there is no enemy. Suddenly you will realize, whoever you think as enemy has no base. They are not enemies at all. When you create an enemy who doesn't exist and start fighting with him, naturally you create more and more suffering for you, more and more pain for you. Be very clear. When you understand mind is a process, suddenly you realize you are unclutched. When you start trusting, you can be alive without that constant tension and disturbance which you are carrying in you. You are Jivan Mukta. When you trust your biointelligence we call in Sanskrit Di. The Gayatri mantra, the great mantra, the first mantra taught to any student, the first technique taught to any student is nothing but awakening that Di, that intelligence, the automatic intelligence which is in you. When you start trusting that, only then the real devotion, real spiritual life starts in you. Please be very clear. Spiritual life starts in you when you trust that tremendous intelligence which is in you. And spiritual life ends, means you achieve enlightenment when you start living without carrying that constant irritation which you carry from your morning to late night. Understand this two things. You are not a thing, you are a process. You are not connected shaft as you think, you are unclutched independent thoughts. These two will liberate you from so many problems which you are carrying. Now, let's enter into the technique of Shiva to realize this truth. He says, he is giving us technique here to experience the words which I uttered now, words which I spoke now. Suppose you are gradually being deprived of strength or knowledge. At the instant of deprivation, transcend. Understand? When I said the identity which you are carrying is not you, you are something more than the identity which you show to the outer world and which you believe as you. There are two identities. One more thing, constantly these two fights with each other. The identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you carry as you. Constantly these two fights with each other. Constantly these two fights with each other. One important thing, you are something more than these two identities. Let me give you a small example. In the North India, if you go, in northern parts of India, all the forests, in all the trees, in all the trees, there will be a stick hanging like this. They will hang a stick like this. This is actually a hunter's trap. You may think how a small stick like this can be a trap. What will happen, you know? This stick will be hanging like this. When a bird comes and sits here, just because of bird's own weight, what will happen? The whole thing will become topsy-turvy. See, it will be hanging like this. When a bird comes and sits here, what will happen? For example, just the bird comes and sits here, just because of the weight, it will turn. It will just turn topsy-turvy. It will become like this. Birds are so foolish. They don't understand that if they leave that stick, they can fly. They will think if they leave the stick, they will fall and die. They will fall and hurt themselves, and they will just hold on to that stick. They will just hang on to that stick. They will just cling on to that stick. Slowly the hunter will come after 2-3 hours, just take that catch that bird, put it in the cage and go. Understand? Just like that foolish bird which does not understand, by let going, by opening, by relaxing, he can fly. Same way, just like that foolish bird, we are also holding on to our identity. We do not have confidence, courage. If you just let go, you will become Paramahamsa. That bird, if it relaxes, what will happen? Just 2-3 minutes it has to balance and it will fly. Have you heard any bird falling and breaking the head and dying? It can never happen. It can never happen. At least in my experience, I never heard that. Same way, but that foolish bird cannot think. It is hanging upside down, topsy-turvy. It thinks if it lets go, what will happen? It will fall and break his head. And it will fall and die. It will be hanging. Thinking that stick is a security. That doesn't understand what that bird thinks as a security is not a security, it's a trap. What you think as a security, your identity is not a security, trap. Be very clear. You hold on to that identity. You just hang with that, but you never realize. If you let go, you will become a Paramahamsa, Jivan Mukta. What you think as you, that identity is not necessary for you to be alive, for you to survive, for you to expand. When you don't have that courage, like that bird, you hang on to it. What happens to that bird? What that bird thinks as security is a trap, and after some time, hunter will come, just he will pick up that bird, put the bird in the cage and take that bird. Same way, if you hold on to the identity which you are carrying, not only you will lose your freedom or enlightenment, when Yama comes, he will remove you even from that stick. What you think as your identity, even that will be lost. What you think as your identity? Your money, your properties, your relationships, your friends. These are the things what you think as your identity. When you hold on to that, you can hold on. But when a hunter comes, hunter is a Yama, means Lord of Death. When he comes, even this will be taken away from you. Why to wait till hunter comes? Even in your life, constantly, whatever you think your identity is slipping away. If you lose your money, suddenly the identity you are a millionaire is lost. If you lose some of your relatives, suddenly the identity, brother, sister, son, father, it is lost. Constantly, the identity which you are holding, thinking as security, is slipping away from your hands. It's just slipping away from your hands. Here, Shiva is giving you the great technique to experience the enlightenment whenever the identity slips away from your hand. Understand? Constantly identity is slipping away from your hand. But whenever identity slips away, you try to hold strongly. You cry, suffer, try to hold more and more strongly without realizing the freedom is waiting for you. You can just let go. For example, when the bird is hanging in that stick, if a breeze comes, if the stick moves, the bird thinks it has to hold on to the stick more strongly. He doesn't understand. If he opens up, let's go, what will happen? He can just fly. He can be a liberated, Jivan Mukta, Paramahamsa. Same way, just like that foolish bird, we are also hanging to the identity stick. Whenever the identity crisis starts happening in you, use that opportunity as a door to take the quantum jump into enlightenment. Shiva is using that identity crisis moments. He is now giving us a technique to take a quantum jump whenever the identity crisis happens in your life. He says, suppose you are gradually being deprived of strength or of knowledge. You will be deprived of strength whenever your money or relationships are taken away from you. You will be deprived of knowledge whenever you are in dilemma, in confusion. If you are losing your wealth in business, if you are losing some relationship because of your attitude or life, you will feel the tremendous depression or that low energy. Understand, even physically you will feel that. As if all your bones are melting. As if bones are melting. Even physically you will feel that pain, that suffering, the deprivation of energy, energy being depleted or energy leaving you. Same way, if you are supposed to take some decision, you are in confusion, you will feel the depletion of knowledge, the intelligence is being taken away from you, the right memory is being taken away from you, the decision making power is leaving you, the confusion is becoming more and more. Those moments, we know only how to suffer and create hell in those moments. Now Shiva is giving us a technique to use those moments to take a quantum jump into enlightenment. That's why I say Shiva is not a destroyer as you think. He is the destroyer of ignorance. He is creating more and more new space for new things to happen. Unless the past is destroyed, you will not have space for new things. Updated things cannot happen in your life. Shiva is an energy who is creating space for updated things by creating empty space. Unless few people go out, new people can't come in. Same way, Shiva is an energy creating space for new things to happen. Shiva means auspiciousness, causeless auspiciousness. Here he is creating, by this technique, an energy in you so that the new things can happen in you. Whenever the identity is slipping away from your hands, he is giving us a technique to use to take a quantum jump into ultimate consciousness, where you can experience the space of Shiva, consciousness of Shiva, the eternal bliss. He says, suppose you are gradually being deprived of strength or knowledge, means whenever you feel what you think as you is slowly slipping away from you. For example, even if some of your relatives die, be very clear, that part of that identity is missing. That is why you feel suffering. Many times, when they are alive, you take them for granted. You never even relate with them. You don't even respect them. I have seen in India, elders, when they are alive, they will have to be living in veranda. After they are dead, their photographs will be inside the house. They themselves can't live in the house, but their photographs will be kept in the house. When they are alive, you don't respect. You take them for granted. When they are dead, you really feel you are missing them. It is not even you are missing them. The identity with them is dying. For example, you are a son as long as your father is alive. When he is dead, the identity of you being a son of somebody is also dead. That part of the identity is dying. That is what creates you a deep pain. Some part of you is dying. If your father dies, if your mother dies, or if some relatives die, the relationship that was part of your being, your identity, that is dying. When that dies, you feel that loneliness, that emptiness, that empty space, that vacuum. That is why you suffer. Whenever you face suffering, by the deprivation of energy, by the energy depletion. Do not create more depression. Use this technique to take a quantum jump. Namah Shivaya. I welcome you all with my love and respects. This beautiful book starts with the word Sri Bhairava Vacha, means Shiva said. Straight away Shiva is entering into the techniques. He is not giving any intellectual introduction. He is not giving any teachings. Let's enter into the sutra. Then we will see the meaning. We will understand it. Sri Bhairava Vacha Urdve Prano Yato Jivo Visargatma Parochare Utbhattit Vidayastane Varanat Baridastitihi. Straight he is entering into the subject. He is not giving any intellectual introduction. To tell you honestly, the first spiritual book without introduction. Straight to the point of enlightenment. He is not interested wasting his time. He is not interested in giving you words. He is not interested in giving you any teachings. No teachings. No words. Straight to the subject. Straight to the point of enlightenment. He is not interested in convincing. Let me be honest. All teachings, almost all teachings are given either to convince you that teacher is a great person or to convince himself that what he is believing is something truth. Incident which happened maybe 1 year ago. I went to attend an interreligious conference. In that I was sitting next to a father. I was boasting that I have a training center for meditation teachers in our Biddi ashram. I said more than 200 people are having the training. He laughed and told me, Swamiji, I have 16 training centers only in Bombay. The conference was in Bombay. Only in Bombay I have 16 training centers. Each training center trains more than 400 preachers. I was shocked. And then I started saying, you will have more people because you guys convert. We don't believe in conversion. Naturally, you will have more people because you convert people. Some of Sanatana Dharma or Hinduism doesn't believe in conversion. We don't believe in conversion. So, I said, because of conversion you may have more people. Then, slowly in course of conversation, after some time he understood that I am teaching meditation and helping people and giving life solutions. He asked me, Swamiji, I want to sit with you privately for some time. I said, you are welcome. He came and we spent more than 1 hour. He was asking some solution for his own personal problems. Anyhow, I tried to help him and he was very happy and he is helped. After everything is over, he was about to leave at the time I asked him, see, one thing is sure, you yourself don't have solution from what you are teaching. Then why are you teaching so aggressive And I know he teaches, he goes on condemning other religions. See, saying your religion is great, is beautiful, nothing wrong. But saying that nothing else is truth, that's where the problem starts. He goes on condemning all other religions. I told him, you yourself don't find solution for your own life. Why do you preach so aggressively? By the time he became very open and he started speaking the truth. He told me, Swamiji, I feel a tremendous fear. What I am preaching is truth or not. I feel completely insecure. But when I see 10,000 people following me, I feel a little secure. All 10,000 can't be fools. All 10,000 can't be fools. No, it is true. Please understand. I am saying the truth. He told me this very word. I am feeling the insecurity, Swamiji. But when I see 10,000 people are following me, when I am able to convince 10,000 people, then I feel a little confident. Oh, I can be fool, but 10,000 will not be fool. All 10,000 will not be fool. I was shocked. But understand, this is the truth. Teachings are given either to convince you the teacher is a great person, or to convince himself what he is teaching is something great. Only then teachings are given. If there is no need for convincing, only techniques are given. Here, Shiva doesn't have any need. He doesn't have to convince Uma. He doesn't have to convince Devi. He is straight away giving the technique. And let you be very clear, never learn from a person who has to convince about his authority to you. Then he will be talking too many big things which neither you understand nor he himself understands. Because he is on a big job of convincing you. That is why there is a beautiful story, one more story. One great Kashmiri Side Pandit, actually this book is from Kashmiri Saivism. The only living religion or the only living tradition which carried the light of Shiva, light of Shaivism, the light of Shiva till today. Kashmiri Side Pandit, he went to the king and said, King, I wanted to teach you the Shiva Sutras and I want to initiate you. King said, I don't feel like having it. First you read and then come to me. But it was taken aback. And he said, I read for last 12 years, I mastered it completely. King again said, no, go back and read, then come. After 6 months, the Pandit again came. Now I wanted to teach you. Now I read everything. King said, no, go back, read a little more, then come. After 6 months, again the Pandit came. King said, no, go back and practice, then come. Pandit was shocked. He started thinking, I think somewhere I am missing. He went and started practicing. After 6 months, he did not come back to the king. He was sitting in his place, blissfully. Then king said, please go and find out what has happened to the Pandit. All the servants of the king came to the Pandit and they said, Sir, are you not coming to the king? Are you not coming to the palace to teach? Pandit said, no, I am not interested. No, I don't feel like. And king said, yes, now I can go and learn from him. Now it is time. Now he is right. I can go and learn from him. Now, Pandit doesn't have any need to convince the king about his greatness. If there is a need to convince the disciple, if there is a need to convince the student, be very clear, truth cannot be expressed 100%. If already the bridge, trust has happened, then sharing the truth is possible. I always tell people, do not think to doubt you need intelligence. To doubt you don't need intelligence, just intellect is enough. Yesterday, one devotee was asking me, what is this, Swamiji? Always you encourage doubting and questioning. But suddenly you change the whole trend. Yesterday you started telling, only fools doubt, only fools question. See, doubting, questioning is good to learn, but not to experience. If you just want to learn, if you want more and more words, if you want teachings, doubting is beautiful, questioning is beautiful. But when it comes to techniques, doubting or questioning is not going to help. Straight away, if you want the experience, only the trust can help you. I always tell people, when intellect is right, it becomes intelligence. When emotion ripes, it becomes trust. When your being ripes, it becomes enlightenment. If your intellect has reached its peak, it becomes intelligence. If your emotion has reached its peak, it becomes trust. If your being has reached its peak, it becomes enlightenment. To doubt, you don't need intelligence, just intellect is enough. You can doubt anything. And the more you doubt, the more you question, people will start respecting you. It's the truth. If you just wanted to show yourself as a great person, simply start doubting everybody, start criticizing everybody. It's a beautiful technique. Start criticizing everybody, start doubting everybody, start questioning everybody. You will become a great Pandit. People will start respecting you. Here, no teachings, straight away enters into the technique. He is not even saying, now I am starting meditation techniques. Even that much he is not saying. Straight to the technique. He says, start doing it. He is not speaking about anything else. No introduction, no teachings. Yesterday, one devotee asked me, what is this, Swamiji? When you spoke about Gita, you said Gita is the ultimate book. And yesterday you pulled the Gita completely down. And now you say, Shiva Sutras is the ultimate book. See, Gita is a beautiful book to start. It has got some little bit of Shastra, little bit of Stotra, a little bit of Sutra. There are some techniques, and there are some Stotra, the glory part, and there is a Shastra, which gives you the intellectual base. It's like a mix of everything. But the danger is, you may miss the essence. You may get caught in the Shastra or Stotra. You may lose the Sutra part. You may lose the technique part. It's a mixture. Whenever you mix, there is always problem. You may miss the essence. You may miss the truth. But here, you cannot miss the truth. It's a foolproof book. Anybody who goes through this book cannot miss. It's a foolproof technology. You can't escape. You can't miss the truth, because here nothing else is there. No sugar coating, nothing. Straight away gives the truth. No teaching, no intellectual stuff. There is no need to avoid anything. There is no need to use your intellect to separate, to analyze what is truth and what is not truth, and you don't have to use your intellect at all. As far as this book concerned, straight away open and start practicing. It's a practical manual. It's a practical manual. That is why no teachings. This is not for the people who are yet to be convinced. It's a straight book for the people who want to practice. I have brought few stories to tell you all about the teachings, how teachings work. A patient goes to the psychiatric doctor and says, "Doctor, it is too much. I can't run my life. I don't know what I can do. But one thing, I can't live my life in the same way. Too much of problems." Psychiatrist says, "Yes, we all have problem. I know. Let's try to help each other. I'll start 4 sessions a week. $100 per session. We'll start from tomorrow." Patient says, "Yes, doctor, I understand. This will solve your problem. What about mine?" So teachings may solve the problems of teacher, but not the student. Teachings may solve the problem of teacher, but not the student. All teachings, either it is given as a commandment or given as a theory. One thing, at least with commandment, you know directly commands are given to you. But when you start reading theologies, in a very cunning, subtle way, the commandments are inserted into your inner space. Logically, you are convinced. Logically, you are convinced to follow these rules. Logically, you are convinced about these teachings. Then great damage, permanent damage is done to your consciousness. Let me be very clear. Unless it becomes your experience, any teaching, it does only damage to your inner space. It does great damage to your consciousness. It is better to escape from teachings than having them without the experience. I have one more story. Suddenly one day farmer noticed that one of his cow is missing. And there is a railroad near his farm. And he sued the railroad company, thinking that cow has died. And company hired a best lawyer, big lawyer in the city, to settle the matter out of court. Somehow lawyer convinced the farmer. Farmer accepted 50% of what he was claiming and settled. After the settlement, after farmer signed the release form and took the check, lawyer felt really happy and he was not able to keep quiet. He was talking about his victory and he said, "I am really happy I won the case because I don't have a single witness. I can't stand in the court. I am happy that we are settled out of court." Farmer said, "Yes, I am also happy. I was also worried yesterday how to take only half of the amount. But today morning cow came back to the home." So I agreed. Be very clear. Neither the farmer knows nor the lawyer knows what is going on. He is trying to cheat the other person. The other person is trying to cheat this person. Lawyer is thinking he is cheating the farmer. The farmer is thinking the other way. The teachings also, the person who teaches, he is thinking, people are all listening, he is talking for them. People are sitting, they are thinking, anyhow he is talking what to do. I have to sit, I have come. It becomes a sort of a routine. It becomes sort of routine. And anyhow, we are not going to do anything. He is going to speak. Let's have some good time. Please be very clear. Neither teacher knows what he is saying, nor the student understands what he is hearing. All teachings, it adds only more and more words, more and more trouble. That's the reason here, Shiva is not here to convince you. He is here to give the experience. One more thing. I've always seen a deep inferiority complex in all teachers. Teachers suffer with inferiority complex. To hide their inferiority complex, only they start teaching. See, when you are teaching, you can show you are a big guy. Really, it's a big addiction. You don't know. It's a big addiction. Let me tell you a story. It's not story, it's history. History. Shah Jahan, when he was arrested by his own son, Aurangzeb, put in the prison, he fell sick. Not only he fell sick, he was just deteriorating. Aurangzeb went to see him. After all, father, he went to see him and he saw he's practically dead. He asked, I know you are missing your kingdom. I can't give the kingdom back. But tell me something to bring you back to the life. I can do something to bring you back to the life, to make you alive, to keep you alive. But I can't give you the kingdom except that ask anything. Shah Jahan said, I don't want your kingdom, but just give me 30 boys. I'll start teaching them to take class. Aurangzeb said, that is not a big thing. I can give you 100 boys, have 100 boys. He sent 100 boys. Shah Jahan, after a month, Aurangzeb came to the prison. He saw Shah Jahan is alive, just like a king. Aurangzeb was not able to understand what is happening. He's so alive, he's back. He's just like a king again. He asked the officers, his prison officers, what is happening? How come he's so alive now? The officer said, Lord, every day morning he makes all the 100 people to sit in front of him and he starts conducting his court. One behaves like one acts as if he is a minister, another one is acting, he is a spy in charge. Each one is coming and reporting. He makes them do everything what he does in the court. And in the evening he makes them as two groups and makes them start fighting. And the fight goes on. Practically he does everything. Whatever he does, whatever he was doing in the court, he does everything now. So psychologically he is again king. That is why he is so alive, active. Be very clear. Teaching gives you a big strength. You feel. You become a big guy. Your ego is strengthened when you teach. That is the reason. You will find thousands and thousands of teachers, but not a single student. Be very clear. Never think people who are sitting in front of the teacher they are students. No. They are learning just to become a teacher. They are not students. They are just waiting to catch that seat. You can't directly catch the seat. You need to know something. So just for that, they put up with the teacher's teachings. Anyhow, alright, tell whatever you want. I will have to sit in that chair. For that, I also need to repeat all these things. Let me listen. Students are polite. They relax, keep quiet so that they can start their turn. That's all. Never think somebody is a student just because because he is sitting in front of the teacher. All teaching is just pure ego game. He is trying to show his greatness, and student is just waiting so that he can show his greatness to somebody else. He is just putting up with the teachings so that when time comes, he can start. That is why I have always seen the moment class is over, people go back to their house and start teaching. If you digested, you will never feel like opening the mouth. I have seen, even when people listen, in the mind they take notes. I should go and tell this to my mother-in-law. I should go and tell this to my father-in-law. I should go and tell this to my friends. I should go and tell this to my wife. Of course, you can't tell your wife, that is different. At least I should go and tell this to my husband. You just develop your intellect so that you can use it on your family and friends. And you just use all these teachings to support what you want to express. What do you want to express? And one more thing, I have seen people sharpening their intellect with my teachings and using it to fulfill their wishes. Whenever they couldn't get something out of somebody, they will start using these teachings in their own form. In the mind, they will have all the notes. Whatever is said, when they go back, they will manipulate as they want and use it to get what they want. Let it be very clear. That's the reason here Shiva is not interested in giving any teachings. He's straight. I think he doesn't want to contribute to the already existing confusions. To tell you honestly, whenever I go to the spiritual bookshops, I feel bored to produce more books. Oh God, millions of books. What am I going to write? What am I going to do? Writing some more books. Then I decided I should write books at least to tell people don't read books. At least to tell that I will write books. To convince them not to waste their energy in unnecessarily reading, I have to write book. At least to do that, I have to write. That's the reason I have written so many books. Actually, Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, whenever you can be in the state of Atman, that enlightenment, be in that same ecstasy and bliss, whenever you can't read the books which again and again tells you don't read, go into the experience, which encourages you to go into the experience, means books written by great enlightened masters. Books written by enlightened masters will always convince you not to be with the books and enter into the experience. I can say rishis are the only courageous people who said Vedas are not ultimate authority. Our books are not ultimate authority. They are just guides for you to experience. Rishis are the most courageous people, let me be very honest. They are the most courageous people to declare the books are not ultimate, our words are not ultimate authority. It is just help to reach the experience. And one more beautiful thing, Rishis are the only people who kept the possibility of updating open and available for the next generation. You can update our scriptures. There are smritis. Continuously you can update. Updating is possible. If you read the Gita, Krishna is so beautiful. He says, whenever dharma declines, yata yata hi dharmasya, klanir bhagati bharata, abhyutthanam dharmasya, tadatmanam srajamyaham. He keeps the possibility open. He says, again and again I come down, means he is keeping the space for next generation enlightened masters. He keeps the whole thing open. The next generation, next master can come up and say, yes, now I have experienced Krishna consciousness. Now I am speaking from the same truth, same experience. Come up, let's update. Let's grow. The possibility for growth, the possibility for the next generation is kept open with the rishis. They never say, they never claim we are the ultimate authority. Even softwares can be updated. Be very clear. Anything which can't be updated will be outdated. Either update or get outdated. If some scripture can't be updated means it has to be outdated. It has to be outdated. Anything which can be updated, only that can keep the life. The important change which came after the IT revolution, the recent days, two important changes. Knowledge is free and possibility of updating. These two, 5,000 years ago our masters have thought about it. Still in India knowledge is free. Still in India knowledge is free. Even in our ashram we have programs. 1 year we give them complete free food and stay and clothes and books to study the spiritual philosophy. Anybody who wants to come and stay, they can come and stay and practice for 1 year. Full 1 year, we give complete free food, stay and syllabus, the atmosphere, the ambience, which is important thing, and teachers, provide teachers. In India we believe knowledge is free and possibility of updating. Rishis don't claim they are the ultimate. They don't claim they are the last. They are not killing. They are not stopping the growth or the expansion of spiritual intelligence. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, read the books of enlightened masters who are constantly saying, drop books, go into experience. Try to be always in that ecstasy or bliss or the no mind space. When you can't, read the books which again and again inspires you to go into that state. Here, in this book, Shiva is not even convincing you. He is not even saying, go into experience. Straight away he gives the technology. Straight away he starts with the technology. Beautiful sutra, the first sutra. Let's attempt the sutra. Urdve prano hyato jivo visargatma parochare utpatti vidayastane varanat paridastitihi. Shiva replied, O radiant one, is addressing Devi. Is addressing Devi. O radiant one, this experience may dawn between two breaths. After breath comes in, down, and just before turning up, out, the beneficence. If at all we have to choose among the meditation techniques, if somebody asks me, Swamiji, there are millions of meditation techniques. If somebody asks me, which one you will prescribe for anybody, if there is going to be tsunami and all books will be washed away, all books will disappear. Only one technique can be kept alive. If God gives me the choice, I will keep this technique alive. This technique is so beautiful. Except this technique, if the whole spiritual literature, if all the techniques are taken away from the planet Earth, even then planet Earth can survive. It can have spiritual growth and it can have enlightened masters with this single technique. Except this one sutra, if God takes away all spiritual literatures, all meditation techniques from the planet Earth, suddenly overnight everything is over, gone. Even if that happens, we will be able to produce enlightened masters on the planet Earth with this single technique. According to my experience, this is the technique which created millions of enlightened masters. No other technique has helped so many millions of people like this technique did. Whole Asia, China, Thailand, Japan, Sri Lanka, whole Asia became enlightened with this single technique. Buddha uses the same technique in the name of Vipassana. Whether it is Upassana or Vipassana. Upassana means sitting with the God. Vipassana means sitting with yourself. Whether it is Upassana or Vipassana, technique is one and the same because you are God. Sitting with yourself or sitting with God is one and the same. When you don't trust yourself, you sit with God. When you trust yourself, you sit with yourself. That's all. If you trust God, it is called Upassana. If you trust yourself, it is called Vipassana. That's all. But this single technique has liberated millions of people. The one and only technique which Buddha promoted. The whole Buddhism is only this one technique. The first technique of Shiva and the first line of Shiva is the whole essence of Buddhism. And the whole Asia had enlightenment, produced so many millions of enlightened masters only based on this single technique. Whole Tibetan Buddhism is only this one technique. Throughout the Tibet, if you go around, you will hear only about this one technique. And no other country has spent so much of energy, did so much of research like Tibet in the field of consciousness. In the field of consciousness, no other country has done so much of research like Tibet. And if at all Tibet is brought back to its original glory and given the freedom of the spiritual research and development, and it can contribute to the planet Earth so much. It has so much. It can contribute really a lot. Let's enter into the technique. This experience may dawn. He starts with the word, beautiful word, radiant one. Radiant one means, O enlightened one, O Bhairavi. Radiating means who has got and who is able to share. Who is having and who is able to share. There is a big difference between a mystic and a master. Mystic is a person who achieved experience. Master is a person not only who achieved, who can share the technology with others. Here, Shiva is addressing Devi as a radiant one who is radiating enlightenment. Not only she has experienced it, she can share with others. Enlightened master is speaking to another enlightened master. That is why this book is the essence of enlightenment. Not even a single word is unnecessary word. To tell you honestly, you can edit Brahma Sutra, you can edit Yoga Sutra, you can edit Gita, When I spoke on Yoga Sutra, I spoke only on 10 verses because essence is only 10. When I spoke on Brahma Sutra, I spoke only on 3 verses because essence is only 3. Brahma Sutra has got 555 sutras. I chose only 3 and spoke on that. Gita has got 700 slokas. I chose only 120 and spoke on that. Again, Yoga Sutra has got 555 sutras. I spoke only on 10 to 12 essence. But when I decided to speak on Shiva Sutra, I am not able to remove a single word. I am going to speak on all 112 sutras. Because I am not able to edit. I am not able to take out that this is the juice, this is the essence. No. Every single word is essence. You can't edit a single word. Now I am going to speak on all 112 sutras. Because you can't edit. He has spoken, he has expressed with minimum words the ultimate truth. You can't edit further. Now, let's start. O radiant one, this experience may dawn between 2 breaths. After a breath comes in and just before turning up the beneficence. He says, the enlightenment, the Shiva consciousness can happen to you if you can go deep into the space where the breath is taking turn from out to in or in to out, up to down or down to up. It looks very simple. He's talking about your breath. He says, you can experience the Shiva consciousness between the space of 2 breaths. First, let us understand something about breath. From the moment of your birth to death, the one and only thing which you do without any discontinuity is breathing. Anything else can be stopped. You may be a child, or you may be young man, or you may become old, or you may fall sick, you may eat, you may not eat, you may sleep, you may not sleep, but you cannot stop breathing. That's a basic thing of life. Breathing is the one and only activity which you are doing continuously. Your being is made out of 5 elements. Earth, Prithvi, earth element, your bone and the base structure is made out of earth element. Next, water, your blood and so many other things in your system. Water element represents the water element energy. Next, fire, which is constantly burning in your Manipura, which is digesting all the food. We call it Vaishwanara Agni. Vaishwanara, the Agni which is inside your Manipura. Krishna says, Aham Vaishwanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamasritaha Pranavana Samayukta Pachamyanam Chaturvidam. I am residing in every jiva, every being as the fire. He is the fire. The fire element. If this fire goes away, your body has to be put in the fire. As long as this fire is alive, you will be alive. If this fire goes away, you have to put your body in the fire. Fire element. Next is air. Breath. Prana. Breath element. The air element. The 5th is ether. Ether is your mind, where your visualizations are happening, where your thinking is happening. That space is ether. five elements are there. And Tantra says, if you can directly work with the subtlest element, you will achieve enlightenment immediately. Working with earth means then you have to move to the water, then you have to move to the fire, then you have to move to the air, from there you have to move to the ether. You have to move from one step to next. You can see one will be subtler than the other. If you go deep, it will be subtler and subtlest. The earth and the water will have form, and the fire is formless form. Air and the ether will not have form. Fire can lead from form to formlessness. These are the five elements. If you can work with the subtlest, straight away you can become enlightened. You can reach the cosmic energy. You can reach the Atman. Taittiriya Upanishad says beautifully, Akasha Atmana. From Atman comes the Akasha. From Akasha comes the Vayu. From Vayu Rapa. From Vayu comes the Agni. From Agni comes the water. From water element comes the Prithvi, earth. If you can work with the subtlest element, straight away you can reach the enlightenment, the inner space. Here the subtlest element is Akasha, ether. But the big difficulty is you cannot directly work with ether. You cannot directly work with ether. You cannot directly work with your mind. The more you try to work with your mind, you may create suppressions and more difficulties. That's the reason Shiva is straight away working with air, little less subtle, but which is practical. Shiva is creating these techniques for human beings on the planet Earth who lived, who are living, and who is yet to come. He is creating techniques for all kinds of human beings. As I was telling you yesterday, sometimes I myself create questions and give answer because people are not even that much intelligent to put intelligent questions. People are putting the questions only out of violence. They don't put out of innocence. Questions asked out of innocence are worth answering. Questions asked out of violence can neither be answered nor it is useful to answer. Let it be very clear. Sometimes people are not even that much intelligent to put the right question. So I myself design the question and give the answer so that it is recorded for future. Same way here, Shiva is creating techniques which will be useful, which can be helped, which can be of help not only for the present human beings, even for the people who are going to come. And he says, Radiant One, this experience may dawn between two breaths, after the breath comes in, and just before turning up. One more thing. Directly or indirectly, you wanted to create that space which you will experience. Here, the technique itself directly sometimes may not give you the experience. But when your mind is engaged in the technique, the experience will start happening as a byproduct. The experience will start happening as a byproduct. That is why he has created a foolproof system. That's why I say Shiva has created a foolproof system. The technique itself may not directly give you the experience. A small story. One lady went to the grocery store and asked the person to give cat food cat food for husband, he will die. She said, no, no, for last 1 week I am giving cat food only for his lunch and he is enjoying it. You give me. Every day she comes and picks up cat food. These days shocked and surprised. After a week, this grasser happened to browse the obituary column in the local newspaper and he saw the guy is dead. The woman's husband is dead. Next day when she came to the store, he said, I told you, don't give cat food. See, he is dead. She said, no, no, no. He is not dead because of the cat food. He is dead because he broke his neck trying to lick his body all over. When he tried to lick his body all over, he broke his neck and died. Directly or indirectly. What has happened? Has happened. Let it be very clear. These techniques also, directly or indirectly, it will give you the experience. It will give you. Logically, you can't understand how the cat food can kill husband. How can the cat food kill the husband? You may not understand logically, but that is what happens. Whether you understand logically or not, it happens. Sometimes things happen directly, sometimes indirectly. Here, you may have the question, how can I become enlightened? Just by watching my breath. How can I become enlightened? Just by going into the space where my breath is taking turn. How enlightenment is possible? Logically, you may not understand, but when you go deep, it happens. It happens. Shiva is creating subtlest possible technique for human beings. Human beings as such cannot work directly on the ether, on mind. The thing which they can directly touch is only the breath. And breath is the bridge between you and the universe. It is the bridge between your body and the mind. You can see very clearly. Till breath, you are only body. After the breath, you are mind. If you see all the 5 elements. Till the air, you are only body. Whether it is earth, water, or fire, or the air. All these 4 are only body. But after the breath, after the air, after the prana, it is mind. The ether is mind. The breath is the bridge between your body and mind. Your matter and spirit. Body is the matter. Spirit is the energy. Breath is the bridge between your body and mind. Please be very clear. Constantly you are connecting with the universe. You are relating with cosmos through the breath. The moment you stop relating, you are dead. The moment you stop relating, you are dead. He says, this experience may dawn between 2 breaths. After breath comes in and just before turning out. Once the breathing goes in and before it turns out, it touches your inner space. Let it be very clear. Every single breath is directly managed by your Atman, not by your mind. Let it be very clear. That is why Even if you forget, you go on breathing. If it is under the control of your mind, long before you would have stopped breathing. Because you forget so many things, you would have forgotten this also. It is not under the control of your mind. It is under the control of consciousness. Every single breath, you go and touch your inner consciousness. You straight away go and reach your inner consciousness, then come out. Every single breath is directly related to your inner consciousness. That is the easiest method to reach enlightenment. Let me be very clear. With any other technique, you have to do something. Here, you don't have to do anything. Just be. And automatically you will be taken into the space where the enlightenment is happening. Automatically you will reach the space where consciousness is your nature. Automatically you will enter into the space where you are in Shiva consciousness. Every moment you are reaching the space of Shiva consciousness. You are entering into the space of Shiva consciousness without even your knowledge. Only thing, all you need to do is just be with the vehicle which goes into the inner space of Shiva consciousness. If you just keep quiet and sit in the train, that is enough. Your breath is the train, vehicle, which is going into the Shiva consciousness every moment. But the moment it goes near the Shiva consciousness, you feel a little suffocated and you say, no, this is not for me, let me get down, you get down. And when the train comes back to your station, you get into the train and come back again. You think of going from here to Seattle, get into the train, but the moment you reach the Mount Shasta, you feel, no, it's too cold, it's not for me, and you get down, wait there. When the train comes back, you sit in the train and come back to LA, that's all. Every moment, God has already created an automatic mechanism to reach enlightenment. And one thing, He doesn't trust us. He knows any job left to human beings, they will mess it. Let me be very clear. He has already created an automatic mechanism where you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is just sit in the train and relax. As they say in the flight, sit back and relax. Enjoy your flight. Nothing else needs to be done. You are in Shiva consciousness. All you need to do is sit back and relax. You are in Shiva consciousness. Here, the first technique, such a beautiful technique, he says, their state of fullness is found by fixing them in two places of the origin. Just before the turning up, there will be always a gap where you don't breathe, where the breath is not happening, where it is taking turn. If you can relax in that gap, if you can be aware of that gap, a sudden explosion of consciousness is possible in you. You may think, how can I achieve enlightenment? Just by watching the gap between the breaths. Please be very clear. Your breathing and your thinking are directly connected. They are directly connected. If you observe the length, breadth and depth of your breath, length, breadth and depth of your breath, it changes according to your thoughts. Let me be very clear. Every single thought changes the length, breadth and depth of your breathing. Length, breadth and depth of your breathing can never be the same with two different thoughts. Every single thought brings a change, a slight change, maybe in length or in breadth or in depth of your breathing. Every single thought is associated with a particular length, breadth, depth of your breathing. So your breathing is not same as you think. You can see this obviously when you are caught in some emotions. Emotions like anger, you can see your breathing totally changes. Emotions like lust, you can see that your breathing is totally different. The emotions, when you are caught in the emotions, you can see how your breathing changes. You think only in the high emotions, your breathing changes. Not only in the high emotions, even in ordinary thinking, even in an ordinary way of thinking, every thought has got its own length, breadth, depth of breath. Be very clear, every single thought brings its own change in your breathing. If you work on your breath, straight away you work on your mind. If you work on your mind, you are straight away working on your breath. But the difficulty is you can't work on your mind. You cannot work on your mind. It is too subtle. It is too subtle. You cannot do anything. Try your best to work on your mind. End of the day you will feel only bored or tired. Because nothing would have happened. It's like arguing with your spouse. Never you will end. Never you will reach the end. Nothing will happen. You can continue and continue. Either you should become tired or she should become tired. Otherwise, nothing else can be done. Actually, one of our devotee, her husband came to me. He is involved with some other meditation group. And she is involved with our meditation group. He came to me and started complaining. What is this, Swamiji? After she came to your meditation classes, the peace in my house is completely lost. I said, what happened? Please tell me. No, earlier both of us are going to the same meditation group. We used to practice meditation. We will get energy to fight 15 minutes. I will shout 15 minutes, she will shout 15 minutes. Things will be over, done. Now, she has come to your programs. She gets energy for 1 hour. I am going to the same meditation. I have power only to shout for 15 minutes. And she gets energy to shout 1 hour. Now what to do? I am not able to do anything. The peace in the house is lost. And be very clear. And he's really honest. And he says, she does all your meditation techniques and is so active and alive. I am not able to do anything with her. I said, then come and join our group. That's the only way. Nothing else can be done. Anyhow, arguing with your spouse leads nowhere. Same way, working with your mind, nothing can be done. But working with your breath, something can be done. Here, Shiva gives you a beautiful technique to work on your breath and reach the state of Shiva consciousness or thoughtlessness. One more thing, if you observe, if you stop breathing, you can't think. Your thinking will stop. Even for a moment, stop breathing, thinking will stop. And if you stop thinking, breathing will stop. You can't stop thinking completely, but you can enter into the space where breathing is not happening in you. You can beautifully enter into that space without any side effect or after effect. The only byproduct or side effect will be enlightenment and Shiva consciousness. Thank you. love and respects. Let's enter into the Shiva Sutra. Objects and desires exist in me as in others, so accepting, let them be transformed. This is the 60th Sutra. Objects and desires exist in me as in others, so accepting, let them be transformed. There are so many ways to liberate your inner space. Feel the experience of the reality. Experience of the reality means the past, present, future of your life will be available to you as it is. Now, because your inner space is so much filled, covered by the load of your past, you are not able to see the future as it is. You always see it by the pressure, difficulty, disturbances created by your past. Clear vision means seeing your past as it happened, seeing your present as it is happening, seeing your future as it will happen. People ask me, how do you say that we do not know about our past? Please understand, you should know the truth. You do not know about your past. You remember your past only as you wanted, not as it happened. Thousands of incidents would have happened. Thousands of things would have happened. The experience which created a strong influence on you, only that is remembered, not all the experiences. There is a very beautiful description that traditional Vedic literatures. When I say Vedic literature, there are so many beautiful commentaries written on these great scriptures like Brahma Sutra, Yoga Sutra, Nyaya, Vaiseshika Sutras, and so many traditional literatures. There is a very beautiful description how we forget the time. Whenever a strong experience happens in you, the time does not move quickly. The kshana does not move quickly. Only those strong experience gets recorded in you. But all other simple experiences are what you think as simple experiences. Even if it happens many times in you, it won't get recorded. It will not be there in your system. So you do not know the exact past as it happened. You do not know the exact past as really the Kala Chakra, as really the time shaft has presented it to you. That is the reason about the future also, you do not have the exact idea, exact thing. The number does not play the role, only the intensity is recorded. That is where you miss. You miss the truth as it is. Reality means accepting and start seeing as it is. Start looking into the things as it is. Mahadeva says beautifully, objects and desires exist in me as in others, so accepting, let them be transformed. Constantly we play the game of taking two stands. In you, if the objects and desires exist, you give a kind of a justification. In others, if the same thing exists, you give a kind of a different explanation. If you are a superiority complexed person, if you shout, it is necessary for the sake of helping others. If somebody else shouts, see how he is getting mad. Foolish guy, does not have balance about himself. If you are inferiority complexed person, the problem will be reverse. If others shout, you will give a different explanation. And whatever happens in you, you will create too deep guilt. Even if you are inferiority complexed person, if you are suffering with inferiority complex, you will create the guilts deeper than the truth. Whatever is, whether this way or that way, you will be very happy with the extreme things. You do not understand in every being, in everything, that objects and desires exist as it should be, as it is alive. That's a very beautiful story, a small story. One guy converted Christian. At the moment of death, he calls a Swami and says, please help me, I want to convert back to Hinduism. The Swami was puzzled because first thing, we don't have conversion ritual. Second thing, we don't believe in conversion. And he asked, throughout your life you lived as majority of your life you lived as Christian. Why do you want to convert to Hinduism now? That guy says, better let a Hindu die than a Christian. Understand? Just the number. And game, you do not accept. Constantly taking to stand. Constantly playing with the mind, with the to stand, does not see the reality as it is, does not see the truth as it is, does not see the truth as it should be. Seeing things with your frame. That's what Shiva says here. Objects and desires exist in me as in others. When you realize, just like how I carry objects and desires and I struggle, everybody is struggling, everybody is carrying, everybody is progressing. The moment you understand this deeply in your heart, this is one of the important Nitya Sutra, the sutra, the understanding which you need to internalize. Understanding which you need to internalize. This simple understanding, suddenly you will see tremendous compassion expressing through your system. The moment you understand, just like your struggle, everybody is struggling with objects, with desires, with life, you will feel a deep compassion. You will not be running, you will not be having the instinct of survival threat. Survival threat happens only when you feel others are all having more than what you are having, or others are all blessed, or given some favor, but you did not receive. Then you get the instinct, whether right or wrong, whatever way, just get it. Might is right. Let me have what I want. Let me have what is needed. You lose the practical platform from which you can relate with people. The other day, we had some guests. I was taking care of them, and after taking care of them, I came back to the session, and the way one of my Swami was asking, Swamiji, how you are able to play the game of sitting in a stage and being a master and blessing and advising and everything, and when you come to the place of taking care of the guests, you are able to exactly play the game as it should be. I told him, understand, whatever you want, when you go to some place, that's the same thing they also want. So whatever you want, do that. That's all. Whatever you want, what way you want to be treated, what way you want to be taken care, what way you want to be respected, what way you want to be responded. Understand, they are human beings. So naturally, that's the same thing need to be done. Then over. When you understand, desires and object exists in every being as it exists in you, every step you will see that you are so practical, down to earth. You are able to relate, you are able to connect, you are able to work with the reality perfectly. You are able to experience it completely. You will have that spontaneity. You don't have to plan. You will have the simple spontaneity. Just refer your dictionary and do that. That's all. That will take care of the whole thing. You will have such a deep spontaneity. Understand? When you are very clear, just do what you want to do. But just do how you want to be treated. You will see, you will be so practical. You will be very straight. You don't have to think. It was such a clear answer, such a clarity, a continuous spontaneity will happen when you start understanding inside everybody, just like you, object and desires exist. We always think that somebody else's inner space means it will be some other way. No, relax. Same way the other person was asking, Swamiji, how you are able to sit in the stage and handle thousands of people, 30,000, 40,000 people attend, and how you are able to talk, don't you have a stage fear? I tell them, simple thing, if you understand, they may be 30,000 or 40,000, all their inner space is occupied with the same thing which I had in my inner space, at least till enlightenment. Till enlightenment, how I was, I know, that same thing is only in front of me. So what is there? Simply I can handle that. When I had the intelligence to handle what is there in my inner space, the same intelligence only is required to handle what is there in his inner space. That's all. A simple clarity. See, whatever is inside you is there inside them. This very simple understanding will create a platform, will give you the clarity, will give you the vision. Directly you can start relating. Directly you can start moving. Directly you can start expressing. Decide for next few days continuously to remember, before handling everybody, any person, any relationship or any idea or any business dealing or any other handling, remember whatever you have inside your mind, how your mind works, how your constitution is operating, the same way only their mind is working. Their constitution is operating. Do not get disturbed. Do not get overwhelmed. Just be relaxed and see what is you is the same thing there. One more thing, as on now, all your energy is wasted in predicting or trying to judge, guess what may be in that person's inner space. Instead of that, stop predicting, stop judging, stop guessing. Just look what you have inside. That same thing only is there. What you have inside, start handling it. Start working on it. You will see you are successful. In Vedanta, we use a very beautiful word, drishti srishti or srishti drishti. Drishti srishti means what you are seeing, based on that only the existence. Understand? It is not that what is there you are seeing, how you are seeing only creates what is there. It's a very strong, subtle truth. If you can just have a patience to look into what you have and see what you have, you will be able to handle anybody who comes in front of you, anything which comes in front of you, anything which moves in front of you, anything which happens in front of you. The person who is centered, having the understanding, objects and desires exist in me as in others, so accepting, let them be transformed. One more thing. Here Shiva gives a very beautiful word, let them be transformed. He says, allow others also to be transformed. Means, when you have an understanding about you, how you are getting transformed, same way others are also getting transformed. Accept the other's transformation. Only a person who accepts the possibility of the other person's transformation will be able to trust and accept his own transformation. If you have the strong belief your spouse is an idiot, be very clear, you will never become intelligent. Because you will forget the possibility of transformation exists. You are so clear, even if that other person does something right, by mistake I think she did it rightly. By mistake, he did it rightly. If you have that clarity or strong belief, you will not be able to understand. You can also transform yourself. Very beautifully, Vivekananda says, work for the other's transformation, you will be transformed. Means, first believe, trust the transformation is possible in others. Naturally, you will see the transformation happening in you too. In you also, the transformation starts happening. There's a very beautiful story of Shankara facing a Chandala, the so-called meat eaters. Not only they eat meat, they eat dog's meat. Very low kind of a lifestyle, low level existence, considered to be very low level people. Very beautiful story. Shankara walks, is going to the Ganga, I think coming from Ganga after taking bath. And his disciples are walking. One Chandala comes in front of him with the 4 dogs and the meat in the shoulder. He is carrying the meat. Then the disciples are telling, move out, move out. He did not move out. Shankara himself says, move out. Then the Chandala beautifully asks, whom you are saying to move out, this body or the inner space or the consciousness? He asks a very beautiful philosophical question. Then Shankara realizes suddenly, for one moment, maybe this scene would have happened before Shankara's enlightenment, a very young age. I don't think after enlightenment somebody will be able to forget it would have happened before the enlightenment of Shankara. Another one big problem is, all the disciples of Shankaracharya are called as Shankara. So maybe it would have happened some other Shankara before their enlightenment, some other Shankaracharya before his enlightenment. All the Shankaracharya disciples are called Shankara. So many stories are attributed to Adi Shankara. To tell you honestly, Adi Shankara lived only 32 years. But all the incidents attributed to Adi Shankara's life, even if to read or write, it would have taken 60 years. So much is attributed. So maybe the later Shankaracharya, somebody who came, it happened. Anyhow, a beautiful story. You can understand the truth or the concept behind the story. Very beautiful story. The moment Chandala asks the question, Shankara just gets the glimpse of the truth. And he says, not only apologizes, he straight away falls at the feet, falls flat. Means ready to understand and accept the other's transformation, the other possibility of even Chandala's enlightenment, spiritual experience. If you are completely closed, the possibility for the transformation for others exists. Impossible. I have seen very big monasteries and ashrams. They are very clear. The possibility of enlightenment is ended with their founder. I was in a monastery in my wandering days. Somehow, because of deep meditations, I had some experience. With another one monk, I was trying to share, to have some more clarity. They are so clearly brainwashed or hypnotized or trained. All he said is spirituality, experience, enlightenment, everything is over with Ramakrishna. Forget about it. That and all cannot happen in this age for us. The possibility somebody can be transformed as closed, as disappeared, then naturally the belief or the trust you can transform also will disappear. Understand? I always tell all our Swamis, stay in a place where many people are practicing spirituality. Satsanga. Many people are having spiritual experiences, living it. Only then you will not forget transformation is possible. Otherwise, by and by, you will forget transformation is possible. Ramakrishna himself says he will come back after 100 or something years. And not only that, he himself has made very clearly the possibility is open forever. He says, I have brought the energy. Vivekananda declares, for 1200 years the energy and the teaching which I brought will constantly produce living masters. But somehow, some people come to a clear idea or the clear belief that enlightenment or the spiritual experiences are not possible now. Here, Mahadeva says, accepting the possibility of others' transformation is an important thing. Only then you will believe you can also be transformed. The possibility is there for you also. You can also fly high. Here, the Shankara's clarity, humbleness, that this great knowledge can be inside a Chandala, that awakens his possibility. That makes his unconscious to believe when he can achieve, surely I can also achieve. In the whole world, there are only two kinds of people. People who believe transformation is possible in others. Naturally, they will believe transformation is possible in themselves. There is a second group who believes transformation is not possible in others, naturally they cannot believe transformation is possible for them also. There is only two kinds of people. If you believe your master is enlightened, it means you will have the deep faith enlightenment is possible for you. If you are not able to believe somebody is enlightened, the planet Earth, transformation, possibility of transformation for you is closed. It is not available for you. It is not open for you. I always tell people, believing me, don't think you are adding something to me, you are adding something to you. Trusting me, you are adding something to you. Because people come and say, I believe you, you only have to take care, as if believing me, they have done great favor for me. Who asked you to believe? I tell them, do not think by believing me, you are doing a favor for me. No. By trusting me, I became like a walking stick. You can use me and stand up. I can be like a beautiful bridge for you to travel to the other shore. I can be a door for you to experience your own possibility. When you trust somebody in front of you has experienced the truth, your inner space will start trusting. You can also experience the truth. You can also see the truth. Here Mahadeva says, continuously use this as a key. Understand, this is a very small key. Every step, remember, objects and desires, fear, worry, all the samskaras, just like how all of them are in my inner space, they are all there in everybody's inner space. Understand? This clarity can illuminate your whole life. Just it can awaken your whole life. Because every time when you are handling somebody, understand if you are in that position, what all will be inside you, that everything is there in that person. Try to fulfill. Understand? Whenever your wife brings a problem to you, never think she is asking for solution, she is asking for attention. If you try to give solution, you are in trouble. No, you are in trouble. She knows much better solutions. All she wants is you need to listen that problem completely and act as if you do not know the solution. She will tell the solution. Then you have to, yes. See, this is the right solution. You are very intelligent. Do this, you will never be a failure. Truth. All they want is that you should be there saying that I do not know the solution. Then suddenly you will see they are coming up with a solution. Understand, the problem there is they are operating from anahata. If you are trying to operate from anya, anahata is the chakra asking attention. If you are trying to operate from anya, the chakra of ego, you will be a failure. Same way, when your boss is bringing some problem, naturally that is not attention need, that is the anya, ego problem. You should give the solution, but act as if he himself brought the solution. With wife, you should never give the solution, just give attention. With boss, you should give the solution without hurting their ego. Because it is a question of anya, the problem from anya. Same way, if the problem is from swadhisthana, means out of fear, naturally you need to handle it with a lot more care and healing. There neither attention need will work, nor working with ego will work. Just see from which energy center they are acting and respond from the same energy center. Put yourself in the same energy center and see. Accept that desires and things exist in you. As it exists in you, it exists in others also. Never think, never start judging, guessing, or trying to interpret. It will be different. It will be some way different. Understand exactly it is as it is in you and handle it. You will see in so many places, suddenly you will have deep compassion. You will open up deeply. When your being opens up, it radiates so much of healing energy. So much of trust is created. So much of understanding is created. The real communion starts happening. The real communion starts happening. I tell you, even when you read the enlightened masters' life stories or the teachings, use this technique. Sit with it, and with every incident, see, try to analyze. Their mental setup was also, at least before enlightenment. After enlightenment, you won't be able to analyze. It will be too much. It will be extraordinary. Your logic will not be able to relate. Before enlightenment, whatever has happened in their life, put yourself in the position. The same desires and object and fear, whatever you have in you, was there in them. How they responded. See how you are responding. Suddenly you will see the life which they lived is possible for you. The life which they lived, with that you will start feeling connected. You will see it is possible to open up. It is possible to grow. It is possible to expand. Unless you understand and accept desires, objects, everything exists in others the same way it exists in you, you will not be able to connect, relate with people or enlightened beings or the truth. Try to connect, try to relate with the things, objects, accepting objects and desires exist in me as in others, so accepting, let them be transformed. It is actually a technique which you need to carry continuously. The technique which you need to practice continuously. Putting yourself into the position of the others, looking yourself from the other person's angle. There is a beautiful bhashya commentary. The commentator also explains this technique in a little deeper way. Sit in front of a mirror, look very deeply your own eyes. After 5 minutes, visualize that your vision, your reflection is looking at you. Visualize you are inside the mirror and you are looking at you. Then you will be able to shift your vision, shift your consciousness. Then whenever you see a person, whenever you handle a situation, you will be able to see it objectively. You will be able to see it from that side with acceptance. It's a very simple practice. Of course, every day you spend at least half an hour in front of mirror. You can use that time. You can use that time. It's a very powerful technique. Just 5 minutes, gaze at your eyes. After that, just visualize you are inside the mirror looking at your own body. In the beginning, it will be a little weird. After a few times of trying, you will be able to see things from others' perspective, things from the others' view. You will be able to accept others You will be able to put yourself in that position and relate with the things. Relate with the truth. Let me tell you an important incident. Vivekananda went to a library during his wandering days, picked up some 6 volumes of encyclopedia. After third day, he brought the book back and returned to the library. The librarian started laughing. Did you take it to put it at your head to be used as a pillow? First thing, librarian was not able to believe a Swami is an educated guy. Next thing, he cannot believe somebody finished all 6 volumes in 3 days. Vivekananda said, if you want, ask any question from that 6 volume. Librarian examined him 3 hours and got completely shaken. Because not only Vivekananda was able to answer, he was able to quote even page number and paragraph and line exactly. Let me give you the technique, how it is possible. Try this technique for a few days, sitting with the mirror. Sit few minutes, look at the mirror as if you are looking from here. After a few minutes, feel that you are looking from inside to your own body. Few times of practicing, just 5 minutes per day, practice for 2-3 days. Suddenly you will see you are really able to feel you are outside your body and able to look at you. Once you have that click, that feeling, whenever you pick up some book, pick up that book, first few minutes, gaze at that book as if you are looking from your body. Then, next few minutes, feel you are inside the book and looking at your body. You will see a deep connection will happen between you and the book. It will take only 10% of the time for you to finish that book. The time which you will take usually, if it is 10 hours, I guarantee it will not take more than 1 hour. I myself have experienced this technique. Easily I finish 600 to 700 pages in one night. I don't read a single book. I just bring volumes, go through. Simply it is possible. All you need to do, first look at the book for a few minutes, then feel that book, through the book you are looking at yourself. It may look very weird and it may look too simple. Try, you will understand. In the very inner space, a different thing happens. When you listen the sutra, objects and desires exist in me as in others. So accepting, let them be transformed. It looks too simple. If you really start using this technique every step in your life, you will understand how many things are revealed to you. How many new things starts happening in you. You will see you are able to move out of your boundary. You will use your body like a car. When you want, you can get in. When you want, you can get down. You can get into anybody's head and see. Understand, I am not giving you false promise or I am not giving you too big ideas. It is simply possible. A simple understanding and clarity. If you have never seen somebody swimming and you get a book, How to Swim, you read that volume, first move the right hand 10 times, move the left leg quickly as much as possible, right hand, right leg, left hand, left leg, all 4 should be continuously moving in full speed and your head should be above the water. Can you ever believe that you will be able to swim? No. Same way, unless you have seen an enlightened being playing with these powers, if you just read these words, you may not be able to believe. I tell you, the moment you see somebody swimming, first thing, oh God, it is possible. Second thing, when it is possible for him, why not for me? Third thing, let me jump. Understand, master is a promise. Master is a proof. I know what I am talking is a truth. Just try to play with these techniques. Especially if your profession is related to a lot of reading, it will open up a new energy in you. It will be such a powerful thing, it will just change you. Not only with reading, you can play this with anything. Same way, if you have some disturbed relationship, just sit for a few minutes with that person's photograph and look from your side. After a few minutes, visualize you are looking through his eyes to you. You will suddenly heal the relationship. Because your inner space will open up, your body language will change. Suddenly you will see, you will heal that relationship. You will heal the disturbance created in the relationship. So many new things will open up from his angle, from his point of view, from his energy. It will awaken a new circle in you. You can use this technique in so many ways, in so many times, in so many situations in your life. Maybe now you can sit with yourself and at least bring you back to you. If you have any book or a note or some object or a mirror. If you don't have anything, you can go and sit with the deities. First visualize you are looking through these eyes. Then try, after a few minutes, try to look through the deity. Visualize you are looking from that murti, from that deity. Your body is now empty. You are seeing from there. Life is looking from there. You will see a kind of energy circle starts happening in you. Kind of a complete fulfillment starts happening in front of you. Try this technique for a few minutes. You will see some strange new things, strange new energy getting awakened inside your system. And you will have a deep compassion for every living being. If you have pets, try with your pets. You will be able to relate much more deeply. You will be able to relate with more love and care. If you have some plants, favorite tree or a flower plant, anything in your house, try with that. Whatever plants, animals, people, book, anything you have, try to play with that. Try to play with the moon. Try to play with the hill. First you look, then feel that object is looking at you. It is just looking inside you. You will start seeing things from the different vision. You will start expressing things from the different angle. You will start expanding your understanding by accepting the objects and desires exist in me as in others. Let them be transformed. Let you be transformed. Thank you. How can we accept things as they are and be patient and be able to influence change or make improvements? How can we accept things as they are and not become complacent or lose our motivation to make changes? Understand, when you do not accept things, when you do not have the passions, you actually create more confusion. You actually create more disturbance. A small story. One middle-aged man was just lying on his couch and reading the newspaper early morning. His teenage daughter, 15-year-old, she came to him and asked, "Dad, can I ask something which is going to change my life from today?" He said, "Well, please ask." She asked, "What is vice?" V-I-C-E. Suddenly the guy dropped the newspaper. He said, "Sit, I'll explain." He started shivering and he started from the 10 commandments, explained all the 10 commandments, especially the subject adultery in a detailed way. After a visual explanation for 3 hours, he asked, "Well, now you understand. Why did you ask that question first?" She said, "Oh, you know I was playing for a basketball team. Today I was promoted as a vice captain." Understand, when you don't accept, you make things mess. You create more problem. You only miss the reality and you do not know what you are doing. I tell you, things, objects and desires exist in others as it exists in you. Remember this one thing, you will have so much of patience and respect. You will not be perturbed. You will not be disturbed. You will not be doing things more than needed. You will not be overworking. Your head will not be reeling around. You will be more settled, more balanced, more relaxed. And not only that, even if you advise somebody, first you will create a platform, very loving, caring relationship on which you can start advising. See, even when I beat people, I beat this way so that they will fall on me. They will fall on me, not this way. First you will create a platform, relationship. Then even the advice is possible. Otherwise, your advice is not going to work. It will do only the opposite work. It will do only the opposite work. It won't be directly doing anything which it is intended to do. That's the reason I'm saying, accept, you will see transformation happens in the other person beautifully. A man told me today, "I really believe money buys happiness." This excited me. I asked him, "Where is happiness sold?" He said he did not know. "Swamiji, do you know where happiness is sold?" You should have asked the guy who told you the happiness can buy. I did not say. I can say, with happiness you can choose your suffering. You will have more choice. You will have more choice. You will have different choice. You will be able to brag. You will be able to claim. I don't make the statement money can buy happiness. You should ask him where it is sold. About this, actually, if you gain happiness by bragging, then money can buy. You can just have a meeting and brag about what these, that, so many things. Maybe the bragging happiness money can bring, but I don't think the experience happiness itself can be bought by money. That itself does not come by money. That is intelligence. That comes by intelligence. If you are so dull that you will feel happy by bragging, then money can bring that happiness. Small story about this bragging. 3 mothers started bragging about their sons. First one started telling, every winter my son brings me a fur coat, new fur coat. Second one started, this is nothing. Every summer my son takes me to the best travel agent and arranges the best vacation of my choice. Third one brags, these are all nothing. My son goes to costliest psychiatrist and talks only about me. Understand? If bragging can bring happiness, then maybe money will bring happiness. I don't think, except bragging, in any other way, money can bring happiness. But there are some constitutions, some system, some inner space feels joyful when they continuously brag. Maybe for those few people, money will bring happiness, not otherwise. So, go and ask that guy who told you, really believe money buys happiness. Ask him where it is sold. Surely not in our sacred arts. Sometimes I feel a deep devotion, some other times not so deep. Maybe I have not experienced real true devotion. How can I create and develop devotion to the divine? This is a very nice question. Actually, the deep or not being so deep, all these things are just continuous mood swings which you are having. Understand? Even if you feel once that you are not feeling connected as you felt yesterday, never ever give the name devotion for that emotion. It is just your mood swing. It is just your mood swing. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful solution. When you feel deep devotion or connection, and when you feel very dry, empty, surrender both moods at the feet of the divine. When you feel the deep devotion, say, I am feeling it, it's a gift from you, please have it. When you have doubt, say, I am feeling it, again, this is your game, please have it. Let the doubt and faith both be surrendered, then you will see something happening in you, which is trust. Something else happening in you, which is trust. That only can be used for spiritual experience. That only is the solid experience. Neither doubt nor faith, a deep trust. As long as you are depending on some mood swing which is happening in you to take you to the spiritual experience, it can never happen. I have seen many people, some mood which they get after listening to some song, or after listening to some music, or after attending a ritual, they think that is enough to take them to the spiritual life. No. Understand, depend on a right things. Do not depend on vague things. Small story, depending on right things. One guy invited his friend to play cards. Both of them were playing. It became very late night. This guy, the guy who came as a guest, he asked, please tell me what is time? I have to go back. This guy said, no, I don't have watch. The guest said, maybe the watch will be there in your bedroom. Can we see? He said, no, I don't have watch in the bedroom. He said, is there a watch in kitchen. He said, no, no watch in the kitchen. Guest asked, then how do you find time if you want to know about the time? This guy said, wait a moment, I'll show you how I find time. He took his drum and opened the window and started beating. All the neighbors' house windows opened and they started shouting, are you crazy? You are beating that drum at the time of 12 o'clock? Midnight, 12 o'clock, you are beating the drum, are you crazy? He said, now 12 o'clock, you can leave. Understand, but this is not the right method to find time. Do not depend on this kind of methods. It may tell you time sometime, but not all the time. Same way, sometime listening to some music, some same drum beating music, or some reading few stories, whatever emotion comes, do not think that is devotion. Whenever you have the devotion or doubt, surrender both, you will start feeling connected. That feeling connected, that trust, that will never be shaken by any incident happens in your inner space or the outer space. You know for sure this is the life. You know for sure nothing can shake, nothing can move. Start growing that deep trust, that deep feeling connected. That is the truth. That is the devotion. That is the only way to move towards the spiritual experience. Shankaracharya Madhyama Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Just from yesterday night, after my blessings that you will all be showered with wealth also, I got 10 email and 10 new registration for inner awakening saying that suddenly money came. Just after yesterday's night. They are saying some property got sold, some person gave money, and so many different reasons. Suddenly people are here and saying, money has come. Good. Blessings are working. Let's enter into today's sutras. Today's sutra, 13th sutra in the Brahma Sutras, the first chapter, first section, 13th sutra. Vikara sabdanneti chenna prachuryat. Vikara sabdat naiti chetna prachuryat. Gambhirananda translates as, if it be argued that the blissful one is not owing to the use of a word, suffix denoting modific say no, for the word is used in the sense of abundance. If you don't understand, don't worry, I also don't understand. I am just putting it on record. As I said, I am speaking on these sutras for various reasons. One, to make this whole Brahma Sutras as a life science. Second, to make this whole Brahma Sutras as scientifically proven life system. I'll do thorough study on all these truths, concepts, techniques, methods expressed in Brahma Sutra, scientifically record them, validate them through scientific researches. Of course, we are nobody to validate. Let us study and record it. Who can validate Badarayana? Who can validate Vyasa? No. I can say that study and record the scientifically researchable parts. For example, when you go through certain understanding of the certain sutra, certain parts of your non-mechanical brain gets awakened. This we can record and present it to the world in a very proper way. This way we can do a lot of work, a lot of good things. Swami Vireshwarananda's translation goes, if it be said that Brahman is not spoken of as an independent entity in the passage on account of a word tail denoting part, we reply not so, on account of abundance of terms denoting parts. Swami Shivananda translates as, if it be objected that the term Anandamaya consisting of bliss cannot denote the Supreme Self because of its being a word denoting a modification or transformation or product, we say that the objection is not valid on account of abundance which is denoted by suffix Maya. As I said, I am putting it all in record, so that later on when people see these discourses, it will be used as a research material also. That's the reason I am presenting them some 2-3 persons' views. And another one important thing you need to know, the latest incarnation always has the benefit of upgrading all their old way of translating, interpreting, arguing. Now I have that big benefit. I can upgrade. I can take you a little further. I'll be able to take you a little further if I translate and present to you how the Orthodox commentators, the earlier commentators, my predecessors, have presented this to you. That's it, nothing else. So if you know how our predecessors have presented it, I can upgrade. Please understand. I wanted to tell you all, I offer my humble respects on all these great sadhus. I am not any way disrespecting them. I am only doing my work. I am expected to upgrade. Any incarnation in Hindu tradition is expected to take you deeper steps than the earlier masters, than the earlier the spiritual interpretations. So I am doing my profession with all my humbleness and respects to the earlier masters. No way I am disrespecting them. It's like a research, you understand? See, for their period and time, how people in front of them will understand, they expressed that much. And I am fortunate, first time, youngsters are listening to Brahma Sutras. Not only young guru is talking, young disciples are listening. Gurur yuvaha, vriddha the sishya yuvaha. That is happening for the first time. It was always vriddha sishya gurur yuvaha or gurur vriddha sishya yuvaha. Sometimes the guru is old and disciples are young. Sometimes the disciples are old and guru is young. First time we are making a unique combination. We are making a unique combination where able, young, intelligent guru and able, young, receptive disciples sitting together. So we are creating unique combination. So naturally, we can upgrade ourselves, go up, next level, next level, next level. I can say, only when a right team sits, right things are also expressed. I was trying to express Brahma Sutras for last, I think, at least 3 years. But I don't know why. Never it happened. Now suddenly with a small team of disciples, it is flowing. It is just happening. I think right people, right time, things are really ripe and right. Let us enter into the sutras. Again, I will read the sutra. Vikara sabdanneti chenna prachuryat. One of the greatest power of the Brahma Sutra is it just fits into the context of the master. See, I wanted all of you to understand 2-3 important, very important truths. Whenever a master leaves a footprint, it will be a half-truth. Half-truth will always be much worse than a lie. Whenever a master don't leave footprint, like birds don't leave footprints in the air, in the sky. Big problem, you can't. Use the path he traveled. There's no guidance from him. There's no tips from him. There's no way he can help you. See this fun. Buffaloes leave footprint, but it only leads to more and more muddy areas because buffalo go and land in mud only. Birds don't leave footprint. Even though they fly in high zones, they don't leave footprint. Now what to do? If you want to follow the bird, there is no way. If you want to follow the buffalo, it only leads to mud. It's a big conflict. People who leave footprint are always buffaloes. It's a basic rule. Please understand, it's a basic rule. Because all footprints gets muddy. In course of time, it gets muddy. It will be used based on opportunities. And opportunists will text torture all the spiritual texts. They will twist, turn, disturb, misinterpret, manipulate, misrepresent, morph. All the sacred scriptures. What to do? It's impossible for a common man to follow the path of birds which don't leave footprints, and it is useless to follow the footprints of buffalo. So somewhere bird needed to leave footprint. Of course, bird can't leave footprint. It just left a smell streak, a strong smell in the air, the line through which it flew. I can say Brahma Sutra is a smell line left by Badarayana, Vyasa. Words can't describe. Here Badarayana brings a unique context. In some of the Upanishads, the description about the source and the bliss is done by the abundance of words. Because of that, bliss and Brahman are one and the same. There can be another understanding and translation, a sacred secret you can dig out from this sutra. Brahman is abundance. Brahman is life. Existence is life. By very nature it goes on expanding, expanding, expanding. Understand? I will present the interpretation of this sutra. I will present this sutra maybe in this angle. Existence is bliss. Existence is constant expansion. Please understand. Bliss constantly expands in all dimensions. If you are experiencing levitation, automatically you will see you are expanding in the dimension of health, wealth, relationships, in every dimension. Please understand, if you are levitating and your wealth is not expanding, your health is not expanding, something is seriously wrong. It's not levitation. You are jumping around. Don't hop around. Because these are infallible informations which can never be false. Brahma Sutras, aphorisms of existence, cosmic law. Existence is abundance, constant expansion. Whether it is in the level of understanding, in the level of love, in the level of life, in the level of health, in the level of wealth, whatever may be, but the truth of existence is expansion. Very essence of existence is expansion. Essence of existence is bliss. Essence of existence is expansion. I wanted all of you to know this. 2-3 sacred secrets as today's flow for Vada Prativada debate. Today's flow for end debate should be existence is constant expansion. So if you are living life existing, you should be expanding. Let me give you some understandings. One, even when death comes, for example, the 8th birth, you are dying. When you die, even though you think you are losing something, but you don't understand, now you have the experience of 9th death. You are more rich than last moment. Till the last moment, you know only 8 deaths. Now, you are master of 9th death. Then the next birth happens. Then you are master of one more birth. Then life happens. You are now rich with more and more experience. Then the death happens. Now you are more rich with one more death. Mahadeva says, listen, while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted, eyes still without blinking. Your eyes will become still only when your intellect is tired of processing the words. No moment. Eyes are there, just you are lost. If you are processing the words which you are receiving, then there will be movements in the eyes. If your eyes are completely closed, you are thinking something else. If it is blinking, you are thinking about what I am talking. If your eyes are still, you are receiving whatever I am speaking. Shiva says, eyes still, without blinking, at once absolutely become free and become enlightened. With master or with any idol, any statue, just sit completely open. Even sitting with a statue will transform you. Never think statue is, or opening yourself to a murti, to an idol, to a god, to a statue is ordinary thing. Eyes still, without blinking, at once absolutely become free. If your eyes are not moving, means just that click is happening. See, I may talk many things, you may sit and listen, but the click has to happen. Suddenly, the click has to happen. I have seen people, when they listen to some jokes, they understand the grammar, they understand the meaning, but the click does not happen. It happens next day when they are taking bath in the bathroom. and there they will start laughing. Suddenly for no reason. Because the click has happened only there. When the click happens about the joke, when you understand the joke and start laughing. Same way, when the click happens during the teaching, suddenly your eyes become still. For a few moments, this is what I always wanted to listen. I was waiting for this. When your eyes become still without blinking, those few moments are the time to have that click, satori, first experience, feeling connected. Many times that happens to us, but our mind, our logic is such, we don't want to trust that has happened to us, because if we trust that has happened to us, we have to change our lifestyle. It is too much. We have to transform. That is too much. So your mind creates doubt. No, I think it did not happen for you. See, your eyes are blinking. No. You are okay, you are normal, relax. This is for somebody else, he is talking, you relax. Open up. There is a possibility for every being. It is your birthright. Initiation is your birthright. Diksha, moksha. Initiation liberates. Just simple initiation. When this great truth is being delivered, just completely opening yourself and feeling connected, listening, allowing these words to work on you. This technique should be used, should be done whenever you sit with an enlightened being, enlightened master. This can't even be called as technique, it is a process. It just clicks suddenly for no reason. You know he is talking the truth, which you always wanted to listen. Now you know you can't escape from this truth. You may try, you may find thousands of reasons. One corner of your being says, no, this is truth. I am going to follow him. I am going to follow him. Your mind will say, no, have you gone crazy or what? Fool, wait, tomorrow, not today. No, this is there, that is there. He'll give 1,000 reasons. But being says, no, I have decided, I am done. It has happened. That feeling connected. If you are fortunate enough, that happens with enlightened being. If that has happened to you, you achieved everything in the life. Just hold on to that, that's enough. It's like you got the great gift, a lamp. Just hold it in your heart. No cyclone, doubt. Do not allow the doubt of cyclone to put that flame off, to take that flame away from you. It is the greatest gift, that click. If it has happened in you, hold, catch it. Keep that click, keep that experience alive by constantly listening these words. Listen while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted. Eyes still without blinking. Don't miss a single chance of being around him. Don't miss a single chance of staring without blinking. Don't miss a single chance to keep your eyes still. Of course, open eyes, not closed. Eyes still without blinking. Don't miss a single chance. Any moment it can happen. Allow that to happen. At once become absolutely free. Let me read the sutra once more. Diksha moksha. Listen while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted. I still, without blinking, at once become absolutely free, be enlightened. That is what happened to Swetaketu when Master said, Swetaketu, you are that. He was completely ready, innocent, accepted the life, reality. Single moment, he became enlightened. If still you think that you have something to do with your life, it's worthy of you working on it, you doing something, then continue. If you feel you have done everything, whatever you feel as worthy in your life, you have done it. Now it is time to allow the higher power, the supreme energy to work, then open up. Still, if you are working, I can't work. If you are tired, relax, I'll work. This technique is for the people who are tired of working, who are ready to retire from what they call as their identity. I am not saying retirement means retiring from your regular job. In this country, especially, the retirement word is associated with aging. Only when you become old, you are retired. You retire from the social commitments and the activities. I am not saying that retirement. No. When you are tired with whatever you can do, after doing whatever you can do, or seeing people doing so much but still not feeling satisfied. Sometimes you get the intelligence just by seeing people who are constantly doing and did not achieve what they want. Either by doing or by seeing people doing, you can become tired. If you are, retire, rest, relax. This can happen just now. Whoever feels connected, whoever feels enough with their efforts, now sit. Let your eyes be open. No process, no thought, no analyzing, no thinking, no mantra, no visualization. Just sit. Eyes still, without blinking, completely open. Feel you are an open flower. Allow whatever happens inside and outside. Just sit. Let us allow Mahadeva, Shiva, the great master, to express himself in this space and giving us all the glimpse of the truth, what he is speaking, what he is teaching. Let it happen to all of us. Let it happen here and now in us. Just sit with eyes still, without blinking, without processing any thought. Paramashivam. have seen many people listen, read all these things just to show that they are some way higher than common people, just to have one more coat, mainly to impress the girlfriend. No, I have seen people reading spiritual books just to impress the boyfriend or girlfriend. Because if you talk philosophy, the other person thinks you are very intelligent. You are very intelligent. What to do? Small story. One guy, very bad with girls. He goes to a counselor and asks, I am 33, still I am bachelor. Can you do something to find my love? This guy advises, understand, you should talk 3 things, only then you can impress women. He asked, what are the 3 things? First, talk about their family. Ask about their family. Second, ask about the qualification or the show that you are much better, you are the best guy for her. Third, talk some philosophy. This guy decides to try, goes, somehow finds a girl on the table. He starts, first thing, how is your brother? How many brothers you have? Second thing, you know my qualifications, what all I studied. I am a doctor, I am this, I am that. Third thing, he has to now talk philosophy. He finished both, he has to now come to the philosophical part. He asks, if your brother has studied what I have studied, and if I have studied what your brother has studied, if me and he were in 2 different places, how you will respond? Creating a statement which you can't relate, creating a statement which is hypothetical. Philosophy means what? Talk something which people don't understand, but people think as big. See, use words, it should almost make sense, but should not convey anything in real. That's the philosophy. This guy trying to read the spiritual philosophies for self-development or to become a good orator is doing the right act for wrong reason. Doing the right act for wrong reason also, you miss and miss. One more danger, doing the right act for the wrong reason. Nobody will be there even to advise you that you are doing something wrong, because you are not doing wrong. Only the reason is wrong. It is more dangerous than doing wrong. At least doing wrong, people will be there to tell you. People will be there to tell you. With a right act and wrong reason, you will miss it and miss it. I always tell people, unless you feel completely connected, unless you have that acceptance, don't travel much further. Don't travel much further. Wait. Travel with the right reason. Let your act be supported by right reason also. Wrong act done with the right reason or right act with the wrong reason, both can't help. Master says, Shvetaketu, Tattvamasi. First he says, oh, 1008 cows have come, 1001 cows have come. And then he says Shvetaketu and says, Shvetaketu, Tattvamasi. Tattvamasi means you are that. And the story says, just listening to that, he is established himself into the truth, achieved it. That is what Shiva says here. Listen while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted. I still, without blinking, at once become absolutely free. Why he is using the word I still without blinking? When you are really lost, how to find out? I was sincere when I heard the truth from the Master. If you are listening, completely lost, your eyes won't blink. If your eyes are blinking, be very clear, still you are not lost. Shiva is saying, listen while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted, I still without blinking. If you are blinking, you are hearing, not listening. Hearing is different, listening is different. When you are listening, you are lost. That click happens. You just sit completely melting. Completely melting. You forget. You exclude the whole thing. Except you and the Master, everything else is excluded. You are lost. Then just one word from the Master is enough. You are enlightened. He says, listening while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted, I still, without blinking, at once become absolutely free. Diksha mokshaha. Just initiation is enlightenment. Shiva is giving initiation itself as a technique. He says, just listen while Master is telling the truth and just become enlightened. Very difficult. For a person who is here for knowledge, can't understand, you can become enlightened by listening. If you are acquiring this knowledge, these words, I am only a utility for you to develop yourself or to go around and brag, I know this now, you know. Knowing more means little bigger head, little more heavy. If you are sitting here to know more, you are doing the right thing for wrong reason. You are not jumping into the swimming pool because you don't know swimming. Not that knowing that there is no water. If you are here, completely you are being opened. You are doing right act with the right reason. If you are here just for some little personal, understand, if you are here for enlightenment, completely with open being, self-development will happen. But if that is the aim, then you are missing. Then you should go to the personality development gurus. People who write big books, how to books, personality development. So many things going on all over. Those things actually can become quickly popular because they do not go deeper than a certain level. They know to what limit people are interested. Actually, doing that business is lot easy. Because you know what people want and just package it and give it and done, over. Actually, if you attend all these programs, maybe they will achieve what they want, not you. Because they themselves do not know the truth completely. One more thing, when you learn, especially about mind or the inner world, from an unenlightened person, you are getting into the poisonous software. Understand? Poisonous mental web, which will be very difficult for you to come out. Even if one truth is missing in your mental thought system. See, for example, when you fall in low mood or when you are in dilemma, you bring all these spiritual knowledge and truths to support you or to take decision or to bring yourself out of the low mood. That supporting mechanism, if it has got even one loophole, one wrong idea, your whole life can be in mess. It can be a virus in your inner software. Not only it will not be useful, it can corrupt your whole system. Use the software, authentic software, no pirated version. Use only authentic softwares. Updating will be easy. And any difficulty, there is a person for service. I always tell Mala is the service call. Immediately there are people to do the service. And firewall protection. Everything is available. Reading, collecting, gathering the spiritual knowledge is like creating a new software for you. Do it only from the right source. Pirated version may work for a few days, but you don't know when your computer will collapse. Computer collapse is a risk which can be taken, but mind collapsing, too big risk. Never learn from unenlightened sources, even if it looks as good theory or ideology or truth. Because even if you miss a single line, single thread, lost. It can be completely lead you to calamity, lead you to disturbance. Here Mahadeva is telling, listen, while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted, I still, without blinking, at once absolutely became free. Let you be enlightened. How can just listening can lead to enlightenment? Of course, Swetaketu, the disciple, heard from the master telling, you are that, and became enlightened that moment. Why that is not happening to us? Two things. One, he was innocent or intelligent enough to receive the master's instruction, courageous enough to live with it. I am not asking you to get me 1,000 cows, no. I am not saying get me 1,000 cows, no. But I am saying come with the same mood of Swetaketu. You don't have to do what Swetaketu did, but you have to be like Swetaketu, like the disciple. If your being is like the disciple, this moment the transmission can happen. This moment the transmission of lamp can happen. Beautiful sutra. One more beautiful story I remember. It is not even a story, it's a history. It happened in my native place, the place where I am born and brought up. One guy, rich, born in a very rich family, and no father, no mother, only wealth. They left the wealth and died in an accident. Young age, wealth, youth, and nobody to guide. Then what will happen? Naturally, started doing whatever you call as enjoyment. Going all out, for yes for everything. Women or drug or anything. This fellow has become druggy and started living in the same streets where prostitutes live, and he was thinking that he is enjoying the life. And as usual, always this kind of lifestyle comes to an end. How many days you can live that way? How many days your senses will be alive or active to live? Suddenly one day, all the money is also over and body is also tired. He is now tired in the outer world and the inner world, both. Lost everything. Terrible depression. One nice thing of the Vedic lifestyle is, if you are depressed, society is created such a way, you turn towards only the enlightened beings. You don't turn towards suicide or depression. No. Somehow, constantly they have stories, they have these truths being expressed, somebody's experience, constantly that is there in the air, very air. If you are depressed, turn towards enlightened beings, or the people who are spiritual, not towards suicide or depression. This guy turned towards his own sister, who is a highly spiritually evolved person, highly respected as a spiritual being. He goes to her. She says, "Fool, you wasted your life without listening to the truth, without living the way in which life has to be lived. If at all you can be saved, only the divine can save you. I have no other words to tell you." She just did not give any courage or consolation, confidence. Understand, when an enlightened being does anything, it's a technique, method. Sometimes you will not receive the words which you expect that you will receive from them. Many people expect that I will console them when they are in depression. I tell them, get lost. I just tell them, get lost. Because these fools, the moment you console, they will use you as a crutch. They will never stand up. They will never be liberated. These guys don't understand. Out of my compassion, I awakened their ego. I can be like a crutch for them. I can give them the all very healing or nice goody words. But they will be dependent on me. They will never stand up. When you are poked, when you are said that there is nobody to take care of you, your confidence opens up. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. The self stands up and takes care of yourself. Master does even that with a lot of compassion. She did the same thing. He said, nothing can be done. You are lost. You are too much filled with lust. All I can do is, if you are still filled with lust, I can give my body. It was too much. Not only she is not consoling, she is now hurting him. This fellow ran to the temple, claimed the tower, decided to jump and commit suicide. He went to the enlightened master first. He did not receive any help. Now he has decided the suicide. They always try the first master. Now that did not work. The second choice, suicide. The guy jumped from the tower. The story says, not story, history says, she was there with an enlightened being. The enlightened being, we call him as a Skanda, son of Subramanya, son of Shiva. His name is Subramanya, son of Shiva. He held him. He saved him. and blessed him with the initiation. That moment he became enlightened. I am not asking you to jump from the second floor or the third floor, but I am asking you to completely open up like this great saint. Making yourself available. See, when he jumped, he has opened himself completely to the master and decided, if at all I can be saved only by you. My sister told me, I can be saved only by you. If you want, save me. Otherwise it's okay. Let me drop myself. With that total trust, he has opened himself. Just drop yourself into that trust. You will see the master is standing there to hold. Just drop yourself from your head and fall into the abyss of the heart. Master will be there to hold you and make you enlightened. That's all. I was telling you the story of Svetaswara Upanishad. One young boy goes to master. Master, I want enlightenment. Teach me enlightenment. Master says, take these 2 cows and make it as 1,000 cows and bring it back. Today's so-called seeker means you would have told, I think this fellow is trying to exploit my life. I think this fellow wants 1,000 cows. That is why he is telling me to do this work. That is why no modern day seeker receives such amazing techniques. Understand, this guy going to the forest, sitting in the forest and sitting with the cows, just waiting it to multiply. It took 12 years for him to make it as 1,000 cows. 1,000 cows means at least it took 12 years for him. And 12 years not talking to anybody. He forgot the human language. Just living with those cows in the deep silence, not relating with any human beings. He lost slowly the so-called outer world identity. The story says beautifully, when 1,000 was done, he forgot how to count. Even that counting was lost. One cow came to him and said, Sir, now 1,000 is over. We can go back to the master. Understand, this is not just story. This has got a great truth behind it. He lost his logic of counting. He is completely lost in the ecstasy and joy. No mind was working. Now who cares about it is 1,000 or 2,000? I always tell people, if you practice this complete acceptance just for 1 year, 1 year, when people come to the ashram to stay and study, I create all possible difficulties. No, that's my work. No, because, you see, because I am compassionate, I have to do that. No, just to remind them, are you qualified? Are you qualified? Are you really seeking? Are you seeking? Because if you do the right action for wrong reason, whole thing is lost. Small story. In a mental hospital, 3 people thought that they are all right and they can go back to home, to their regular life, went to the doctor and said, all three of us want to go back, we are okay. Doctor said, then perfectly all right, I am also happy that if you guys leave, tomorrow morning we will have a test, then after the test, we will decide who all can go back. Next day morning, the doctor called all three to a swimming pool, and he told them to stand one by one on the diving board, told the first guy to jump into the swimming pool, which was empty. And this guy saw this side and that side, jumped and broke the hands. The second guy came, he jumped and broke the legs. Third guy came, he saw this side and that side and said, I won't jump, doctor. Doctor said, oh right, now you are free, you can go back. You are normal guy, you can go back. Then doctor asked, I just want to know why you decided not to jump. I don't know swimming. Understand? Right decision, wrong reason. Right act, wrong reason. You miss the truth. Even if you are sitting in the presence of the master with the wrong reason, without having the clarity what for you are sitting, it's not good for you. So it is out of my compassion, I open the door for everybody. With the same compassion, I teach them, remind them to check whether you are qualified or not. Look, purify, raise yourself. Same way, when I create all possible uncomforts, I tell them, live for a year with an acceptance. You will never leave. You will never leave. Acceptance can be practiced in this AC hall easily, but not with the basic comforts, not with a emotionally strong atmosphere. When I say the word emotionally strong atmosphere, the whole group is emotionally inspired towards one goal. The so-called pseudo-seekers will feel uncomfortable. I have seen the pseudo-seekers running away. They will just escape with the word, I think it is a religious organization. Fool. When you entered inside, you did not realize it is a religious organization. Don't you see what I am wearing? Don't you see the way in which I am dressed? This very clearly shows I am religious organization. But when these guys only listen to the words, you see, just sitting and listening does not take much. You don't get any pain anywhere. And you feel greedy. Oh God, how? What energy this fellow is radiating. What grace he is expressing. I think I should also live like him. And sometimes people even feel, God, wherever he goes, flowers are offered at his feet. Sometimes people ask me, wherever you walk, flowers are offered. I tell them, you see the flowers which are put at my feet today, you never saw the thorns on which this leg has walked to come to this state. You have never seen the thorns on which this leg has walked to receive the flowers. That is what we call austerity, penance, tapas. People want enlightenment, don't want to do tapas. They do not want tapas. Somehow, this disciple who was sent to forest was fortunate enough to learn the lesson because he was not filled with the so-called philosophies. Understand, if you learnt the yoga just for physical health, you can't relate with Patanjali. When you do yoga, physical health will happen as a side effect. When you do meditation, self-development will happen as side effect. But that is not the goal. If you are taking yoga just for health, if you are taking meditation just for self-development, you are not jumping because you don't know swimming. Understand, right action, wrong reason, you miss. Even if it is right action, if it is wrong reason, you miss. You miss the truth. You will miss the reality. The Shvetaketu, that is the name of the boy, the disciple. After the cows have become 1,000, one cow comes and tells him, "Sir, we can go back to the master, now we are 1,000. Shvetaketu says, "Oh, is it so? Okay." And the story says, cows are leading the way because he forgot. He is in the ecstasy. See, when you completely accept, you don't need mind. You don't need mind. Mind is necessary only when you live with struggles and only when you are fighting. Just this moment, accept yourself in the outer world and the inner world. You will go out as enlightened. Just decide, the outer world and the inner world, I accept me as I am. You may tell, I am not able to accept, Swamiji. At least accept that you are not able to accept. That's also okay. Accept, I am not able to accept. Completely, your mind will lose its business. Your mind will lose its hold on you. You will go out as an enlightened. 12 years, completely accepting. What else can happen? When they go back, master just sees and smiles. Oh, 1,001 cows are come. Understand? Master is telling, 1,001 cows have come. Means he is calculating the disciple also as one more cow. In India, cow is considered as a god. The cow word does not, when the master says 1,001 cow, he does not say that the boy has become animal. No. Cows are considered as a gods. Cows are considered as a divine. Even now, in all temples, before they worship the deity, the co-puja will be done. Even now, even in our ashram, if you see early morning, they will bring the cows and bull. Cow, and we have a small calf, which took birth on my birthday. Of course, we respect him as a Shiva's bull. We respect him as a Nandi. So, that cow and that bull, that cow and the calf will be taken towards the temple. Worship will be done to that cow first. Only then the temple will be opened and the worship will be given to the deity. The ko-puja, worshipping cows, is our tradition. The master says, oh, 1,001 cow has come. Means he says, this disciple has become enlightened. Disciple has achieved. Just simple acceptance. Very simple acceptance. Power of opening up can transform your being. Nothing else can transform you. No learning, no teaching. Nahi nahi rakshadi tukrunj karane. Shankara says, the greatest intellectual in the spiritual field, understand, in the whole world, there can be only two spiritual philosophies. One who accepts Shankara, one who rejects Shankara. But no, you can't deny Shankara. is a milestone. He is the greatest spiritual, intellectual guy. If you read his books, you will become tired. You will have shoulder pain, actually. No, really. His logic is so sharp. If you read his books, and actually I have even fallen sick by reading his book, because you will feel your whole energy is drained. Such a strong intellectual. If you hold his books and read, by the time you finish reading, you will have shoulder pain, not because of book weight. You will have shoulder pain and your logic will be tired. Such a great intellectual. He sings in a song, Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Modamate, Samprapte Sannihite Kale Nahinagi Rakshadi Tukrunj Karane. Let me translate. Open yourself and chant the name of divine. See, when he says Bhaja Govindam, Bhaja means opening yourself, worshipping, offering. Open yourself to the Lord. No intellectual philosophy, no grammar. Tukrunj Karana means the grammar which you need to learn to study all these intellectual philosophies. No intellectual philosophy will protect you, save you when you are leaving the body. Nothing can help you when you are dying. Intellectual philosophy, if it is related to outer world, it can bring little money and house and comforts and a car. If it belongs to inner world, it may bring little name and fame and arrogance. That's all, nothing else. The philosophy related to outer world will bring little money, good car, big house and comfort. And the philosophical knowledge related to the inner world will bring little arrogance, name and fame and a good social identity. That's all, nothing more. He says beautifully, Nahi nahi rakshadi tukrunj karane, samprapte sannihite kale. When the last moments of life comes to you, your grammar, your knowledge, your intellect can't do anything. It won't help. Open yourself to the existence. First time I understood all my studies, because I had a big pride that just by studying, just by reading all and having this knowledge, you can achieve something. No. When I had my darshan through a old lady, her whole wealth is not more than $1,000. Her whole wealth, her house, cow, everything, clothes, everything if you put together and sell, it will not be more than $1,000. That's our whole worth. That is her property, life and everything. But the quality of life she is living, I can't explain. Living with God. Understand? She is living with God. I was shocked. Just I fell at her feet and did complete namaskar. She was frightened because a sadhu touching her feet, she never expected. I said, you are my guru, you are my master, because not only I have not achieved the spiritual truths which you achieved, the height, not only you achieved, you are able to transmit to somebody just by a touch, just by one touch, she is able to give that experience. She has become a big inspiration source for me. One more thing. Anyhow, after a few days I left and continued my wandering. After enlightenment, I tried my best to trace her and at least get her photograph. Not only she did not have any photograph till her death, she passed away, that small hut is there still. We tried to get that hut and make a temple in memory of her. Then we came to know she already wrote that small property also to a nearby temple and donated it. She did not even leave that for son or daughter or anybody. She died saying that let this be given to a nearby temple. There was a small temple, Krishna or some god's temple. She gave that also away to the temple before death. So nothing of her was left except that small Krishna deity which she was worshipping, which is there in the temple. See, I can't imagine human beings can be living on the planet Earth just like gods with gods. When I saw her, I understood the meaning of the word living with God. Living with God. With God. Whole our property, our outer world wealth is just $1,000. Sometimes people spend in one day, which they spend in one day for one night dinner. Or if they throw a party for birthday party, over. I think if you throw birthday party for $1,000, I don't think people will come. You may do the last supper, not nothing more than that. Just a bread and wine, nothing can be done with $1,000. Anyhow, just with whole properties, that's all. But the quality of life she lived. The power of opening up. That's what when Shiva says, listen while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted, I still, without blinking, at once become absolutely free. He says, some click will happen when you sit with an open being. Something will click. You will feel strongly connected that what this guy is talking is honest truth. I always tell people, people ask me, Swamiji, why should you insist on the presence of the Master? These words you can learn from an audio discourse or DVD. No. These words you can learn. But when you sit in front of the Master, the honesty which radiates in my eyes, the truth which expresses in my body language will catch you. You will catch it. You will feel that click, that connection. Yes, he is talking the truth. Even if you want to suspect, suddenly you will see your logic has no power anymore over you. Beyond your logic, simply these words are going inside you. Your logic is crying, oh, it's going, I'm losing ground. But just these words are going inside. They are just filling you. They are just overflowing in you. This will happen only when you sit in the presence of the Master. Upanishad. I always tell people, even if you die in the presence around the Master, the greatest thing can happen to you, can happen only in his presence. We call that as Upanishad. Just being around, sitting, opening to the Master. Let me narrate an incident. because this incident can't be called as a miracle. Still we have an evidence for this incident. I myself have seen the evidence. If possible, you can see if you visit India. In India, the habit of putting the conch bangles made out of conch shell. They will cut the conch shell and make bangles. They will put that bangles on Devi Murti, means the hands of the goddess statue. This goddess has got 4 hands. In one hand she is holding the head of a demon, means that is the ego cut. When you cut the ego, you become enlightened. To show that she is having the head of a demon in the hand, just to show that remove your ego, symbolically. In all other 3 hands you can put the conch bangle. In this hand it won't enter, because the statue is made in such a way that she is holding that head. You can't put the conch bangle. One day a lady devotee brought 4 bangles for Devi and gave it to Ramakrishna and told, please put it on Devi. He put all the 3, and he was trying to put the 4th one also. That lady who brought the bangle, she laughed and told, are you mad? You are trying to put the bangle on her hand. Bangle is small and the hand is big because she is holding the head. But Ramakrishna said, no, that is okay. The story says, Ramakrishna came out of the shrine, and when the lady saw, the Devi was already wearing the bangle. The bangle was in the hands of Devi. The lady was frightened, shocked, surprised. And she asked, how can you do this? Did you break the bangle or did you break the statue? He said, go and check. She went and checked. The bangle is there as a single piece. It's not broken. It's not cut and pasted. No. Those days there was no Fevicol. And the statue is not broken. No. Impossible. How can it happen? She asked Ramakrishna, how did it happen? What did you do? How the bangle went inside the hand? Ramakrishna said, no, just I told Devi, drop the head. She dropped it. I put the bangle. Then I told her, please now hold. And she is holding now, that's all. Understand? Please, if you go to Dakshineshwar, still you can see the bangle unbroken. And the statue which is not broken. Big marble head. The murti is made out of single piece marble. When I went there, the Swamis will be allowed to go inside and touch the deity. I touched and saw. I just tried to rotate the bangle because I am not the guy who believes so easily. No, I tell others, but I myself don't believe easily. No, I went and did that. I just tried to roll. And I was shocked. My eyes started pouring. The same statue, see the power when you open up. When you open up, not only you become alive, even to the person or the object to which you open up, the object also becomes alive. Understand? You can't relate. I know many people are now struggling to relate with the story which I expressed. It's very difficult telling that the statue left the head, and after a few minutes it started holding. You can't. It's very difficult to understand. Logical people will think, oh, what is he talking? How can this be? They will naturally ask for photograph, videograph, scientific research. And they will have their own theory. Maybe the Ramakrishna was hallucinating. he needs psychotherapy, or there must be a small cut in the bangle. You can have stories, but very difficult unless you yourself experience how to justify. Actually, when I entered inside the shrine to check, I never thought I'll be completely broken. I'll be completely shaken. Because I thought, must be somewhere one corner there should be a small break. And they would have pasted it with some traditional gum. Because in those days, Fevicol may not be there, but there must have been some gum. I was trying to move that bangle at least 10 times. That Pujari was standing and laughing at me. Pujari means the person who does puja. The Panditji is belongs to same family of Ramakrishna. He was standing there and laughing at me. That he knows the story and he understands that I am checking. I am just checking. No logic. But still the proof is there. Still proof is there. If you go, you can see. And impossible to put that bangle. And he says, Ramakrishna says, what is there? I told her to drop that head and put the bangle and gave that head and she started holding. That's all. Such a simple, straight way of relating. He says, sometime he will eat the food and see the taste and then offer it. Not only that, he will take a small thread and keep it near her nose to see whether she is really breathing or not. And he says, she used to breathe. Anyhow, at least all these things we don't have evidence. But this bangle, we can't tell anything. It's there. When I heard the story myself, I thought, let me go and see and then we will talk about it, forget it. But when I went there, when the pujaris allowed me near the murti, even at that time I never thought I'll be completely shaken. Because sometime when you see something beyond logic, when you see the compassion of the divine, just your whole being moves away. Just your whole being is taken away. Just your whole logic gives way. Devi is standing with the 4 hands, with the bangle, just smiling. In my own life, one beautiful incident. When I was 19 or 20, that was the time when I was wandering, walk length and breadth of India. This incident happened before my enlightenment. I was traveling in Gujarat. Gujarat is the eastern part of India, where still the tradition is alive. In every village you will see temples and respecting the spiritual seekers, all those things. I was traveling in Gujarat, in one small village. In Gujarat and Punjab, you will never suffer for food. People will constantly give food. Serving, serving, serving. I'm just trying to find right words to narrate that whole incident because it's such a amazing, inspiring incident. Sometimes there will be traffic jam in my throat. Too many words want to come out. So I tell them, relax, relax. I was staying in an old lady's house very old lady, she was living alone, maybe 80 or something. She was having one cow and a small house. From that cow, every day she will get the milk and make curd and buttermilk out of it. She will go to that whole village. Village means few streets. She will go around that few streets and sell that curd and buttermilk. Come back in the night with some sweets or food. She will come back and she had a small Krishna's murti. Krishna statue, small statue of Krishna. She will put all those things in front of that Krishna's murti and speak to him. She will speak to him. Oh Krishna, please eat. Today I got only this much. Please eat. She will spend some time speaking. And then later on she will eat. She will eat and sleep. First few days I thought, oh, she is just, because of her devotion, she is talking okay. Because I am a strong intellectual guy. Usually, the Swamis, especially if they are educated in the philosophies, they will have a strong ego. They will not respect the householders, married people. So traditionally, the philosophical Swamis will never respect. We don't bow down to the married people. So that was the attitude, my attitude. She's too much emotional, leave it. See, I have seen, now I understand, when people come to energization, if they are just overflowing with a feeling and if they are shedding tears out of joy and gratitude, the other guys who are standing behind, they think, oh, too emotional guys. Understand? And these guys, these logical or intellectual guys, they think that emotional people are fools. To be open, to have the tendency to trust somebody, only you need intelligence. To doubt, you don't need intelligence. Any fool will do that only. To be filled with doubt, you don't need intelligence. To blame anything, anybody and everybody, you don't need intelligence. Because from the day one you are taught. Your school, college, university, everything teaches you. Society teaches you. To blame people, to reject. Logic means what? Analyzing and rejecting. Analyzing and rejecting. For that, you don't need much intelligence. You don't need to be alive. Only to feel connected, to open up, to feel the joy or the devotion. You need to be intelligent. So I was in that same attitude that okay, good devotee, anyhow she gives food for me, that's all. So why to interfere unnecessarily in her lifestyle? Every day, same routine. She will go to the nearby streets and sell that buttermilk or milk or whatever, curd, and evening she will come back with some sweets and candy and some food for that Krishna and for her, for me also. After 10 days, usually I don't stay more than a week or 10 days in any village. I said, all right, now I am going for my pilgrimage, because I was going towards a big Shiva temple called Somnath. It was a biggest Shiva temple in India, but was destroyed by one king who doesn't believe in religion. He belongs to a different religion, who don't believe in idol worship or the worshipping through idol. That guy destroyed the temple. That's a big problem. If you don't believe, that's okay, but you have no right to destroy something which is built by people with so much of love and trust. Anyhow, that guy has destroyed that temple. Now they have rebuilt it. As long as the inspiration and the truth is alive, you can't demolish just by demolishing the temples or architectural things. Because the temples are in our hearts. Even if it is demolished architecturally, next day we will build. My disciple will build. So it can't demolish the truth. It can't destroy the truth. Still the temple is there. I was going to the temple, to have the temple, Somnath temple, to have darshan. So I told her that I am leaving. She started crying. She said, no, Baba, don't go. Baba means father. The Swamis are addressed as father even if they are very young. Even if they are very young. That's a tradition. Actually, she is my grandmother's age. But she addresses me as father. Age is not considered. The intelligence or the lifestyle which you took, that is respected. And this cloth, that is respected. She was telling, Baba, don't go. Don't think I'll ask you to work. I'll give you food every day. Why do you want to leave me and go? I feel so happy that Krishna himself has come in your farm into my house, and please stay. I told, no, I'm not unhappy with you, but I'm a sadhu. I'm a sannyasi. I should supposed to travel. I can't stay in one place, and I have to go for my pilgrimage. She started telling, no, don't go, 2-3 words. When she understood that she can't convince me, she went and sat in front of Krishna and started crying. Krishna, tell him not to go. Why don't you convince him? Tell him not to go. Why he is leaving? I did not do any mistake. I feel that you yourself came in the form of a sadhu and you are staying with me and blessing me. And she started crying. Now I felt it is too much. See, as long as she talks to Krishna, I have no problem. But now bringing me also, I went near her and started giving my own philosophical advice. God is formless. Your bhakti is okay, but you should not get attached so much with me and all. Even with me, you can't get so much attached. You should not. I am a sadhu. And what are you talking to Krishna? You can worship, you can develop your bhakti, okay, but you think that he will convince me. And not only she was talking to Krishna, she herself is telling the answer. Oh, Krishna, you are telling you should go. He is a sadhu, he should not stay with me. All right, if you say okay. She is talking for herself and talking for Krishna. She is talking as if she is listening the reply from Krishna. Now I said, it is too much. This is too much. And I went near her and told, Arey, what are you doing? You think that he is talking to you? And she very casually, very innocent lady, very casually, she just held my hand and said, Baba, don't you see, he is sitting there. And she held my hand. I promise I saw Krishna there. He was there, sitting as a young boy with a blue body, whatever way we describe, he was there, just sitting and smiling. Logic can't understand, logic can't explain, but I promise I saw him. He was there. He was there. When she left the hand, again I saw only the statue. The form has disappeared. When she held my hand, just for a few moments, I saw he was there, sitting. Not as a hallucination, no. I saw him much more clearly, deeply than I am seeing you. He was there. Just I fell at her feet and told her, please don't call me as Baba. You are mother. You are 1,000 times more than any sadhu, any sannyasi. All my ego, intellectual ideologies, the intellectual personality, the logical personality simply fell at her feet. She was shocked. She said, Baba, you are a sadhu, you should not touch my feet. It's sin for me. I said, I may be wearing this cloth, but you are 1,000 times greater than any sadhu, any logical person, any intellectual person. If you can open up so much, the statue can become alive. And if you can transmit that experience to somebody just by holding the hand, this is what I call initiation. You are my guru. I told her, no guru can give me darshan or experience just by touching. They can only give mantra. You gave me darshan, you are my guru. Just I fell at her feet. She was shocked. But let me be very clear. I understood the power of opening up, the power of trusting in that incident.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's topic is the happening. Because Shiva is going to speak the greatest happening on the planet Earth. Greatest happening on the planet Earth is an unenlightened being sitting with an enlightened being and becoming enlightened. Understand? Nothing more than enlightenment. There can be nothing more than enlightenment experience on the planet Earth. No philosophy, no system, no theory, no ideology stands, survives, thrives more than one generation if it does not have enlightened base or the inspiration from an enlightened being. In India, we had at least 3,000 kings ruling at different times. Not a single king, not a single kingdom is able to flourish which did not have an enlightened being, which did not have an enlightened master, which did not have enlightened wisdom behind the ruling. Even now, if you go to the South Indian villages, you will see huge temples installed by enlightened masters. But there won't be palaces which is constructed by the same kings, by the same architects, which they constructed for themselves. Understand? Same architect, same king builds temple for enlightened energy and builds palace for him to stay. Same intelligence, Naturally, king would have used better material for his house, for his home. But temples are still standing, palaces, not a single palace could be seen. In my own village, the village in which I am born and brought up, we have a temple which is 25-acre built up area. King who built, his palace is not there. His palace, we have only ruins. We don't have his palace. But the temple built by him is still alive because the enlightened master's energy is there. There is something beyond our logical understanding, beyond our logical clarity, which we call the universe or the cosmic energy. You can call it as a universal energy or cosmic energy, whatever name you may use. The greatest happening on the planet Earth is a disciple sitting at the feet of an enlightened being and becoming enlightened. We call in Sanskrit Upanishad, means just sitting, nothing else. Just simple sitting at the feet of an enlightened being. So much can happen inside you. Today Shiva is going to speak on the great happening. The Shiva Sutras today is on Guru-disciple relationship. Let me enter into the sutra by remembering Mahadeva, Namah Shivaya. Listen, while ultimate mystical teaching is imparted, I still, without blinking, at once become absolutely free. Actually, I feel if I comment on these great words, I may spoil the beauty. Sometimes I feel these words should not be commented at all. It should be just digested. But the problem is, we are in totally different logic level. These words cannot directly work on us. That's the reason I need to translate Shiva's words to our understanding. Actually, the language in which Shiva speaks, not just the language, even the plane from which he speaks is totally different. See, I am giving the translation in English only. Why I have to add more words? Because he is speaking from different plane. You are listening from different plane. So it becomes my responsibility to connect. He says, listen, while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted, I still, without blinking, at once become absolutely free. The original Sanskrit sutra says, Diksha Moksha, over. Just initiation liberates. Understand? There is a beautiful story in an Upanishad called Svetaswara Upanishad. In India, we have 108 Upanishads, which are essence of the enlightenment science. Understand? Millions of inner world scientists have done great research in the field of inner science, just like in the West, outer science research was done by millions of scientists. They did research and development. Same way, in India, millions of rishis have done research on the inner science for thousands of years. At least 10,000 years this research and development went on. At least few million inner scientists have dedicated their life for this research and development, and we have at least 10 million inner science laboratories. Means temples and ashrams where congregation happens every day. Understand? 10,000 years of research and development, millions of enlightened inner scientists, at least 10 million inner science laboratories. The essence of this whole research and development is Upanishads. In that 108 Upanishads, there is one Upanishad which is called Svetaswara Upanishad. In that there is a beautiful story. Disciple goes to a master. Story says, master tells him, take these cows. He gives 2 cows to him and tells him, go and live in the forest till it becomes 1,000 cows. It's a real funny thing. See, the disciple is going to master asking, please teach me enlightenment. And master is telling, all right, take this cow, go to the forest and stay there till that becomes 1,000 cows, come back. What this has to do with enlightenment? Of course, fortunately he was not logically educated. Fortunately, he did not receive the so-called education. Fortunately, the disciple was simple and innocent and humble enough, is ready for the transformation. He was tired of being logical. Understand? Unless you are tired of living with an ordinary logic, mere logic which cannot help you to see even your own life, which cannot help you to look even into your own mind. People come and tell me, Swamiji, why you are so against logic? I tell them, I am not against, I am just telling you, all your suffering is just because of your simple logic without intelligence. See, your logic creates so much of politics inside you. Morning and evening, morning your mind is saying one thing and evening your mind is saying another one thing. People ask me, Swamiji, in all spiritual organizations so much of politics is there, what to do? I tell them, to do politics you don't need even 2 people. 1 person is more than enough. Real. 1 single person with logic is enough. Because morning your logic will be saying something and evening it will be saying something else. Morning it will be saying something and evening it will be saying something else. So naturally the fight between you and you is politics. See, your decisions which you do in the morning and your decisions which you do in the evening, if you put both of them in front of you, you will see you are a politician sitting inside you. You don't need politics from outside. Logic, which does not allow you to trust or open up, which does not allow transformation happening in you, is the first enemy. Here, the disciple was somehow, fortunately, was not bitten by that logic. We call that as a poisonous snake. Understand? Another one great master, her name is Sharada Devi. She lived in 19th century in India. She was such an amazing personality. Whoever comes, even if they come in midnight, 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, she will get up, cook and feed them, only then she will sleep. All our kitchens, in all our ashrams, we will have our photograph. I run all our kitchens in her memory. All our kitchens, whoever comes, we share whatever we have in memory of her dedication, her devotion to this great Vedic tradition. Somebody asked her, Ma, don't you feel that you are being exploited because you are trusting anybody and everybody? You are just taking care of anybody and everybody, feeding anybody and everybody. She says beautifully, even if you are exploited, if you live trusting, if you live with open being, you will live like a god on the planet Earth. Understand? People who don't trust, who are completely logical, they will have comforts, they will have wealth, but not the joy or the bliss. They will have bed, not sleep. People who can't trust, they will be afraid to sleep, because when they sleep, what will happen to the planet Earth? If something happens to the world when they are asleep, and one more thing, something happens to the world is one thing, another one big problem. We will not know whatever is happening in the planet Earth when we are asleep. Person who can't trust, person who is completely closed, will be just waiting for information and news. See, news collection and unable to trust, both are very closely related. Very closely related. Here I am surprised, people when they get up morning, first thing they do is morning news. Because they want to know what all has happened when they slept. First thing they want to know what all has happened on the planet Earth when they were asleep. God. They are afraid that something would have happened. Anyhow, because nothing can be done. See, when I say anyhow, I just accept what can be done. Beautiful truth. Sharada Devi says, a person who lives with open being, sharing, trusting, he lives like a god on the planet Earth. Even though he may not have the outer world. And I tell you, anything juicy in the life comes at the moments when you open yourself. Whatever you call it as juicy, love, life, excitement, energy, including enlightenment. From love to enlightenment, anything rejuvenates you. Anything gives you the feeling the life is worthy, happens to you only when you open up. If you open up to the person who is in front of you, who is next to you, you experience love. If you open up few people in front of you and who are away from you, you experience compassion. If you open up to the whole universe, you experience enlightenment. That's all. Anything great, worth mentioning, happens to you only when you open up. Opening up even to a small statue or an idol can make so much in you. Understand? To whom you open up is not a big thing. To whom you open up is not a real thing. Don't bother. To whom you open up. If you open up, even a statue can liberate you, give you enlightenment. The life of Ramakrishna, great enlightened master, he became enlightened just by opening himself to a Devi Murti, a statue of a Devi, goddess. It's just a statue. He opened himself. I should tell a beautiful incident in Ramakrishna's life, how the power of opening up makes that statue alive. Vedic tradition is always blamed by the so-called logic people that they are idol worshippers, they are worshipping idols. I tell you, no. Vedic tradition does not have idol worship. We don't worship idols, we worship through idols. Understand, there is a big difference between worshipping idol and worshipping through the idol. We don't stand in front of idol and ask, oh stone, give me boon. Oh metal, give me enlightenment. No. Oh Shiva, give me enlightenment. Oh Krishna, give me jnana. We worship through the idol. When you open up, when you really relate, you will realize the power of the idol which is in front of you. Anything can act as a medium to the existence, to the universe.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारम्
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Special guest from Governor's Office. Today's subject, the power of sound. All the spiritual masters, enlightened beings, all spiritual traditions, all religions, all mystics understood, experienced the power of sound. That is why, whether it is Vedas or Bible or Quran or Dhamma Sutra, everything says first there was a sound. From sound, everything is created. There are so many scientific researches proves the whole thing can be reduced just to vibrations, just to sound vibrations. Vedic seers, Vedic masters declare the whole universe is nothing but nada, sound. That's why they say nada brahmam. The whole entire universe, existence, cosmos is nothing but the vibration, sound. Today, we will explore a technique by Mahadeva, Anandeshwara, to experience enlightenment through sound. Mahadeva is giving a technique. The book which I am going to speak now, the book from which the sutra is taken is 10,000 years old, attributed to Shiva, Mahadeva. Traditionally, we believe that Shiva gave this book to Devi. His teachings to Devi is recorded, and that is Shiva Sutras. Sometimes people ask me, how do we know it is given only by Shiva? How do we know these sutras are delivered by Shiva? I tell them, if you see the sutras, if you read the verses, anybody who has got this much knowledge, depth about the mind and the being must be Shiva. He must have experienced Shiva consciousness. Understand, Shiva or Buddha is not just a person, it's a state of a being. Anybody who achieves that state will be called as Buddha. In our tradition, Shiva, Buddha, Vyasa, all these words are just a state of a being. Still now, the disciples of Shankara is called Shankaracharyas. That is why we use two words, Adi Shankaracharya and Present Shankaracharyas. Anybody who represents is called with the same name. It's like a title. So, anybody who has experienced, anybody who has got knowledge to this level, to this depth, he is Shiva, no doubt about it. He has experienced the truth. The way in which he expresses, with that we can very clearly understand whether he knows or he has just read. We can be sure this book is not from a person who read and acquired knowledge. This book is from a person who has experienced, because he is giving solutions for all possible problems. He is giving solutions for the human beings who lived on the planet Earth, who are living on the planet Earth, who are yet to come. He is giving keys to open all doors. Today we will explore his technique, his meditation technique to achieve enlightenment, higher consciousness through sound. Almost all the enlightened traditions, all the enlightened masters and the traditions created by them have worked on the sound. Sound is one of the important methods to awaken the higher consciousness in you. In the East, language is not used just to convey a particular meaning, a logical concept. The language is used for transmitting vibrations also. That is why we call Sanskrit. The word Sanskrit means refined, purified. The Sanskrit is not just linguistic, it has got phonetic importance also. Sanskrit is not the language just to convey a logical concepts, few words, few ideas which you think. It has got phonetic importance also. That is the reason no Veda mantra can be altered. Sometimes you may feel if you use some other word, the meaning will be more sharper, more clear, but you can't change the word. Even if you think, I think this word can express the truth in a much better way. I think this word can take us to more deeper level. Even if you think that way, you can't change the word. The Vedas, the Sanskrit verses are repeated same way. The other day I was reading a research report about so many different scriptures. The researcher says the less corrupted book on the planet Earth is Vedic scriptures. Less corrupted. Just because our devotion to that literature, with no printing media, with no other preservation system, except listening, except listening and repeating, there is no other preservation method for last 10,000 years, at least 10,000 years. The Vedic books, truths have been preserved without corruption. Even if some masters write commentary, they will say very clearly, this is mantra, this is my commentary. See, people who write commentaries, their charisma is so, they are so charismatic, so impressive. If they just alter few words, nobody will oppose. Nobody will oppose. But no master dare to do that. That's the greatness of our masters. They have done text torturing. They have interpreted in their own way. But nobody had the courage to touch the original sutras. Whether it is Shankara, or Ramanuja, Madhva, or Bhamati, any Vachaspati Mishra, or Atmananda, you can name thousands of masters. One more important thing, each one of them are expressing their own ideology. It means what? They have their own vested interests. Commentaries are given just to convince people that what I am saying is supported by these great masters. Understand? Commentaries are nothing but justifying their thinking trend, justifying the truth which they want to express. Shankara, Ramanuja, Madhva, each one of them had their own vested interests. Each one of them wanted to convince people about their thinking trend, about their own way of expressing the truth. Each one of them have expressed in their own way. Each one of them were expressing in a different way. And if you see little deeply, it will be funny. Sometime the same sutra, how many different meanings it can come, how many different meanings can be derived, can be taken out from same sutra, from same verse. Sometimes not only it will be funny, it will be horrible. Really, I am telling you some of the insider secrets. These are all some of the insider secrets. You will be surprised. Some sutras being commented in a totally different way by Ramanuja or Madhva or Shankara. One more thing, these great masters have done a great service to the society. Same way they have created enough of problem also. Because these three people, the fight among these three people is the fight which is happening all over India still now. Still now, because each one is interpreting in their own way. But even with all this commotion, amidst all these problems, amidst all these things, nobody dared to touch the original sutras. Understand? Nobody ever had courage to touch the original sutras. Whether it is Shankara or Ramanuja or Madhva, they give the original sutras, then they give their own meaning. They interpret words, they take out some words, they add some words, they give their own meaning, they present in their own way, everything they do. But in their commentary, never in the original sutras. First, Shankara writes Bhashya, commentary. That is why he is called Bhashyakara. Then Shankara's disciple writes Vartika. Sureshwaracharya is called Vartikakara, means commentary on commentary. And the next comes Tika. Tika means commentary on commentary on commentary. By the time truth is lost. It's like there's a beautiful Zen story. Tea was kept in a cup. Somebody drank the tea, washed the cup, poured that water in another one cup. That guy drank that cup, that water, and washed that cup and poured that water in the third cup. And the third guy, he is drinking that water. What smell or what will be the connection between this water and that original tea? That is what will happen when you read the commentary of commentary of commentary. But the beauty is, not a single master had courage to touch the original sutras, because they all know it has got phonetic importance also. It is not just linguistic. It is not created just to convey a logical meaning. It is beyond. See, if a language is created just to convey a concept, you can develop, you can change the words, you can use better expressions in course of time, you can remove some words, add some words. But the Vedic scriptures are not just created to express a concept, to express an idea, to express a logical sentence. It is created to transmit vibrations also, because our seers, our masters know the power of sound. They know the power of sound. It was never altered. And one more thing, it will be very funny, even the grammatical mistakes made by the rishis, the grammarians or the pandits, intellectuals, were not allowed to change. See, if an enlightened being, when he speaks, he may make some grammatical mistakes. Pandits are not allowed to change that. Naturally, the disciples will be pandits. It's a trend from day one. High intellectuals will be disciples. The fellow who is innocent, who doesn't know the language, who is not a big orator, he will be the master. Because he knows, he expresses the truth as it is, in a simple way, very raw words, doesn't even know the language, doesn't even know how things can be expressed. That's away from the time immemorial. That's the way the life was. Even the mistakes made by rishis can't be corrected by pandits. It is called arsha prayoga. Rishis have been given full freedom. Seers have been given full freedom. They can make any mistakes. That becomes grammar. That becomes grammar. Because sometimes they are trying to express the sound. They are trying to transmit the vibration. More than a word, the vibration is the main thing. So Sanskrit is not just linguistic, it is phonetic also. Because our rishis know the power of sound. They know the power of sound. I can say thousands of stories to prove the power of sound. Let me tell one or two incidents which happened in my life, which I experienced, because I am witness for these few things. Instead of telling so many stories, I can tell so many stories from our tradition. Even the power to curse is nothing but power to handle the sound. One more thing, still there are so many researches going on about this Brahmastram. We really suspect Brahmastram, which is described in our tradition, is nothing but a kind of a nuclear bomb which was used in those days. It was a weapon used in those days by using the power of sound. Just by the power of sound, they were able to create such a positive or negative energy. See, the Brahmastram was used for both purpose, for creation or destruction. Even to make a person enlightened, Brahmastram was used. If it is used for creation, for enlightening somebody, it is called Brahmobadesam. If it is used to destroy somebody, it is called Brahmastram. The purpose for which you use, according to that, the name is given, but the same energy, just like nuclear power, it can be used to kill or to help. Both the way it can be used. In those days, I think few thousands of years ago, our masters know the technique to use the sound, to use the vibrations, and they were able to play with the vibrations. Let me tell you an incident, story from my life. It's not story, history, it happened. I had the great fortune of sitting at the feet of a great yogi called Raghupati Yogi. He lived in Arunachala, my native place. He was born and brought up in Tibet area. So he lived in Burma also, Burma and Tibet, both the countries. I think in those days, Burma was not independent country. It was part of India under British. He lived with the lamas also. When I saw him in Arunachala, he was looking very simple, humble, normal man. Nobody knows much about him except the few people who lived around him. He's a very silent type of a person. Let me just narrate few incidents which happened, which describes the power of sound. One day we were all sitting and chatting. One bird picked up a fish from a tank, from a temple tank. We were all sitting on the banks of a temple tank. Arunachala temple has got a beautiful, huge water tank. Actually, in India, temples are not just the worship place. They are the place to store grain, water for famine periods. And they are the place for storing the culture, art, dance. That is the place, that's a library. That is practically university, the spiritual universities. There is a huge temple tank. One bird just picked up a fish, and the fish was dying. It is just, dying and trying to save itself. But the bird has caught the fish nicely. We saw it. He was sitting with few of us. We saw it. Somebody commented, "Master, just see that in your presence can this happen? One life is dying. Why don't you save that?" Of course, I don't know how to justify what he did. I can only say the power of sound. I don't know why he did or what he did. He just looked into that bird and made a small sound in the tongue. Through the tongue, he made a sound as if a stone is thrown at that bird. Just the sound. If you throw a stone to that bird, towards that bird, what sound will come? Same way, he just made a sound through his tongue. I saw very clearly, the bird just fell and died. Looks like a story. Sorry if I am not able to connect with your logic. Please forgive me, excuse me if I am not able to satisfy your logic, but I saw it with my eyes. I can't help. Of course, you have all the right not to believe, but I don't have right not to believe. I have to believe because I saw it. You have all the right not to believe. Not once or twice, at least 20, 30 times I have seen him playing with sound and creating that effect in the outer world. I was shocked. Just one sound, as if a stone is thrown, aimed at the bird and thrown. Just that bird dropped that fish and fell and died. As if a stone has hit that bird. I was shocked. It is too much. Same way, once I brought coconuts from temple. Usually in temples, they will break coconuts for worship. And these young boys, their only work is go and collect that and bring it. I used to run for that coconut. They will break in front of the temple. So I brought little coconut for him to eat. He is a poor eater. He eats maybe once in 3-4 days. Once in 3-4 days he will eat something. So I collected some coconut and brought. He wants to break that coconut and make it more smaller pieces so that he can eat. I tried to find some stones here and there. I was not able to get any stone. The stones were too big. He just took the coconut in the hand and made a sound as if it was hit by a hammer. Just a hammer sound. Understand? He took the coconut in the hand, through the tongue. He looked into the coconut, made a sound through the tongue, like a tuck. And the sound was so strong, the vibration was so strong, the coconut broke into pieces. Just pieces. Again, I'm sorry. It's too much, I know. It's too much. And too much to talk to a person who is born and brought up or who is living in the West to say all these words. You see, in the East I can tell all these words, people will simply connect. Because in every village there will be somebody. Every village will have one healer. Healer means for any small disease, people will go to that person, he will sprinkle some sacred water or chant some mantras, the kids will become all right. And I should tell you one more fact, one more important truth. My age is 30, 29 is completed, 30 running. In these 30 years, I went to hospital only once when I took birth. That's all. Only once. No allopathy medicine, no vaccination, no other injections, nothing. When I was taken, when I took birth, of course, mother went, I did not go. Once I came out of the hospital, over. See, it is not just me. I can say at least lakhs of people are there in India who live like this. If they fall sick, they go to some local healers, some pujaris, some temples, some priests. Still the tradition is there. We don't know how to justify or how to connect or how to logically present all those things. I don't know. I can only tell you the fact. Now it is up to you to analyze or connect or justify. You may give the reason, it is just because of faith or placebo effect. So many big words you can find. Scientific words and research words and all those things. I don't know all those things. Still, there are millions of people in villages. They go to that local healers, that priests, temple pujaris, or that whatever we may call. I think we don't have a right word in the English language because that concept does not exist. So we don't have a right word. That guy will just chant some mantra and sprinkle little water. The child will become all right. Still now in Indian villages, very difficult to believe unless you see. Unless you see, you can't believe. In Sri Lanka, during the annual festival Buddha Purnima, Buddha's Enlightenment Day, thousands of people will walk on fire. Same way in our ashram, every year, at least 3 or 4 times we do the fire walking. Hundreds of people do the fire walking. I'll be the first person to walk. We do fire walking. Sometimes people ask me, how is it possible? How you guys are able to do it? Just all we know is there is a music, there is a special kind of a music, the vibration which is created, and everybody knows that they can do, simply they do, that's all. No other logic. If you think, will I be able to do? Gone. Nothing can be done. I tell them, no, don't walk. No, you are not allowed. Whoever asks, Swamiji, can I do? No, you can't do. Forget about it. And whoever knows, I can, you can do. Please walk. Somehow you know it. That's all. It just clicks. That very sound, when that vibration is created, they are made to meditate for 10 days before they do that fire walking. In the 10 days, their body and mind is prepared with chanting, vibration, meditation. They create a peaceful thoughts. Let me be in peaceful. Let my body and mind be completely integrated. let the whole world be in peace. Your thoughts have got powerful impact on the outer world. When you create so much of peace, when you create so much of feeling connected to the nature, nature does not disturb you. Person who has created enough energy to connect with the nature will not have doubt when he sees the fire. I'll be standing there just to filter. If I see little fear in their eyes, I tell them, no, you can't. If somebody walks with doubt, he gets hurt. If the person does not have any doubt, he is very clear, I know, I can do. He never gets hurt. He never gets hurt. It is a simple feeling connected. Just something clicks and you are there, nothing happens. How to logically describe? No way to logically describe. Something happens, that's all we can say. There is no logic. There were scientists from Wisconsin University went to Sri Lanka to do research on this firewalking. How this is possible? It's not just 5 feet or 10 feet. Understand, 60 feet. 5 feet you can just jump. 2-3 steps you can just jump. It's not 5 feet or 10 feet. 60 feet. And at least 10 steps you have to put. Not 20 steps. Because you can't put 10 feet one step. Maximum you can jump 3 feet. Of course in the fear maybe 4 feet. Not more than that. So at least 20 steps you may have to put. And live charcoal, fire. Very strange thing. People are able to manage. And nobody gets burnt, or even clothes. Even the clothes which they wear. It's very surprising. Anyhow, but the scientists were not able to give any logical reason why it is happening. Because the scientists, they tried, they got hurt. They got burnt. They also tried, but they got burnt. You can't say, they were not able to give some clear idea why the Buddhist monks were able to walk and why the ordinary person, normal people are not able to do. They did all possible researches, the blood checkup or whatever they can do. Beyond body, there is something. Beyond the body, there is something which comes to play in that space. That's what we call power of sound, power of vibration. There's a particular music. And people, even who walk on the fire, they can walk only when the music is created, when that vibration is created. Means your body and mind can be elevated, can be transported to a different plane of consciousness, different plane of existence by sound. Understand? The same person can't walk without that sound, without that vibration, without that mantras, without that chanting. But that chanting, he is able to walk. He is able to successfully do the ritual. He is able to go through. So, power of sound, the power of vibration, sound or vibration can transport you, can lift your body and mind to a different level of consciousness, to a different plane of existence. There are a few more incidents I can say which happened with this Raghupati Yogi, the great yogi. If he creates a sound like a dog, just small 2-3 sound, small, just like a small tuck tuck, he will create a sound. And I have seen 20-30 dogs that all over the area will come towards him. Whenever people bring food for him, he will eat little bit and throw everything else to the street dogs and all the animals which is living there. He will just create one sound. Usually if you call, the dog won't come. It will be afraid to come. It will be afraid to come. and you can drive the dog out, but you can't call it. Driving is possible, you can throw stones or shout, it will run away. You can't call. But I have seen, you will create a small sound, all the dogs will run. And not only that, sometime I have seen, he will create a small sound, snakes will come. Just sound. Few small sounds. It is not even like a sound, it's like a vibration. Just in the one corner, through the corner of the mouth, he will create that vibration. Sound, snakes will come. As if they are tied by a rope and being pulled. Just like that they will come. Usually snakes will go like yes, this way, they will move. But when he creates a vibration, I have seen snakes will come straight, as if a rope or thread is tied and it is pulled straight. And not only the snakes or anything, same way, the fruits from the tree, I have seen with my own eyes. If we are sitting in a tree, under the mango tree, especially with the mango tree and coconut tree, I have seen it with my own eyes. If we ask, Master, just get some mangoes, all you need to do is create a sound like a stone. Simply mango will fall. Simply mango will fall. You will just create a sound through the mouth, as if a stone is being thrown. Tuck, the mango will fall. Not only mango, even coconut. And breaking coconut also he knows. Just take it in the hand and create a sound. It looks very strange. Actually, I asked him once, how this is possible, Master? How can you do this? Can we break the stone? I asked him, you know how to break coconut. Can we break the stone? Because I thought maybe in the hand he is pressing the coconut. Because he's a very powerful, very strong person. I have seen him doing even in public. He will tie the iron rope in the chest and inhale and exhale strongly, and the rope will break. Iron rope. If I tell more things, it will look like more and more stories. It's a very strong person. I thought maybe in the hand he is breaking that coconut. Coconut he can break in the hand. What about stone? So I brought a stone for him and I kept that stone in front of him. All he did is just he sat, looked into the stone, just like connecting with that stone, created a sound. Tap, the stone has become two. But the sound which he creates, if you put your hand in between, your hand also gets hurt. Once I tried, when he was connecting with some object like this and trying to break, I tried to put my hand in between and I felt literally something is hitting the hand. Just as if the bone will break. It was so powerful, just the vibration. Just the vibration. Then I understood how the rishis have cursed people. See, you have a story, lot of stories, like Vishwamitra cursing somebody, Durvasa cursing somebody, Vasishta cursing somebody, these Vedic rishis cursing somebody. I was not able to relate. How can somebody say a word and it will become reality? When I saw this, I was able to relate. I understood, oh God, it would have been truth. Just a word, he can kill somebody. Just a sound. The old masters, Vedic masters, can just turn the whole life. Because they know the power of sound. They know how to use it. They know how to use sound particles. See, in course of time, Gita says, yogo nashta parantapaha. The truth or the inner science is lost in course of time. Because we have lost the keys, we can't say the treasure never existed. Understand? Just because we lost the keys today, we can't say the treasures never existed. Just because we did not experience these things, just because we did not get the right key, we have not tried in a right way, we have not experimented or experienced, we can't say the treasures did not exist. It existed. The truths existed. It was there. It was there. See, only when I saw him doing all these things, I understood the possibility of cursing, just creating some sound and creating the efforts. Even the wars, when the wars are described in our scriptures, in our Mahabharata and Ramayana, they say with the arrow, when they concentrate on a person, they will create a particular vibration, mantra. For every astra there is a mantra. Varunastra or Nagastra or Brahmastra, for every weapon there is a mantra. They will create that vibration. That vibration will do the effect. The vibration will carry this arrow powerfully and do that effect, create that effect. Mastering the science of vibration is only taught in the Gurukulas. In the Gurukulas, kids, when they were learning under the enlightened masters, you see, to become a master of archery, you don't need to go to an enlightened being. To become a master of killing others, you don't need to go to an enlightened being. But in those days, even archery, even fighting with a sword, all the martial arts, everything is taught by an enlightened being. Why? Because it is not just physical. Something more than physical was involved. That is why they went to Dronacharya. They went to Kripacharya, who are enlightened beings, who are able to handle the power of vibrations, who knows the technique, method to handle the power of vibration, who can teach students to handle the power properly and to use that science of sound. Understand? 20 years ago, if somebody tells you, if somebody would have told you that if you just type few words in the computer, you can get to know about anything you want in the world, nobody would have believed. But today you can do it. Just type any word and search in the net. Anything. You name it, you have it. Anything. 20 years ago, nobody would have imagined this is possible. But today, it is possible. Understand? Same way, just because we are not seeing few things, never think it never existed. Just like a computer passwords. Computer passwords are our olden days mantras. Those days mantras are just like computer passwords. If you now just type anything in the search in the internet, you will get the whole information. You will be able to do so much. Same way, those days our masters had passwords. Passwords for particular vibration, to handle particular thought, to handle particular sound. Those passwords are only called as mantras. They are only called as mantras. Why? Why we lost it? Why Durvasa is able to curse somebody? Why Vishwamitra is able to curse somebody? Why Vasishta is able to bless somebody? Why we are not able to? Why we are not able to? One more thing, we can't say Durvasa was pure because he was filled with irritation and anger. We can't say Vishwamitra was great, he was filled with fantasies and lust. Understand? when we hear the story, when Vishwamitra was meditating intensely, Menaka, Ramba, all the celestial girls, all the dancers from heaven came and disturbed him. Don't think somebody is sitting there and they are sending girls if you are meditating to disturb you. If somebody is sitting there and sending girls to disturb the people who are meditating, everybody will start meditating. Then meditation will become so popular. It's not that somebody is sending from there. It is his own suppressions. When you suppress too much, anything suppressed will become reality in your dream. When your logic is imbalanced, that will become reality. If you are suppressing something strongly, if your logic is imbalanced, your logic can become imbalanced if you don't eat well, if you are tired. It's not that only the sleeping will imbalance your logic. Even when you are tired, you can see sometime when you are driving or when you are too tired and relaxing, you will not be sleeping, but you will be like a daydreaming. You will be daydreaming. In front of you, so many things will be happening. You know, you are aware, but you can't come out of those visions. So if you suppress something too much, naturally it will come out. So same thing, Vishwamitra was sitting on a volcano, sitting on lust, sitting on fantasies, suppressing it. And one more thing, when you are suppressed too much, when it comes out, it will be too tasty. That is why, actually, if you fast for 3 days, you will be feasting in the dream. Now just 3 days, you fast, you will be feasting in the dreams, and it will be too tasty. That's the basic nature of mind. So suppression comes out. The suppressed thing only came out. It's not that Vishwamitra was great. Vishwamitra was just like us. I think worse than us. Because the way in which he describes the Ramba, Menaka, Urvashi and all those things, he must have had enough of suppression. He must have had too much of fantasies. That is why he is describing as if heavenly. One more thing, when you suppress, when they come out, they will come out wildly. And same way, when you are relaxed from the desire, when you are done with it, you will fall to a worst space. You will fall to such a low mood, such a low energy. That is what the story says. After the child, Vishwamitra says, no, I don't want to see you. Guilt, the desire and guilt, the peak of desire and the valley of guilt, both are directly connected. The peak was too much, same way valley was too much. Vishwamitra was just like us, Durvasa was just like us, but how they are able to use the power of sound and use the power of vibration? Why we are not able to use? Understand, this is an important question. If you know the answer for this question, you can work on the Shiva Sutra. Now Shiva is giving technique, solution, just for this question. He is answering just this single question. Why Vishwamitra or Durvasa, who are filled with same lust and anger, were able to use the power of vibration? Why we are not able to use? Understand, the answer is cerebral layer. Let me explain that word. If Vishwamitra is filled with lust, he is filled with lust. If Durvasa is filled with anger, he is filled with anger. It is not borrowed from others, it is his own. Please understand, let me explain how we are corrupted even in our lust, how we are corrupted even in our anger. Even in our anger, we are not pure, we are not authentic. Even in our lust, we are not pure, we are not authentic. if Vishwamitra is angry, if Durvasa is angry, he will not sit and calculate whether the guy in front of me is my boss or subordinate. You will calculate. Understand? When you become angry, one part of you is still able to manage the calculation. He is my boss, too much is at risk, please relax. But Durvasa is not calculating. Durvasa doesn't know how to calculate. He is just fire. Authentic anger. I tell you, I am not telling you to shout at everybody or be violent at everybody. No. I am saying, integrate your anger, be authentic. Suddenly you will see anger leaves you. Lust leaves you. Somebody came to me and asked, Swamiji, I am addicted to smoking. I don't know what to do. Few days ago, I read a book and then dropped. I asked him, did you drop the smoking? No, I dropped reading books like that, which are confusing. Please do something. I told him, do one thing. First tell me, how did you start? He told me, when I was 15 or 16, I was standing in a shop with my friend. My friend was smoking. From a distance, my father saw, he misunderstood. He mistook that I am only smoking. The smoke was coming from me. So when I went back to home, he was shouting and he started beating me. In India, kids will be beaten. He was beating me. I thought, oh fellow, you already punished me, then why not smoke? I already received the punishment, then why not start smoking? Just my anger towards him, I started smoking. And I felt I have become a man when I say no to my father. The same problem you all will be facing in your house. When they say no to you, they feel that they have become independent. They are now man. They are now adults. They can think on their own. It is just the desire for freedom comes out as big no. Anything you say, all they know is no. Anything you try. See, to do some work, there are three ways. One, do it by yourself, or hire somebody to do, or tell your kids not to do. It will be done. Just anything, straight no. Because they feel strong when they say no to you. When they say no, their ego is feeling very strong. It's the nature. So I asked him, your anger towards your father only started this habit. First work on that anger. First be really authentic, integrate. See, if you are angry, express it on him. If you don't, if you feel that expressing it on him will create karma, cycle, the chain, he will again express it on you, it will lead to one more karma, then at least know how to release it in the air. That's what we call releasing the samskaras, karma dahana. In Yoga Sutra, we have a technique, we have a method. If you can't express the anger on the other person, if you feel the cycle or the karma chakra will be created. Karma chakra means what? You will shout and she will beat and you will again shout, and it's just a routine. It will only get developed. If you feel that will happen, then at least release it in the air. But be authentic in your anger. When you are not authentic, it will start expressing in so many ugly ways. Understand? Anything, whether it is anger, guilt, lust, or pain or fear, if you are not authentic with that emotion, with that energy, it will express it in a very perverted way. Very perverted way. All perversions, all mental disorders are just perverted or cerebral expressions, or disturbed, distorted expressions of these emotions. Understand? These emotions are power, energy to your being. You can see when you become angry, how energetic you become. Your whole body is alive. Every cell is just living. Your whole energy is alive. When you are filled with lust, you can see, when you are filled with lust, the fear won't be there. You won't have fear. No fear will be there. That is why, even knowing the laws of the country, people commit mistakes. They know the laws of the country, the laws of the society, they know everything. But fear will not have place when you are filled with lust. Because the lust is power, energy. If you are authentic with that energy, the energy will liberate you. Understand? The energy will liberate you. Because all these energies, the lust is Muladhara Chakra, the base energy. Fear is second, Swadhisthana Chakra. Worry, constantly brooding over, guilt, is Manipura, third chakra. Each of these energies are base material for your energy centers. Each of these energies are worshipped as gods in our tradition. Understand? Each of these chakras are worshipped as gods in our tradition. We worship lust. We worship fear. Worshipping lust is the Shivalinga. See, our masters are so courageous to put the Shivalinga in the temple and worship, because the authentic energy, if you are authentic with your lust, you will be liberated. If you are authentic with your fear, you will be liberated. With any emotion, if you are authentic, you will be liberated. The main problem with us, we are not authentic with anything, constantly calculating. With any emotion, before expressing, you start calculating the after effects and side effects. If the after effect is going to be too serious, you just suppress it. If it is not going to be serious, you shout too much. I have seen. Same mistake. Who does? That only decides the punishment. Who does decides. Please understand, everything else is a story. No, I am equal to all, that and all. You can tell for others, not for yourself. At least with yourself, be authentic. Integrate. One more thing, person who never looks into his problems, person who constantly believes he is integrated, person who thinks I am okay, person who is not ready to look into his problem, will never be able to achieve the truth. Authenticity. See, one thing, at least you should know the accounts properly. At least you should know the accounts properly. To others you can tell stories. To others you tell stories, no problem. I have this, I am that. At least for you, you should know the accounts. You should know the truth. You should know the fact. Let you know the facts about you completely. Sit and analyze. If the same mistake, if this guy does, how I will react. Same mistake, if this person does, how I am reacting. Try to grind. Try to polish. Try to be honest with yourself. Integrating yourself, bringing honesty to yourself is the only way to remove the hypocrisy. Person who has removed the hypocrisy from the inner space will experience enlightenment. Ramakrishna says beautifully, integrating your inner chattering and your words spoken is enlightenment. You will be shocked. He says, just integrate your inner chattering and the words which you are uttering. Let both of them be integrated. You are enlightened. He says, Man mukh ek karo. The mind and the words, inner chattering and the words, if they are connected, you are liberated. I tell you, to live in a body in which the inner chattering and the words are connected is heaven. Is heaven. No other pleasure can show you that ecstasy like living in a body where this inner chattering and the verbal words, which spoken words, are integrated. It is just pure ecstasy. It's a pure ecstasy. Living inside, it feels so good. Constant ecstasy. That's what I call Nithyananda. If you can live inside a body in which the inner chattering and the spoken words are integrated, they are in tune, suddenly you will see you are living inside a hollow bamboo. You are living with such a vast inner space. As and now, you feel constantly suffocated. That is why you can't sit with yourself. Sometime, actually, I had a 1 week vacation just before coming to Ohio. 1 week vacation means no work, no program. Some of the situation was such that I was not able to continue my regular programs. 1 week. You will be surprised to know, not even 1 week, 9 days. I sat in my room, did not come out of the room 9 days, no TV. No TV, no music, no iPad, no video, nothing. No entertainment things. Just I sat, 9 days I did not come out. People who are taking care of me, the ashramites who are traveling with me, they said, Swamiji, let's go and have fresh air here, and let's go here, let's go there. I said, no, I don't feel like. 9 days, you see, it is not that I felt like going out and I controlled myself. I don't have to. I don't have to. If I think, simply I can go out and go around and do sightseeing and everything. There was no other routine, no other work. But I didn't feel like. Morning I'll get up, just sit, and maybe 1 or 2 meal in a day, and then just sit and relax. Even people who lived around me were shocked because they have never seen me sitting in one place for 9 days. 9 days I did not come out of the room. Full 9 days. They were asking, what is this, Swamiji, why? I said, just I don't feel like. Understand, you can sit with yourself only if your mind and words are integrated. Only if you have enough inner space. We were in the Vancouver, Canada, and there is so much of skiing, snow, everything is going on around. They were saying, Swamiji, let's go here, let's go there. I said, no, nothing is there. What is there? I am completely comfortable with myself. I can sit with myself for hours. I don't need anything to entertain me. We need so much of entertainment because we can't sit with ourselves. Suffocation. Understand? If you can't sit with yourself, your inner chattering and the spoken words are not integrated. You can't experience power of sound. the basic quality to experience power of sound, power of vibration, you must be able to sit with yourself, doing nothing. People are shocked. They ask me, how can you just sit? I say, what is there? How can you not just sit? Human beings have lost one big dimension of the life. If you can't sit with yourself, be very clear, you have lost one major dimension of your life. Person who is born blind, he can't understand what he is missing. You can't explain to him. Person who is blind from birth, can you explain to him what he is missing? No. Even if you try to explain, he will only misunderstand. A small story. One blind guy, born from birth, from birth. One friend came to him and said, my child died. He asked, why? Why did your child die? No, we gave little milk, and that milk, because of that milk he died. Milk means what? No, it will be white, liquid. White means, don't you know? It's like a bird, it's like a crane. Crane means what? How it will be? Oh, he just put the hand to explain and told that blind friend, touch and feel, like this only it will be there. Crane. Then the friend felt the hand and said, such big thing, if you give it to child, it will die only. How can it swallow? If you try to explain something to a person who is blind from birth, he can't relate. And you can't even make him understand what he is missing. Same way I tell you, if you can't sit with yourself, what you are missing, I can't explain. Not able to sit with themselves means does not have so much of inner space, so much of suffocation. Get all the unnecessary furniture and junk from your inner space out. See, now it's like you got too many furnitures, not only furnitures. Somehow you feel all this junk will be useful sometime. These mad people, if you have seen, the mad people, they will go around and collect everything. Every cover, bag, all the things from the road. And if you ask them why, no, it will be useful at some point. They will keep all those things in the house and they will be sleeping outside. Now that is what we are doing. We have collected enough furnitures and junk. Furniture means which you are using now. Junk means which you are thinking you will use it in the future. But you will never use it. Collecting everything and keeping in the inner space, and you are sleeping outside. You are never able to enter in your inner space. So much smell. It is so dirty. You always live outside with your TV, with your iPad, with your laptop, with your car, or with some other entertainment programs. You not able to sit with yourself means you are not able to enter into your own home, your own inner space. Understand, you are completely cheated by this consumeristic culture. The worst thing which can happen to human beings is being cheated by the consumeristic culture. Consumeristic culture means you can have anything, have more. What to do? That later on will take care. That will think later on. Now have more. You are bombarded with desires. You are blasted with advertisements. Constantly. So much of please don't mistake me. I am not disrespecting, but I am telling you the truth. So much of advertisement for food and medicine is not good. See, constantly you are seeing the restaurants. You see, I am not comparing or criticizing. Everywhere, so much of advertisement for food. What will happen? Every time when you see a food, such big burger photographs, and you will think, why not have one? So much of consumeristic attitude, life. Understand, you lose your inner space. Inner space is lost. You can't sit with yourself because you are constantly, one more thing, you are taught, you are conditioned. If you are sitting with yourself, you are lazy, useless. I am not telling you to be lazy. I am not encouraging you to be lazy. But I am saying, when you want, you should be able to sit with yourself. You should have integrity, clarity, freedom, energy, just to sit with yourself. Person who can't sit with himself, he may have anything, he will not have his self. You may have anything. You may can't. Why people need so much of entertainment? I have seen the people in India, I have seen, they will be 80 or 85. They would have got married, their sons would have got married, their grandkids would have got married, nothing to do. Even they can't sit with themselves. From morning till night, they will be reading that same old Hindu paper, newspaper, with a big glass and matrimonial columns. What for? Nobody knows. Just because they can't sit with themselves. No, true. Truth. All the old magazines they will collect and they will be sitting and reading. What is there in the old newspaper? No, what else is there to do? Because running so much, you lost the ability to sit with yourself. You lost the ability to sit with yourself. The cerebral layer means disintegrated being, unconnected being, completely disconnected with yourself is the reason why we are not able to experience the power of sound. Understand? When Vishwamitra can experience, when Durvasa can experience, when Arjuna can experience, it is not Arjuna is great and enlightened being. This fellow is pakka selfish fellow, using all the powers to kill people and not even moral way, using all crooked methods. But he is able to use all the powers. He handled. Then why can't we? The only reason is they are authentic even in their anger. See, anger itself is not wrong. Lust itself is not wrong. But from where it comes, if it comes in an uncorrupted way, in a pure way, you will live it and leave it. You don't have to drop smoking. Smoking will drop you. If you are complete, if you are really smoking, just for smoking, not because of your anger towards the father turns as a habit of smoking, then you can't be healed. You can never be healed. Understand? If you are not able to drop the addiction, some addiction, be very clear, you are not addicted to that. The root of the addiction is somewhere else. People come and tell me, I am addicted to alcohol. Swamiji, please heal me, cure me. I tell them, what do you mean by the word addiction? Do you want to drink? No. Then why do you drink? At that point, I want to drink. Why? You know you don't want to drink. How can you say you are not able to control? People ask me, please, you control me, Swamiji. What do you mean by it? You want me to take away your car key? And what do you mean by you control me? You are intelligent enough. Just understand, difficulty is they are not directly addicted to alcohol, some other anger or vengeance, some other emotion got perverted, and that is associated with addiction. Like a story I told you, that boy is not directly addicted to cigarette. No, his anger took a perversion and he started smoking. Whenever he smokes, his unconscious feels satisfied. He is taking revenge on his father. He always says, when I leave that smoke, I feel I'm leaving it on my father's face. I'm blowing it on my father's face. His unconscious feels satisfied when it uses the anger in some other way. He feels satisfied. I am taking revenge on my father. Impossible. You can't drop addiction. You can't drop addiction unless you are authentic, unless you are able to understand to what you are addicted. I told him, you are addicted to the anger, vengeance to your father. You are not directly addicted to smoking. Heal that. Smoking will drop you. You don't have to drop smoking. Smoking will drop you. If you are addicted to something, understand, if you are not able to drop something through your logical analyzing, be very clear, you have the perverted emotions. You have the perverted being. Your inner chattering and the spoken words are not integrated, are not clearly connected. They are not directly relating with each other. The power of sound can be experienced only if your spoken words and the inner chattering is directly connected. Durvasa is not bothered when the anger fills him. He doesn't bother who is cursing. He cursed Shiva. You know that? He cursed Shiva, Mahadeva. He did not even bother who he is cursing. When he is filled with anger, he is authentic. When Vishwamitra was filled with lust, he was authentic. When he was filled with guilt, he was authentic. When you are authentic with any emotion, when you are directly connected to that emotion will liberate you. It will liberate you. No emotion will bind you. They will bind you only when you are not facing them face to face. Only when you are not connecting with them directly. Even fear. When you go into the fear, you will be liberated. Here, Shiva is giving a beautiful technique to work on the power of sound. Let me read the sutra in Sanskrit, then we will know the meaning and how to use this technique. Understand? Now we all know there is something called power of sound. Means the sound can transport you to a different plane of existence. There were masters who used this science, and I told you even experiences from my life. And now we have a technique how to use it in our life, and we know why they were able to use and we are not able to use. The reason why they were able to experience the power of sound and why we are not able to experience. Here we have the technique for the problem also. We have the solution for that problem. Just understand these three things. Through the power of sound, you can be transported to a different plane of existence, and it is possible. Many have lived. Second fact, we are not able to live. Something is wrong with us. How we can achieve that same power? How we can how we can relate, connect with that power. Here Shiva is giving us the technique for two things. One, how to connect yourself, elevate yourself to the level where you can use the power of sound. And the second, how to use that power of sound and achieve enlightenment. Two things. He is first going to help you to integrate. Next, he is going to help you to evolve. Integrating yourself and evolving beyond yourself. Here he is giving the technique. Let me read the sutra. Pranavadi samucharat plutante sunya bhavanat sunyaya paraya shaktye sunyatam iti bhairavihi. Again, the big problem is translation. Sanskrit is such a poetic language. You can't translate poems. Even from English poems to English prose, no. You can't translate. If you translate, you can say what he means, but you can't say what all he wants to express. Maybe you can express only one dimension. Poem is like a 360-degree vision. Prose is like a 120-degree vision. Poem is like a 360-degree vision. Prose is like a 120-degree vision. Only one slice of a pizza. One bit. You can't express the whole truth. And here I am trying to translate a Sanskrit poem to English. Maybe I'll try to give the technique, that's all. I don't think I'll be able to translate the sutra completely. Intone a sound, O Bhairavi, as Om, the A-U-M, A-U-Ma, the Pranava. Slowly, as sound enters the soundfulness, let you also enter and become enlightened. Very simple sutra. If you don't understand the sutra, it's okay. Understand the technique, that's more than enough. I'll explain the technique. I'm reading the sutra just for future, just to put it on record. Pranavadi samucharat plutante sunya bhavanat sunyaya paraya shaktya sunyatam eti bhairavihi. O Bhairavi, by perfect intonation of a pranava, A, U, A, U, Ma, or the sacred syllable Om, by contemplating over the void at the end of the sound, as sound enters into the soundfulness, let you also enter into that energy and be liberated. This is the technique from Mahadeva to Devi. He is addressing, O Bhairavi. Bhairavi is the word. Bhairavi is the name of the Devi. He is addressing, O Bhairavi, use this technique and experience, let the people experience enlightenment. This technique is given for us through Devi. Devi is enlightened, no doubt. It is given to us so that we will become enlightened. This Murti is made out of the Dhyana Sloka from this book. In this book, it describes Devi was sitting in the lap of Shiva and he was teaching the Shiva Sutras. The same way this Murti was designed. Because I feel this is the book of the books. this book is beyond, incomparable. No other book can claim that they have solution for all possible problems. Here, practically Shiva solves all the existing, existed and yet to exist problems. He gives solution for everything. He says, intone a sound as A-U-M, Om, A-U-Ma, slowly. As sound enters soundfulness, let you also enter and liberate. Let's understand the technique first. And let me connect how this is going to directly help to integrate our inner chattering and verbalization. How it is going to create more inner space. How it is going to integrate us. And how it can elevate us to different plane of existence. How it can elevate us to different plane of existence. Understand? When you create a particular sound, your mind will be occupied only with that sound, especially loudly. If you are creating internally, you will be doing 2-3 things. I always tell people, don't close your eyes and sit here. People think, no, Swamiji, I am meditating and listening. No. Good listener is a person who is thinking about something else. You will be sitting and acting as if a good listener. What he will be doing? He is lost somewhere else. If you are using the words internally, your whole being will not be integrated. No. Create the sound loudly. Let others also listen. Actually, you listen what you think only when you talk to others. See in your life, many times, when you talk to others about your idea, you yourself get new ideas. People think you planned and now you are coming and giving presentation. No. Suddenly you discovered it, that's all. When you are talking to others, suddenly you discover it. Actually, great truths are discovered when they are presenting the truths, that's all. It was not discovered earlier by contemplating and thinking and then presentation is given. No. Orators, speakers look very intelligent, filled with wisdom, because they are constantly discovering when they talk. If you want to be an intelligent person, don't think you need to think, contemplate, meditate and discover the truths. No. Just start talking to the people as if you know the truth. Now I am giving you some of the business secrets. No, some of the great truths. In Sanskrit, we say, by listening, you learn only 1/4. By meditating and contemplating, you know half. The third portion, you will learn only when you talk to others. And the fourth part will be experienced through the experience. You will become a complete being when you experience it. 25% of truth and the knowledge and the new things can happen to you if you talk loud. If you talk to others, 25% new things can happen to you. That is why people go on talking. Now, because once you found the neck, God, when I am talking, new things are coming up into my being. I am expressing new things. You start enjoying talking. Even if you don't have somebody, just catch somebody. Or you have pets who can't run away. Start talking. Start giving your presentations. And you will see, suddenly you are talking too many intelligent things. And things are falling in tune. Here, Shiva also says, start loudly, only then you will be listening. You won't listen if you are chanting internally. People ask me, Swamiji, if I chant inside silently, it will be nice. No. You will feel nice because you have fallen asleep. People come out and tell me, no, Swamiji, I chanted very silently, it was so great. It was such a great experience. Don't think it is a meditative experience. You would have slept, maybe a good sleeping pill. Chanting some mantra internally, inside the mind, may be a good technique for sleeping, not for falling into meditation. Falling into meditation, start with a loud voice. And slowly you will see your whole inner being is filled with that voice. Your whole energy is concentrated to that sound. Now, slowly reduce the sound. Go to the depth from where that sound is raising, from where that sound is arising, from where that sound is coming out. Go to that source. Go to that being. You will see your inner space filled with soundfulness. I want all of you to know, silence is not soundlessness. Soundlessness, absence of sound, is dead silence. If you are jumping, if you are working towards the soundlessness directly, you will only be constantly disturbed, irritated by other sounds. People, the so-called meditators, the silent meditators, they will create such a hell to the whole house. They will tell, hey, keep quiet, switch off the cell phone, switch off the telephone. The noise which they make, and they will be so filled with irritation. And I have seen people who are working towards the absence of sound, who want absence of sound. For them to meditate for 10-20 minutes, they will turn the whole house upside down. They will shout at this person, that person, and after shouting, before sitting for meditation, they will shout, go around, keep quiet, keep quiet, keep quiet, keep quiet. After coming out of the meditation, they will come and shout, you didn't have sense when I was meditating, you did that, you did that. Even if you do something, create some noise, and other times they won't record so clearly. It means what? When they were sitting in meditation, they were recording like a voicemail. Whatever was going on was getting recorded. People who work for this soundlessness, and even when they were sitting, they will be so irritated. Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna. Don't you have a sense? I am meditating. Keep quiet. Ramakrishna, 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 Ramakrishna. When you are working towards the dead silence, even a small sound will irritate and disturb you. You are bound to be, because you are excluding. Anything which you exclude will take revenge on you. Anything you exclude will take revenge on you. And you will see purposely sounds are coming towards you. They are traveling. Sometime, even if the sounds don't come, you will be waiting for them. A small story like this. One great guy who is trying to work with that absence of sound. The dead meditators, I call them. With a long face, serious, and they can't tolerate even a small sound. They need absolute silence. Absolute means pin drop silence. One fellow, like this guy, sitting in the banks of lake, the village tank. and meditating. That's where people usually will meditate after taking bath. They will sit there and meditate. One day I heard the sound of anklets. One girl came to fetch water. First anklet of the sound of anklets, and that water glug glug. When they put the pot in the lake, when the pot gets filled, that sound. That fellow opened the eyes and saw. Irritated, shouted, "Don't you have sense? I am meditating here. Why don't you come without anklet?" Next day she came without anklet. But the water fetching, that sound, he got irritated. He shouted, "Why don't you come with some other vessel which will not create sound?" The third day he was sitting in meditation, just expecting that anklet sound and the water sound. The third day, even if you don't get the sound, you will be just expecting to get irritated, to get that sound. You will be waiting for some sound. When you want complete the soundless silence, you are in trouble. Here Shiva says, enter into the soundfulness, the intensity of sound. Then no sound can disturb you. No sound can disturb you. He says, go into that sound, source of the sound. That's what we call anahata dvani, uncreated sound. The sound which is not created, which is not created by two things hitting. Ahata means created or hitting. Anahata means uncreated, the primal sound. When you go to that soundfulness, you will experience a sound which is silence, the silence which can't be disturbed by any sound. Silence which can't be disturbed by any sound is the true silence. Silence is not absence of sound. Silence means intense living silence. Understand? I am giving a new meaning for the word silence. Intense living silence, not dead graveyard silence. These guys who are working for the dead silence, soundlessness, even in graveyard they will not be relaxed. They will say, oh, the air sound is coming, or some bird chirping. They will be disturbed by some sound. If you are excluding, you will be disturbed. If you are including, nothing can disturb you. Shiva is a great master who includes everything. Who includes everything. Let me describe the technique so that you can play with this technique. Play with this powerful technique. Understand? This technique will do two work. One, will first heal you, integrate you, so that you can start experimenting and experiencing the power of sound. You will achieve the state of Vishwamitra, Vasishta, Durvasa. You will be able to play with the power of sound. The second thing, you will be able to use this same technique to elevate you to the enlightened consciousness. Healing you is one part, elevating you is second part. Healing you means bringing you to the level of Durvasa, Vasishta, the Vishwamitra. Elevating you means what I said, that just by sound you can walk on fire, you will not be burnt. That is elevating. Transporting you to the different plane of existence. Both can be done by just this one technique. People ask me, technique seems to be so small, how can such big work happen, Swamiji? It feels like too good to be true. Understand, when you get a key, when you get a small key, if you start analyzing logically, gosh, such big house, such small key, I think this owner is cheating me. Do not use your negative logic before you try. Just try. Try for a few days. At least you should have tried few times, then you can decide whether it opens or not. Our logic, gosh, problem is so big, but solution is so small. House is so big. Key doesn't have to be house size, but at least it should be door size. Logically, that is what it should be. It may not be house size, at least it should be door size. But it is too much. 20 feet tall house and just 3-inch key. How can this open? My problems are so big, and the Swami is giving half an hour discourse, and he says, I can become Vasishta, I can become Vishwamitra. What he means by it? Understand, I am not here to give you any false promise. No. I am not here to give you something which is too good to be true. I am here just to share the things which I experienced, and just to share the technology which millions have experienced. Millions have experienced. This technology is developed by at least 2 million inner scientists with 10,000 years of research and development, practiced by 1 billion people around the world. This is the essence of the Vedic tradition. Vedic tradition boasts at least 10 million inner scientists and 10 million inner science laboratories. In India, we have 1 crore temples and ashrams. 1 crore temples and ashrams where every day congregation happens. We don't believe in holiday religion. No. Every day congregation happens. 1 crore inner science laboratories and 10 million, same way, 1 crore inner scientists who are working with this technology, who are working with these mantras, with these great truths, and 1 billion people following this technology. Understand, I am expressing the experience of the great masters. All you need to do, just play with these techniques. You don't even have to be a serious meditator. Serious meditator is a guy who is depressed. No, really. All the so-called serious meditators, depressed fellows, they can't laugh. No, really. Just go to the serious meditators' places, they can't laugh. They can't laugh. They lose the nature. They become so serious and so arrogant. God, even God can't help them. Because they become arrogant in the name of God. They become serious in the name of simplicity. They will try seriously to be simple. They will try so seriously to be simple. The whole joy is lost. Being simple means being with all your mistakes. That's all. Nothing else. That's all. Just accept yourself. If you can't accept you, at least accept you can't accept you as you are. That's all. Either accept yourself with all your mistakes, or accept you can't accept you. At least that. Over. But they will try their best. No, first this, first that. And the step-by-step process creates all confusion. Here, Shiva gives you simple and straightforward techniques. That is why this book did not become popular. No, really. If Shiva gives you some complicated techniques, blow your nose 1,000 times, count 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and hold for 10 minutes and blow it in the other way for 8 times and bend your back 20 times, sit in that posture, this posture, then people feel ego satisfaction. No, really. They feel their ego is satisfied. Now I learnt some yoga, some technique. They feel they received something worthy. Simple things do not appeal to an intellectual mind. Simple things people don't feel connected to it. They become so complicated. Anything which is very complicated, they feel connected. I have seen, when I tell people, go around the hill 10 times in my native place, that going around the hill is a famous tradition. 16 kilometers, they will have to walk 10 miles. If I tell them, please go around that Arunachala hill, do the Girivalam for 10 times, they will leave so happily that they will go out and tell, Swamiji gave me big solution, all my problems disappeared, I am so happy I came and met him. If I tell them, please sit for 10 minutes and meditate every day, I think this Swami doesn't know much. This Swami doesn't know much about spirituality. It's okay, I think he is after all young person. He will not know too much about spirituality. I think anyhow, whatever he knows he told me, but I will go for second opinion. See, when you tell something which is straight, people feel, it's okay. I just came to see what he tells. I just came to check out. And they don't feel connected. And if you teach them, if you nicely blast them, actually you should beat them, then they are happy. Left and right. Blow in this nose 10 times, in this nose 11 times. Bend this way, that way. Sit like this way, that way. Then they are quite happy. Yes, I paid $200, I got some material. I learned something. But here Shiva is straight away giving a simple technique. He says, chant the Omkara loudly with that same loud expression. Go into the source from where the sound is coming from your being. He is not telling you how to sit. He is not even telling you you should not lie down. You can even lie down. He is not putting any condition. He is not giving you anything else. He is not telling you you should not eat this, you should not eat that, you should not do that, you should not do this. Nothing. Actually, inside, unconsciously, everybody wants some do's and don'ts. Because you are trained to live with the do's and don'ts. Here, Shiva is not giving any do's and don'ts. No. He is just giving you the technique and he is telling, be authentic. That is where the problem starts. That is where the problem starts. It is too simple. If it is very complicated, you start feeling connected and you start practicing it. If it is too simple, because you don't feel any respect towards it, you don't practice it. That's why I always tell people, in our meditation camps, I make them do there itself. Once you do, then you know. Then you know the power of it. Then you know the power of this technique. Today, we will also, just for 10 minutes, we will try this technique and see the power of it. See, if I just give you the glimpse of this meditation, only one experience with this meditation, you will not stop doing it. You will never miss it. Giving one glimpse of this great technique is what we call initiation, diksha. Diksha means making the person experience at least once, so that he will continue. He will continue to experiment. See, if you experience once, that's enough. You will continue to experience. You will continue to practice. But till then, your intellect will be playing its own game. At least once I should show how the key opens. Then if I hand over the key, you know, yes, this key opens this house. Then you can be inside the house or outside the house. You will have confidence. This key opens. Even if once I don't show, you will not even have the confidence to use the key. So now let us work on the key just for a few minutes. Let me explain the technique once more. You will create intense, deep sound of Omkara. Om. When you create that sound, for a few minutes you will be listening to that sound. After a few minutes, let you be creating the sound loudly. Along with that, just internally search the source of the sound, from where that very vibration is coming. Where is the source of that vibration, that sound? Understand? First you will listen the sound which you are creating. Then you will go to the source of the sound, from where the sound is coming. I will guide you step by step. You can try. Please sit in a relaxed way. You don't have to sit straight and all. Sit in a very relaxed way. And you can close your eyes. For some reason, if you can't sit for next 10 minutes to do this meditation, or if you feel you don't want to do the meditation for some reason, you are free to leave the hall, or you can just sit with closed eyes. But please do not open your eyes during the meditation, because if you open your eyes and see this side and that side or talk, you will be disturbing others. Just for that, either meditate. If you don't feel like, you can just sit. One more thing, the sound should come from navel. If it comes from throat, your throat will become dry. The sound should come from a deep level. Just create like a vibration. Oh. More like a vibration than like a sound. I am not telling you to shout, oh, no. I am telling you to create it from the navel. Please close your eyes. Just inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Now start creating the vibration from your navel with closed eyes. Oh. Create intensely, not loudly, like a vibration. Oh. Intensely. Create more intensely. intone, intensely create this vibration from your navel center. Create from your navel. Now, continue to create the sound and slowly see the source. Continue to create the vibration, but seek the source from where the vibrations are raising, from where the sound is coming. Go into the source, search the source. Just enter that soundfulness. Enter the source from where the sound is coming, from where the sound is arising. Now slowly reduce the sound. Just reduce the sound, but enter into the source from where the sound is coming. Don't stop, just reduce the sound, but enter into the source from where the sound is coming. Go to the source of the sound. Go into the source of the sound. Now relax. Let your eyes be closed. Do not create any sound, but just go to the source of the sound, from where the sound was coming. Enter into that source, soundfulness. Let your eyes be closed. Go to the source from where the sound was rising, sound was coming. Just be with the memory of that soundfulness. Just be with the memory of that soundfulness. Om Nithyanandam. Relax. You can open your eyes. Now I took just 10 minutes to give you the glimpse. Try at least for 10 days. Just play with this technique for 10 days. Suddenly you will find you are able to sit with yourself without any entertainment, and you are feeling the inner space much, much more than what you are feeling now. The suffocation which is there, irritation which is there in you will not exist in your inner space, suddenly you will see you are in different plane of existence altogether. You will see, because many have experimented and experienced with this technique. I myself worked with this technique and it just does miracles. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.